So the reason that we code is to solve problems, right? That's why I believe that we code. We find a problem that we want to solve and we use technology and software to solve that problem. Now, one of those problems happens to be building web applications. That is, how do we build web applications in a fast and effective way? Now, I believe Django is the best way to do that. Django is written in Python, which means it's a lot more approachable just because it's written in Python for beginners, but then it's also powerful enough for the experts. I mean, a site like Instagram still uses Django as their backend. Like all of the things that Instagram uses has Django at its core. That's amazing, right? So it's definitely got that scale. But at the same time, since it's written in Python, it's a lot more approachable than a lot of other frameworks because Python is a lot more approachable than a lot of other programming languages. Of course, that's my opinion, but if you're watching this, you probably maybe already have a sense of that, right? So the reason we learn Django is to really solve these software problems that exist on the internet, right? So if we need an internet presence, we can use Django as that back-end technology to really solve a lot of these problems. And they might be small ones, such as, hey, I'm really picky, so I want to share, certain food items with my friends so they know what I'm picky about. Right? And then my friends can share that with me. So if I ever pick up food for them, I'll know exactly what things they like at different locations. And that's actually what we're going to be building. But there's other bigger problems, right? Like how do I do e-commerce? How do I actually build a business online? And then further than that, how do we do matchmaking? How do we actually build algorithms? All of these things start to come up as possibilities of what you absolutely can do with Django. Of course, you might be able to do it with other frameworks as well, but like I already said, Django is one of the most fundamentally easy to approach. That's what I believe, and that's why I've created so much content around Django. Now, this series is called Try Django 1.11. This is really meant for those of you who haven't really worked with Django before. Even if you've worked with older versions of Django and you're not really that comfortable, this is a really good series for you because it will bring you back to the basics, back to the core of what Django is, and teach you some of the things that are new in the Django version 1.11. But for those of you who have followed us for a long time, the changes are minor. Most changes in Django versions are not huge, especially for beginners. A lot of them are big. Like if you're a more advanced user, you know what those changes are, and you probably don't agree with me that they're not that big. But by and large, I mean, I've been doing this a long time. The core of what Django is not that much different. So get ready and get started with Try Django 1.11. My name's Justin. I'm going to be taking you step by step through this entire series. And yes, we have all of the reference code, the things that we do, all online for your use as well. Everything about that will be mentioned in future sections, but just keep in mind that this is a high level, high energy, we want to get after it. We want to build something real and then get it online and get our projects and our solutions out there faster and better using code. Thanks so much for watching. So there's a few things that you want your web application to do. One of them being understanding URLs. So when you go to a URL, it understands that. So if I click on random user or if I click on to register, it actually understands what is going on there. And so this is an example of that. It understands the URLs and it displays some information. And it also displays information that's saved in a database, right? Such as this user. This is my user, and you can actually check this out. I might actually have more stuff on here. These are things that I actually like at this actual restaurant, and these are items in there that I like picked out on my own. Now, if I click on one of these items, I actually see a search specifically for those items. Now, you'll see it in action when you go on there, but it actually does a little bit of a search. So that's kind of cool. So I can actually search like pizza. Right now, it's actually showing nothing, but down the line, it might actually show something. That's what's kind of cool about this site remembers thing. The next thing is we actually do registration. So we show you how to do your own custom registration, complete with email activation and everything, much like what you see here. And also authentication, that is actually built into Django now, so you can just use their stuff, but we do our own registration process. And we really just go through all of these things with you. It doesn't look that fancy. That's not really the point. The point is how effective it actually is and where you can take a lot of this information and where you can go with it. Okay, so the other part of this is to know that all of this code is available on our GitHub. This is the URL to it, or a shortcut URL to it. If you go to joincfe.com/GitHub, that is another shortcut URL. But the other one actually takes you to this URL right here, or the Try Django 1.11. Now, one of the things that we do as we are creating this project, we write something called code. You probably already know this, but that's essentially what we're doing. We're writing code. And on this GitHub, this actually shows the version history of everything we've done. So right at the beginning, this is the code that is represented at that time, right? So at the end of that video, that's the code that it looks like. And you'll see that throughout the way. And obviously, if you have questions on the code itself, like while you're writing it, you always are going to want to jump into this GitHub repository. This is something we always do. Now, it's really important to note that using GitHub is optional. You don't actually have to do this. You can literally just watch what we do in the video to get the same result, but GitHub's really useful to compare your code against what we actually do in the video. And the reason it's not like under the video or something like that is because there's just a good amount of code. And since we're building something real, this is how you would actually do it in the real world. So if you were actually building a real project that you wanted to share with people and stuff like that, you would probably use something like GitHub. So that is the entire walkthrough of this project. I do recommend that you check it out now. MooeyPiggy.com is a real URL, and yes, it is a real HTTPS site too. I can't say for sure how long it's going to be real, but it definitely is now, and probably if you're watching this, it's going to be real too. And we'll probably do some upgrades and all of that. And of course, all of those upgrades will be added to the repo as we see fit. So stay tuned with that. Thanks so much for watching, and please let us know if you have any questions or comments below, and also consider subscribing to our YouTube channel, joincfe.com/YouTube. So now that we've kind of seen where the project's going to end up, it's time that we actually get started with that project. Now, there's several things that you're going to need to do prior to really going to that next video or even continuing on with this video. Luckily, we have a lot of sort of references for you so you can get those things going on your own without necessarily watching a video. And there are a few things that we need to discuss. Now, if you've already worked with us before, you can actually just jump into create a blank Django project right here, and you can just go through that. That's all we're really going to be doing. And I will say that we are installing Django version 1.11, which is right here. So that's for those of you who've already worked with us. Once you've finished that, you can actually go to the next video, because this is for the people who haven't worked with us, so who haven't done a Django project with us yet and aren't really familiar with our process. So a big thing here is we will reference a lot of different sort of things throughout the video that you might have to pause the video, go do those things, and come back. This is a really good example of that. Now, this URL right here is a redirect to this guide. This guide is made as your reference to setting up your project. Now, we're actually going to do this on the video, so you will be able to see it. But if you're one of those, I don't need to watch the video for everything types, you can pause the video now, jump in and take a look at this guide in particular, and go ahead and just go through it. So a couple things that are required of you to actually go through this series. One of them being that you already have your installation done. So if you're on Windows or Mac or Linux, make sure that you go there and do those things. Another thing to note is we actually have a little link to our tech. This is the technology that we use a lot. So if you want to just kind of look over this, we will be updating it. So just get an idea of these are the things that we're doing consistently and constantly in our project. So here's another URL for you to check out. And then finally, we have a YouTube channel. So if you're not subscribed to our YouTube already, make sure you go here to subscribe. Just click that subscribe button, press the little ding to make sure that you actually get the notifications, right? You want to make sure you do all of that. Otherwise, you won't see when we post new stuff. And for this project, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be using Django project. Django, of course, is a web framework written in Python. So this is what's going to be handling all of our web development. We are going to be working with Django a ton. So this is something that I highly recommend that you jump into learning now, especially with the coming wave of Python-powered AI. Yes, Django is powered by Python, so python.org is where you're going to go for that. And we're going to be using Python version 3. Python 2 is kind of on its way out, so Python version 3 is definitely the one you're going to want to do, and that is 3.6 and beyond. If you use a different version of Python 3, should be okay as long as you're using something around Python 3.4 and above. Anything below that is going to be, well, it might have some challenges. And if you're using Python 2.7, most of the things will probably work. So if they don't work, it's likely related to Python 2.7 and also a different version of Django. So if you actually divert from using Django 1.11, do that at your own peril. I do never recommend using a different version of Django in the video. So always stick with any video we're doing, always stick with the version of Django that we use in that video, even if it's an older version of Django, especially if you're a beginner. If you're a beginner, you're trying to learn how Django works, and Django version 1.8 works almost identically to Django version 1.11. Of course, there's exceptions to that, but as a beginner, you won't notice them, I promise you. I've been doing this for years now, over 6 years, and it's like something that you'll notice there's not huge changes in that. And that's true about Python as well. There are some minor changes that are really good, and those are the things we'll actually talk about very early on in this series. Next, we're going to be using getbootstrap.com. This is our front-end web framework. This is going to make our site look good. It's not like Angular or something like that. It is just really, so much of it is about HTML and CSS. So if you're not familiar with those concepts, I do recommend that you check them out more, but we will do everything step by step, so you'll see exactly how to implement this in your project, even if you don't really know HTML and CSS. But again, you're going to want to get familiar with those things because they are fundamental for web development. And those specifically are for web design. Finally, we're going to be using Sublime Text as our text editor. This is where we write our code. And all of this code will be available online for you to see. We'll talk about that later, but basically you're going to be using text editor similar to like you would use Microsoft Word to write a document. You're going to use Sublime Text to write your code. It just makes it easier. Now, if you go back to our tech post, you'll see that there are absolutely other options for text editors. So don't worry if you aren't using Sublime Text. You can use whichever version you like. We just use Sublime Text because we like it a lot. Okay, so with all that stuff out of the way, let's actually get our project started. And we're going to be going off of creating a blank Django project here. Now, again, this is a reference. This is something that you can use all the time going forward, and we'll do our best to update and upgrade it based on your comments on this page itself. So going forward, this is what we will reference fairly often in starting a new Django project. Now, of course, if you've learned and are very comfortable with another method of creating a Django project, you're welcome to use that method, although I recommend that you do this method. It's by far, in my opinion, the easiest way to actually starting a Django project and keeping everything organized. Because once you actually do a lot of different code projects, keeping things organized, it becomes so critical. Okay, so let's go ahead and get this started. Again, I'm assuming that you already have your computer set up, whether you have a Windows, Mac, or Linux, I'm assuming that you already have those set up. Otherwise, this is just really, really not going to work. So I'm going to go ahead and open up my terminal. I'm going to open a new window in my terminal here. And I'm just really following along with what's going on here. So I'm going to just close down that a little bit so we can see that. Okay, and I'll close down my terminal a little bit too. All right, so now we're side by side just going along with this. So I'll do cd into my local user. So I've got my local user here. This is where I am. And if I list everything out, I already actually have a folder called dev. So I'm going to just change into dev. And if I list things out in here, I have a bunch of projects that are already in here, right? But I don't have my newest project, which is Try Django 1.11. But what I see here is I have CFE home and CFE home. So I'm basically saying, let's make these directories. But as you see with this, I already have these directories. CFE home's here, and I do not have Try Django. So I'll just go ahead and do make dir Try Django, and I'm going to do 1.11 or 1-11, and that's because it's Try Django version 1.11. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter, and I'm going to change into Try Django 1-11, and we're going to create our virtual environment in here. So virtual env -p Python 3 enter. Now this is very important. Again, we're using Python version 3, so -p Python 3 allows us to create a virtual environment with Python version 3, and that trailing period puts this virtual environment inside of that folder we just created, or the directory just created. So I hit enter, and it's now creating this new virtual environment for me. Again, we're not really going off of script here. This is really following along with this guide. So we're going to go ahead and do source bin/activate. And there we go. We've got our activation going here. And this is now a virtual environment. So if I actually do pip freeze, I'll see that I don't actually have any installed. But if I open a new window with command N and do pip freeze, I'll see that, well, I don't even have pip as a command on my computer right now. Obviously, yours probably won't have that. It'll actually probably say something. But in my case, I just don't have pip installed on my regular computer. So I do have my virtual environment installed, and pip freeze is not showing anything installed. So now we're going to go ahead and install Django. So pip install Django equals to 1.11.2, which that is the latest version of Django. If we go to the Django project, we see it's 1.11.2. And one of the great things about using Django version 1.11 is it's called an LTS release. So if we scroll down to the release schedule, we see the different releases that they have. So LTS meaning long-term supported. So it's going to be supported until 2020. It's 2017 right now as we're recording this. So that means it's going to be supported for 3 years, where other versions of Django are going like defunct. So they're not going to be supported anymore. That doesn't mean they won't work. It just means that they won't get new security upgrades or bugs fixes. That's it. I mean, they'll still work. You can still actually install these things, even 1.3. Not that I would recommend using those in production, but as you're learning, yeah, go ahead. Use old ones all you want. Okay, so going back to that guide, we are now going to press enter on installing Django 1.11.2. A new installation process. It's actually showing us progress in a different way than we've seen before. That's just new with Django 1.11. We've got Django 1.11 is now installed. So if I list everything out, I still only have my virtual environment stuff. Don't worry if your virtual environment looks a little bit different, but you will want to make sure it's activated, showing this right here. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to make an src directory or source. So make dir src and change into src. And now that we're in here, this is where our Django project is going to live. So I'll just do django-admin.py, start project, and we're going to call it Try Django 1-11 again, and put that trailing period again because we want to put the Django project inside of this src folder. I press enter. Notice that the Django project, you can't actually name it this. You can't put a dash in there, right? It's important for you guys to see errors happen because they happen all the time and they're pretty normal. And a lot of times they'll actually tell you what the error is. In this case, it's just saying it's not a valid project name, so pick a different name that's valid. So what I'm going to do is Django admin.py start project, and I'm going to call this Muy Picky because that's actually going to be the name of our project. Muy Picky as in very picky, because what we're going to be building has to do with that name, as you probably have already seen in the walkthrough. So I'll call it Muy Picky and then put that little period there, hit enter, and there we go. We now have our Django project, as we can see if we list everything out. Okay, and of course, if you're on Windows, dir is how you list everything out. So we've got our project going, and it's actually now created. So step 4, I'm actually going to use Sublime Text 4. I'm not going to actually go through it on here, but I will reference it still. So let's jump into Sublime Text, and I'm going to go ahead and go to Project, and we'll go to Save Project As, and I'll go to my recently created project inside of Users, inside of Dev, inside of, we called it Try Django 1.11, and this, I'll call it Muy Picky, and we're going to go to Project, Add Folder to Project, Dev, Try Django 1.11, Open. Okay, so now we have our project set up inside of Sublime Text. So let's go into our source folder, into Muy Picky. This Muy Picky folder is the main Django configuration folder, and you know that by settings.py. Now, if we called our project something different, that is what's going to be here. It's wherever settings.py is, that's the main configuration folder. And the root of the Django project is where manage.py is. So if I close down Muy Picky, I see manage.py here. That is exactly the root of the project and the main project configuration. So settings.py is where we're going to work a lot. But going back into the guide, let's go ahead and break this down a little bit. Going back into the guide, we see that we actually create a new settings module. So this settings file, we want to turn it into its own folder and then turn it into a Python module so we can have a local settings and a live settings. Local being our own test development stuff, live being what we put on the actual server. They are much different. All right, so let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to create a new folder in here, and it's going to be called settings. So just like settings.py here, I'm calling it settings, and inside of settings, we're going to put an init file here. So init 2_init 2_.py, and of course we're saving it right inside that settings file there. So we'll go ahead and save that. I can actually close that out. But now Python treats these two the same. Python treats the settings folder and the settings.py file the exact same. So it's going to go off of one of those. So what we want to do is with our old one, we're going to call this old settings.py. So old_settings.py. There we go. And do note that Python uses underscores a lot. Instead of a dash there, you're going to use an underscore. Okay, so old settings.py is literally the old settings for our project. So what we need to do is make sure our settings are still inside of our project. So let's go ahead and make a new file inside of the settings module, and we'll call it base.py. And I'm just going to copy all of those old settings over, save that, and there we go. So now we've got our settings module working with one exception. Our init.py has to have this being called. So I'm going to do from.base import all. Okay, so now they're identical. So the old settings is identical to the new settings. So init.py is importing all of the things from base.py. So this is roughly the exact same. Now there's a lot of different ways you could go about testing this, but in this case, just kind of take my word for it. They are exactly the same, except I need to fix one thing here, and that's this base dir. So this base dir is related to the base of the Django project where manage.py is. But if you know OS path, you know that this is going inside of the Django configuration folder because we moved it one level down. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy this, paste it over, and there we go. Now they're identical, literally identical to what it came with originally to now what it is. Again, this is about separating our environments, making sure our environments are working correctly. Okay, so inside of the guide, we also had one for production and local. So I'm going to go ahead and copy these and bring it into the init file here. And production and local are two other Python modules I still have to create. So inside of settings, I'll do production.py, and then I'll do local.py. Okay. And I'm literally going to eventually copy everything over to local and production. But for now, I'm just going to leave them blank to illustrate the point that they're not necessary right now. And also base.py is really good for us to make sure that that is actually working in and of itself. So init is still working. It's still going to try and import all of those things, but there's actually nothing in them. So we really don't have to worry about anything. All right, so we can scroll down here now and notice it's saying copy local settings, blah, blah, blah. So we're not actually going off of that, but we will install some of the other recommended installations for going live. I'm just going to go ahead and come in here and do pip install just a few of these things for the Postgres SQL database, which is what we'll end up using. We're not using the MySQL database. We're going to end up using the Postgres SQL database live once we go live, which you'll see what I mean when we get there. And then I'm going to install a few other of these things, let those do the installations. And then we're going to create a requirements file. So requirements file means everything that is related to this project in particular. Okay, so we've got most of the installs done. So I'm going to go ahead and copy the pip freeze, go back into our terminal, paste that in here. It's creating a new file there. Notice this file is inside of where manage.py is. So we go to requirements.txt. These are fairly common files that you'll use, or actually installation versions of this project. So that's what requirements.txt is. You'll see this on a lot of Python projects. It's not necessarily just Django. And this is the reason we use virtual environments right here, is notice that these are the only things that are installed inside of this virtual environment. And you can actually look at the library as to where they're installed by going into the Python version, lib Python version, site packages, and you can actually see this is the code that's actually installed. So if I click on this, this is showing me the Django code. So db.utils, this is the Django code right there. It's actually on and installed on your virtual environment. It is on your local computer. So that's something also that's really cool about requirements.txt. Okay, so we now have our Django project set up. So let's actually do something with our Django project. I'm going to use Command K to clear everything out and do Python manage.py, migrate, hit enter. And I did do this without verifying, but I am in where manage.py is, so I can actually run this command. Okay, so now I've actually set up my database. So migrate runs and sets up your database. So db.sqlite3 is another thing that was installed. This is something that Django uses by default. Okay, cool. So we've got our database. So let's go ahead and create a user here. We're going to create our super user. So create super user. And I'm going to use the username CFE. I'm going to leave a blank email address. And as I type my password, it is left blank. And when you're using local, you can use kind of whatever password. And I'm going to go ahead and run the server. And we're going to go ahead and check out this server here inside of our URL. I run the server and it says, congrats, your Django powered page is working. That's awesome. That's what we want to see. And notice that this loaded a little bit. So if I refresh in here, it's actually loading here. So all it's doing is emulating a production server. Notice it says starting development server. So when you see development server, that's a local server. Production server is when we go live. But we have now created our project and it's now ready to move on. Except I did skip a few things, and that was copying our settings to production and local. So let's actually do that. I'm going to just go into my base.py, copy the entire thing, copy and paste the entire thing into local and production. So inside of production, I'm going to change debug to being false. That is one of the key things here, is changing debug to being false. And you also might want to change your secret key. You can just kind of use different words or different letters in there, and that actually will change it. to really get a brand new secret key, just create a new Django project and change out your production secret key especially. We're going to talk about that later, but now we have 3 different settings files. One is called base.py, one is local, one is production. Local is for my local computer, right? So if I actually sent this code somewhere else, I might have another local file and therefore would need to update my init. And then base.py will always be there, so I can make sure that base is kind of my always local development settings. And then production.py actually overrides all of my base settings, and that's init. Again, we'll see all of this stuff in much more action going forward, especially when we go live, which is something we absolutely will do. So thanks for watching this one. I realized we went through kind of a lot and didn't cover things in specific detail, like what's going on in the settings, like what do all of these things mean. Now, all of that will become more clear as we go forward working in this project, but also working in any of our projects. We talk about a lot of these things too. So don't worry if you don't know everything that's going on in the settings or really fully understand all the things that we did. Now, if any of this was confusing at all, what I recommend is just quite literally deleting the virtual environment, delete it from your entire computer and start all over again. And since you have this guide, you could do it 5, 10, 100 times. I've probably started Django projects and virtual environments well over 1,000 times. I'm not even exaggerating. It's probably well over 1,000 because it's something that I do every time I start a new project. I give its own virtual environment. So every time I start a new project, whether it's for classes or it's for actual real live projects that I'm working on, you do this same process over and over. And thus there is this guide there for you that should be there as your #1 reference to always starting a blank Django project. All right, so let's keep going. One of the cool things about writing code is it leaves a trail, right? So there's this sort of history that happens as you create your projects. And if you use Git, which is something we do, you can actually see every piece of that history if you use it correctly. So I wanted to bring this to your attention because we actually have a GitHub repository. It's right here on this URL. And what you're going to be able to do here is actually review the code that we've created. So you can actually go to this URL or simply join cfe.com/GitHub. And what that's going to do is it's going to take you to our main profile page where all of our repositories are. So if you click on repositories, you can see literally all of the repositories we have. So the one we're working on right now, of course, is Try Django 1.11. But if you go down to, let's do a quick search for Try Django 1.10, and I'm going to go ahead and click on that one. I'm using this as reference because if we scroll down, we can actually see the code history here. So on this lecture code, you have all this history, exactly how that project looks at the end of that video. So the video is called Make Changes to Models. You click on it, and this is what it's going to look like at the end. You click on the SRC folder, all of those things in there. That's exactly what it is. So Git is actually very, very useful. And it's an important thing to understand that you can go here to compare your code against what we do so you can make sure that you're getting it right. Since there's so much code, right? In some cases, there's not so much code. And in those cases, we make actual guides for them. So one of those guides being set up Git and a GitHub repo. So actually understanding how to release your project onto GitHub and a little bit more understanding of Git. This is actually a guide that you can use, and it's right here, to understand those concepts. Much like we did a guide for creating a blank Django project, we have that just like we've already done, and this allows us to see the code in action, or at least the commands that we actually have to write. But the actual code, the things that were created, will be on GitHub. And that's an important piece of your own reference as you're going forward. All right, so let's keep going. Now that we've started our Django project, let's actually talk about what Django is for, or more specifically, what it does in general as it relates to other websites. So typically when you go to a website, let's say for instance, I go to yelp.com, what's happening here is I'm sending a request to a computer on yelp.com. I mean, that's a simplification of it, but basically I'm saying, hey, yelp.com, send me something back. And then the software on yelp.com sends back some code that my browser reads and understands it, right? And that's how we get these websites working. And that's true for pretty much every single website. It's very rare that it's not the case, that there's some computer sending something back. Now, the times that it's not the case is if that website just simply doesn't exist, right? If you just go to a website that does not exist, then you get something like this. Like in my case, I've got my Time Warner cable or my internet provider saying, hey, that doesn't exist, so we're going to give you some other page so we can sell some ads to you, right? So in the case of having an actual website, the software on the website's computers, also known as servers, send back the data needed to show that website. And smart websites, that is the more advanced websites, like what Django can do, is it actually remembers who you are, right? So when I went to Yelp, I didn't actually sign into Yelp. I haven't signed into Yelp for a long time, but it still remembered who I was. And it actually remembers some of my preferences, and it remembers a lot of things that it might not even tell me it remembers. So all of that remembering, all of that smartness, that is all handled by their back-end system. Now in Yelp's case, it's probably not Django. I believe that Pinterest uses Django. So if you did Pinterest, that would be another example. And when I click on here, this is all Django powered now. Maybe not every aspect of it, but for the most part, it's Django powered. And that means it's doing something very similar. I go to Pinterest.com and the Django site understands that I'm at Pinterest.com and sends me back some content that is related to just .com. And the fact that I'm not logged in, it's also related to that. Our website, codingforentrepreneurs.com, does the same thing. Now, in this case, I am logged in, but it sends back a bunch of information that's related directly to me. All the things that I recently viewed or, well, did not view are coming from Django. So it actually remembers all of those things. And if I click on a project, it will remember that, hey, this is the URL for that project. So we need to send back the data specifically for that URL. So that gives us a lot of information as to how our projects actually work. So let's go ahead and close these out. And I'm just going to really quickly jump into Sublime Text to kind of overview or outline all of this stuff. So number one, handles URLs, right? So any URL, so like we said yelp.com or even codingforentrepreneurs.com/project/30 days of Python. I believe that was the URL, or it's 30 days Python. So it handles how this works, right? So without any extension or without any longer version of the URL, it knows how to handle those two things, right? So it returns responses, and then it remembers things. I mean, that's pretty much how it works, right? So what we need to do is design our app or our projects to work like this. And what Django does is it actually breaks things down based off of functionality. So let's say, for instance, we have our accounts. So like our user accounts, that is called an app in Django. Yes, it's called an app. So it's called a Django app. Accounts is one thing. So let's say, for instance, we wanted something like videos. This would be another Django app. And if we wanted something like email signups or newsletter or marketing, or you could do analytics, or you could also do like menu listings, right? So a lot of these things are all considered apps. And we are going to explore these apps because what the apps do is actually handle these things with the help of Django, but they handle all of these things right here. So that's really how Django works. It does this sort of bread and butter of handling URLs and doing a response related to that URL and then it remembers things so, we can have a better experience on that site. And then it does this through apps. And these apps are self-contained like modules that are inside of a Django project. So not to get confused with apps like on your mobile phone or your smartphone, it's not to be confused with that. So let's go back into our Django project and actually start our first app. Now, what I did mention was menu listings. So we are going to be creating we are creating a project that is all about like listing out your own pickiness at any given restaurants. So what I'm going to do is actually go into my project. So let's change it to dev cd into Try Django 1.11. I need to activate the virtual environment source bin /activate. And also don't worry if you don't have some of these things. This is just things that we did off the video for reference source code. That's all, or for GitHub, like we mentioned in the last portion. Okay, so now we have activated our virtual environment and we're going to change into SRC and we're going to create one of those apps. So we're going to create one of these things that handles this stuff. So let's go ahead and just run it. We'll do Python manage.py, start app. And in my case, I'm going to do restaurants because I am going to have a general listing for restaurants. So I'm going to go ahead and hit enter. And now if we go back into our Django project, we see this thing called restaurants. And inside of this app, we have several things here: migrations, init, admin, apps, models, test, views. Now the key thing here is actually going to be views. So this is where we create those handlers for our URL. So that's that very first thing that we're doing. So I need to create a way to actually handle that. And that's what we'll do now. So let's just create a function-based view. So this is going to be a function-based view. It's not super important right now, but it is something that I did want to mention. And I'll just call it home. And remember how it handled that request, right? So when I go to a website, it goes and handles a request. So that means I can pass in a request as an argument, and then I can return some sort of response, right? So return some sort of response. Now, this is called a view. This is a function-based view versus a class-based view, but this is a function-based view, so I need to be able to return some sort of response here. And Django has a lot of built-in things to allow this to happen. And that's where this render, by default, Django.shortcuts import render, is already imported here. So I can return render, and render takes 3 arguments. One of them being the request, another being a template, and the final one being some context for that template in terms of a dictionary. We'll leave that context out for now, but we do want to have some sort of template here. And what I'm going to do is home.html as our eventual template. But before I even jump into that's kind of getting ahead of ourselves a little bit, I'm going to go ahead and comment this out. And I'm going to import another way to have a response. So from Django.http, import HTTP response. And all we're going to do here is return HTTP response, and we'll just say hello as a string. Okay, that's it. We've got our first view in our first app. So I'm going to go ahead and jump into my URLs, because remember, if we look back at this, it says it handles URLs. So I need to put this view into a URL. So if I go to urls.py, I'm going to import that view. So we'll do from restaurants.views import home. Okay, so as you notice, as I'm typing, it's going to give me some things as like a predictive sort of text, and it also gives me definitions. So there are some shortcuts that my text editor allows me to do. That's what those things are. Okay, so I'm not going to really explain the URL patterns just yet. Instead, I want to just get this working. So I'm just going to put a $sign here and then put home here. So I've got my URL patterns and I've got one for home. Of course, a lot of this reference is already there, and we will go into it more in the future. Okay, so now I actually have a URL set up with a view to handle that URL. So again, going back to this view, we look at it, it takes in the request, and it returns a response. Very, very simple. We save that, refresh in here. What do you know? hello is coming through, and now it's no longer empty. It's no longer saying, hey, this is your Django powered page. It's just saying hello. That is the basis of it. There's really not much more to it in Django than just that. Now, the things that get a little bit more complicated is remembering things, and then how it remembers those things, and then also how we can return different sort of responses. So in the next one, we are going to actually return a different kind of response based off of what we started talking about here. So stick with us. So we figured out how to handle URLs with a view. We did a very, very basic version of it. So basically, Django understands the URL. This is the absolute basic home page URL. Again, we'll talk about this a little bit more later, but it understands the URL and it sends it to the appropriate view because we did the imports, we did all of these things that are necessary to make that view work. So how do we send back something different, right? So right now I just say hello, but how do I send back more robust HTML? Now, what is HTML exactly? If we go to getbootstrap.com, we will actually be using this quite a bit, but what I want to do actually is view the page source. So under view, developer, view source, pretty much every major browser has some sort of development ability to do this. So if I open this up, I see that there's this doc type HTML. So when you use the web, it comes to the browser as this, as HTML. This is the language the browser reads. The browser comes through and reads this code and turns it into this. Seriously, that's literally what it does. I'm going to show you that in just a moment by using their Get Bootstrap code. We will cover actually implementing this, but I wanted to show you that, hey, this is the basic HTML code. So what we want to do instead on hello, we want to actually return that HTML code instead of just some plain text. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to jump back into that view and I'll just say HTML underscore equals to, I'm going to use triple quotes here because it's a long string and we're going to use some of the very basic HTML stuff. So I'll actually just come in here and paste in these things. So paste in head and close off the HTML tag and then open up a body tag, close off the body tag, and I'll just say h1, hello world, close off that h1 tag, and then I'll do paragraph text. This is HTML coming through. Close off that p tag. All right, and now instead of hello, we're gonna return this HTML. Again, it's a Python string, so it actually is a Python string here that we are returning. So we're gonna go ahead and save that quickly with Command S. So of course, you could also go to File, Save, and we're gonna come back into our project, make sure our server is still running. If you forgot about that, you just do python manage.py, run server. That's it. And if your virtual environment wasn't activated, hopefully you saw us reactivate it in that last one. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and refresh in here. And what do you know? Some HTML actually comes through. So this is an HTML string. This is actual HTML code, and that's what we're returning. So this is pretty cool. And what I want to do is actually show you something that's new to Python version 3.6, and that's something called f-strings. This is a cool little way to do string substitution. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to put an F in front of this, and then I'll just change this to being HTML, HTML var, and I'll just come above it and say HTML var equals to f-strings. We'll save that, and we refresh in here, and there we go. This is f-strings coming through. Just another way to do string substitution inside of Python 3.6. Very cool. But this is also showing us generally how we can combine these two things and make them even more robust, right? So like right now, this HTML code is super, super simple. Once we get it to look a little bit more like this, that starts to get very, very complicated. And we really don't want to have that inside of this view. And that's why Django has something built in to take it out of that view. That's where I wrote this home.html thing that is related to actual HTML code or HTML documentation, and then understanding how we can do this string substitution will help us with that second part of adding in some context there. So in the next one, we'll actually add in a template into using this view. That's what we'll be doing instead of just using this kind of our own built HTML stuff. If you have any questions on what we did here, let us know. Otherwise, let's keep going. Now it's time to turn our HTML string into an actual template, so an HTML document itself. So what I'm going to do is inside of my main folder where manage.py is, I'm going to make a new folder in here called templates. And inside of templates, I'm going to make a new file in here and call it base.html. I'll explain base.html soon, but let's just do that. Notice it is a .html, so that means it's an HTML document itself. So going back into our view, I'm going to go ahead and copy our HTML that we already have done and put it in here. Notice that once I copy and paste it, it does syntax editing for me, right? So this is actual HTML syntax, so therefore my text editors can actually edit this or validate whether or not it's doing correctly. So for example, if I get rid of this p tag and write out just a slash, it automatically does the p tag for me, where when I did the actual view, it did not do that. All right, so I've got this base HTML page ready, so it's time to actually be able to use this particular template. But before I do that, I'm going to go ahead and reveal this in Finder, or essentially just open this up. So base.html, if I open it up, this is what happens, right? So it's opening that file itself, and it's rendering as we would expect any sort of HTML document. So a static website, you could actually just bring just regular HTML onto a static website and it will work. So just keep that in mind. HTML pages are like the fundamental website. So this is its own website right here. It's not a very good one. It's not a very complicated one, but it is one. So you could actually use a service to put this on a server, just base.html, and then it would be a website. But Django does it better. Django, it does it in many ways, and it will do it in a much more powerful way. So since we've got this template folder now, I'm going to go into my main configuration into base.html, and I'm just going to go ahead and scroll down all the way to the templates item here. So this template settings is how our templates are being rendered, right? So Django can actually take templates and render them into something. We'll see what that means in just a moment. But the main thing here is DIRs. We want to change this, or actually add to this, where this new template directory is. And that's os.path.join. And it's going to be base dir and templates. Now, the reason I know this is the way it is, number one is from experience doing it so many times, but number two, base dir is where manage.py is, right? So the templates folder is on the same place as manage.py. And then if I scroll down, I can also look at this database file. It's roughly the exact same thing, and database.sqlite3 is in that same place. Now, learning more about OS takes some stuff on Python. It's more Python related stuff. So if you are curious about this, just let us know in the comments below. But otherwise, this is actually the path to where that templates folder is. Much like saying something like your path to templates on your own computer, right? It's much like that, or it's exactly that, but it's OS independent. So this works on Mac, Linux, and Windows versus how other things work. Okay, so now we've got this templates folder, and it actually exists somewhere now inside of our project. So going back into our views, I can go ahead and I'm just gonna comment out this entire thing. I'm gonna go ahead and copy it to some degree, paste it below, and we're going to delete everything except for I'm going to go ahead and cut out this return render stuff. Okay, so again, we still have our home view here. The old one I commented out for this reason, to make sure that our code is different. We use this function called render, which is built into shortcuts. It takes in the request as one of the arguments. It takes in a template name. Remember, we now have templates, and it takes in some context to return a response. Now, of course, we don't actually have home.html as a template, but we do have base.html. So let's do that. We'll see base.html. And let's go ahead and take a look at our homepage now. If I refresh, it says template does not exist. Okay, so going back into base. Now, this has to do with how our settings are set up. So if I go into init, notice it's importing a few other settings files. I'm actually going to comment those out for now and just go off of base.html. We'll save the other ones later, but for now, just going back to base.html. So we refresh in here, and there we go. We now see that HTML document rendering, much like when we actually opened it up on its own. The main thing here, though, is the file did not change like it did before. So if we go back into that view, before this HTML var turned into whatever this f string was, right? It did some string substitution. So bringing this back in, I'll just call this home_old. This document actually put f string in here. Now let's see that again. So I'm going to change that back to being home, and I'll call this home new. We'll save it. We refresh in here and notice that it does replace this portion. That's how f strings work. It uses those curly brackets and it replaces it just fine. So let's go back, keep it at home old, save it, and go back into base.html and add another set of curly brackets around this. This is now called a context variable. So what that means is I can go into my views and use this dictionary here, or Python dictionary, and put it in as context variable, and we refresh in here. That's still showing the old one, so we save this. I want to save base.html too, refresh, and now it's showing this is a context variable coming through. Okay, so let's change the context variable to something else, to true, and this is true coming through, right? So it's actually going off of whatever we named here. This is replacing this. Much like f strings, but it's not quite the same because there is something called logic that actually goes through with the templates that f strings don't have. We'll see what that means in just a moment, but the main thing here is this is what Django does. It takes in a request, it takes in some template, and it takes in some extra context there, and then it produces a better result, right? So what if I actually did something like import random, and I did a random integer? So I'll just say num equals random.randint between 0 and let's just say some huge number. Okay, so I'm going to just add this in as a context variable. So the key is num, and that's the actual context variable itself, and then the value is whatever value we set. So we're going to use num here, and then back into my base, I'll put another paragraph tag here, and we'll just say random number is double curly brackets num, save it, refresh. Not coming through, so let's make sure we save our view, refresh in there, and now it's giving us this random number. So this is something that is unique to how Django actually works. Now, this random number portion with the HTML would actually work. These would work in both places. That is, if I went like this and said num and just copied this paragraph tag and called this num, this is a random number. Those two would be roughly the same. It'd still work. But again, the key difference here is that we are not doing the best thing possible given what we can do with context, like this true value here. That's something that we'll show you in the next one, but this is how you render Django templates, and this is how you just render standard HTML. Of course, there is absolutely a way to just turn this into a document where it opens it and does all this stuff, but there's really no reason to do that. You might as well use the built-in Django stuff. All right, so in the next one, we'll actually look at how we can adjust context to show different data in our HTML document or inside of our template. So stay with us. Okay, so now that we've got this, we're actually going to go ahead and get rid of this home old. We no longer need that. because we're not going to reference it anymore. Now, what we're about to do is understand how context works a little bit more inside of templates. So you can see that in particular versus how this home old stuff works. We're really just abandoning this. This was really to show you and illustrate a point, not so much to stick with it, right? So let's go ahead and get rid of that. And we're now just on home. So we've already seen that we can use some context variables, but something that's really cool is inside of our templates, we can do all sorts of stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and say curly brackets % if HTML var curly % curly brackets, and then we'll do end if. So this is a conditional. You can actually use conditionals inside of Django templates. So that means that if this HTML variable equals, this is another way of saying equals to true, then we can actually render this stuff out or whatever this is. So I'll just say, for instance, if bool underscore item, we'll just call it bool item as in Boolean item. And I'm going to change HTML var to Boolean item here. I'm going to save both pages. So if Boolean item, then it's going to render that number. Now, of course, I didn't change it to false. So if I refresh, that Boolean item is still there. But notice that it says the HTML var coming through just went away. It just said this is coming through. So that original variable, there's no error that ran. It just isn't rendering it, right? But it does go away. We'll show you how to bring it back in just a moment. But let's go ahead and actually show you how to go false. So now if I save that view and then refresh on this HTML, that random number goes away. So this is how context actually works. I can actually change what's inside of here, and that will actually change how it's rendered on the template. I'll say that again. I can change anything in this context, and as long as I'm using those context variables like this, I can actually change how they're done. So this is a variable. This, of course, is a conditional, and we can also loop through things. So we can actually use a for loop in here as well. So I'll just say for some item in some list in for. Okay, so like conditionals, whenever you use a for loop, whatever you open, you must close. So let's go ahead and look back into our view, and I'll just say some list equals to, well, I'm going to say num, and then I'm going to make another random number and another random number. So some list is going to have a bunch of random numbers. Now I can add it into the context. This context is starting to get a little bit long, so I'm going to go ahead and cut that out and just say context equals to that dictionary. Okay. Space it out a little bit and then put context in here. Okay, so my sum list is going to be in there, and we have it on base.html. Notice that it's here. So some item, this is an arbitrary variable name that we give that only exists inside this for loop. So I'll say some item here. I'll do it here, and then I'll even put another paragraph tag and say some item is, and it should be blank once we actually render it, which we'll see. But now we've got this. I'm going to go ahead and just put a break tag here. We save it, refresh in here, and now if I refresh, notice those numbers are coming through. There's the random int numbers in there, and some item is blank. So it's actually not showing as we sort of expected. So this is some of the valuable things with these templates, right? We can change the context as we see fit. It's a really, really useful thing. Now, of course, we haven't remembered anything yet. We're just kind of coming up with random numbers and using random different variables and all that, right? So if I refresh in there, it's still showing us all of this stuff. And there's another thing that we can do, and that's called a template filter. So what I can actually come in here is say if, let's get rid of this extra curly bracket there. It's kind of an autocomplete thing. So we'll say if some item, again, this variable right here, with a pipe, the straight up and down line, and we just write out divisible by as one word, and we'll say 2 inside of quotes. If it's divisible by 2, we'll put an end if there. Again, once we open a condition, we must close it. Then we'll say even number. Save it. And we refresh in here, even number. Cool. So as far as these sort of built-in template tags and whatnot, you can actually go to djangoproject.com and you can see something like a template tag. And I would recommend kind of playing around with this on your own to see how it is this stuff works. Now, there's all sorts of reference there, and we definitely do a lot more of it on our projects on joincfe.com/projects, the ones that pretty much focus just on Django. Okay, so another thing was, I said this is just kind of being empty, right? So there is another template item that we can use, or template tag, called verbatim. So verbatim, and then we have to end it, so we'll say end verbatim. That means that I can actually render out my variable items here, right? So if I, for some reason, needed to have them show up, they will. In fact, I can do the entire page like this. So we'll do verbatim at the very top, and then verbatim at the very end, and we refresh, and now it's showing me the actual template itself, the raw template itself, versus actually rendering out that context. So something that's kind of cool to know if for whatever reason you needed to write out some code like we have, right? That's a way to do it. Cool. So again, this is some of the basics in using template tags and template context. And if you do want to learn more about it, there is a huge long reference on built-in template tags and features. We will be doing some more stuff, but something that's cool is comments, right? So you can comment things out and leave them in the template tag. There's another one called cycle, which I would recommend you try out. We already did a for loop in there. So it's just around playing around with those things to see exactly what it is that you can do. But this pretty much covers a lot of what you may end up doing on your actual projects. Now, I will say too that you shouldn't have too much logic in here, right? The logic should actually exist in this view. So for example, the number coming through, what I would say is if instead of having the bool item here, let's say condition bool item equaling to true, and if condition bool item, then we'll say num equals to that number. I'm going to show you this in a second. Otherwise, we'll just say none. Okay. And I'm going to get rid of this item of context variable. So if conditional bool item in here, this is where I'm saying the logic should exist in here. Go back into that base. And now what we'll just say is if num, so if the number is not none, basically, and we get this error here, int argument must be a string, so let's go back into our view. So I changed num to none, so that caused this error right here, so this has to be a number. So I'll just put it as some random number for that list item there. So again, we'll just come through here, make it a little bit cleaner, refresh, and there we go. So now it's showing us this random number. Now, if I change this to being false, there we go. So that's where the logic should actually exist in the view function itself, not so much in the template itself. But again, this is a lot of playing around with it and seeing how all of these things work. Now, if you remember back to how we first wrote it, we had home.html as our template name, not base. So what we're going to do in just a moment is actually talking about template inheritance and how that works. Stay with us. So now what we're going to do is talk about template inheritance. And to best understand this, it will make it easier for us to have multiple views. So I'm going to go into views.py inside, of course, my restaurants app. And I'm going to go ahead and copy home a few more times. So we'll come in here, and now we have home 1, 2, and 3. Oops, and there we go. And then we're going to go into our URLs, and we're going to import those other ones. So home 2, home 3. And now we're going to make some new URLs. So I'm going to go ahead and copy the one that we've created, and I'll just say home 2 and then home 3 and change the views in here. Now, these aren't practical necessarily, but they are what we'll be using. Make sure you have that comma gone. Okay, so we save this and we save our views. Now, if we go into our page and we go to Home 2, it shows us a different one. We go to Home 3, it shows us a different one, right? So it's 3 HTML templates that are being rendered. Now, what I could do for each one is make a new template. So let's go ahead and do that. I'll just say home2.html and then home3.html, and we'll keep the other one base. So back into our views, home 2 is now home 2, and then home 3 is home 3. And then in home 2 and 3, we'll just go ahead and copy base, bring it in, save it, and bring it in, save it again. And this time we'll just say home 2, hello world, or rather just home 2. I'm going to get rid of a lot of the text that's in here. Save that. Home 3, same deal. Get rid of the text and just put home 3. Back in my view, I will get rid of a lot of the context. We don't need it because this is about template inheritance. So let's go ahead and get rid of the context. And now we've got home 1 has context, 2 and 3 do not. So if I refresh in home 3, I see that it says home 3, 2, and 1. Oops, actually 1 is just 1. Okay. So we've now have a couple things that we just learned. Number 1, creating new pages is super easy, right? We just add that trailing slash, and then we add a slug, or basically a page that's ready to be easily used. That is, it doesn't have any spaces in it. That is not a valid URL. If you want to have separators, just use a dash, not an underscore. You could use a period. I wouldn't recommend it. I would use a dash and all lower cases. Okay, so we figured that part out, and we showed you how easy it is to have new views for them, right? And we also showed you how to change some templates in there. Cool. Very easy and very achievable, if you ask me. It's pretty straightforward. I mean, we already figured out how to do one. Now we've done more advanced ones. But here's where things fall apart. If we look at base.html, home2.html, and home3.html, we actually end up repeating ourselves a lot. And if we start using any CSS or anything inside of this page, it will really fall apart on our brand stuff. So let's actually give an example of that. I'll just say another H1, and I'll say mooeypicky.com. Okay, so I save that and I refresh. mooeypicky.com's on that page, but if I go to home 2, it's not on that page. So I actually want it on both of those pages. So a way to do it would be to copy this and paste it on this page. And then we can repeat that process for every page going forward. But if you want to know something that's really cool about the philosophy behind code and software, it's called DRY. That is, do not repeat yourself, or don't repeat yourself, as a contraction to make it that nice DRY acronym. Okay, so that means that we don't want to repeat ourselves, or we want to limit the amount of we repeat ourselves as much as possible. In base.html, home2.html, and home3.html, we actually repeat ourselves a lot because we have, first of all, the brand, but also all of this stuff. So if we had any CSS or any other sorts of things that are related to the metadata, we would have some issues. And that's where template inheritance really shines, and that's where it comes in. So instead, what we're going to do is I'm going to keep this doc type HTML, and I'm going to make a new template in here called home.html. And what I'm going to do inside of home is I'm really just going to have all of the content that's literally just related to home.html. So I just put it in here. I'm going to save it, go back into my views, and go to home and change base.html to home.html. So it's back to that, right? So we now have it exactly where we want it to be. So we save that, I refresh on my home page, and it's actually still working. If I view the page source, I will see that it is rendering out the HTML. Now, this is not properly validated HTML, but since Chrome is an advanced web browser, it knows that this is HTML, so it will render it correctly. It doesn't actually need, and what I'm saying is it doesn't need the doc type HTML stuff to actually render HTML. But this is invalid HTML itself. So how do we fix that? Well, let's go back into base.html, and we're going to use a template tag called block content. And then we'll do in block content. And what we want to do is put all of our content inside of this area. Whatever this area is, we want to put it in there. And to make it even more clear, we'll just put a div class called content, or rather div class container. So this is the main container that's going to hold all of our content. So since I've got this, I can now jump into home.html and use another tag called extends and base.html. So extends another template. And then we are going to go ahead and do block content around our content, and then in block content. We save that. We refresh on our homepage, and now it has mooeypicky.com there. If I look back in our source, I refresh, notice that all of that other stuff is coming through. So basically what I did was, or what Django did was, it took in only this stuff, it got rid of all of the template tags, and replaced them in here. So let's actually look at it with what I mean. So if I say, hello there, exclamation mark, and I'll call this block content 2. We save that. I refresh here. Now it got rid of everything in there. It says hello there. That's all it says. But let's go ahead and copy this again and then put block content below it. And notice there's still stuff inside of block content. I refresh in there. It goes away. But the content actually comes in. So it's taking this block out. So it's like I'm cutting this block out and then pasting it with this block. Okay, so this is you're gonna have to actually play around with this to see it work. Now, what if you did have some content in here that you wanted to include inside of your content? I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of this. Well, what if you wanted to include that hello there inside of home.html? It's really simple. You just do 2 curly brackets block.super. We save that, a refresh, and it will actually have hello there in it. We save the base.html. It's only there once. Now I can move it anywhere, and I can put it in another area and so on, right? So I can still use the content that's in there, but this is called template inheritance. This allows me to actually change the layout or the content that's actually inside of any given template. And then using the extends call allows me to go there, right? So in home2.html, I can do the exact same thing. So the main content that I wanted was just this home2. So I'll just say extends base.html and then block content and then in block. Now you don't actually have to write content, but you can. We put that home2, so we save that, and then we go to home2, and now there it is. Movie Picky is still there, and we can actually look at home2's source as well, and it's showing the same stuff. Notice it still has container in there. Okay, so now that means I can make some navigation. So let's just do that. I'm just going to do some basic navigation. We'll just do ahref to the home page, and we'll just say home, and then ahref to the home2 page, and we'll say 2. So there is some URLs there now. I save that and refresh. Notice it says home and 2. So if I click on home, it takes me to home. Click on 2, it takes me to 2. There we go. So we've got a very functional page now, and it's actually working because it's replacing this little block here with the templates that we have decided. So let's actually name these things as they would. I'm actually going to get rid of home3 and change it to being called contact.html. I'm going to get rid of home2 and call it about.html. And I'll just call this, put in home2. I'll just change this to being about. And I'll copy this and go into contact and change it into being contact. All right, so far so good. And now since we've changed our templates, let's go into our views and change them. We'll call this about, change the context to being about, and content or contact and contact. There we go. Finally, our URLs, we need to change those as well. So we'll say about and contact. So changing these, about, contact, and about. Save it, refresh in here, and let's change our URLs on that base.html. So this will be about, call it about, and then finally the last one being contact and contact. We save that, refresh in here, and now if I click on these links, it actually takes me through. And the URLs changed. So if I copied this and pasted it, or open a new tab and pasted it, it's going to go where it needs to go. So going back to this, we've figured out how to handle the URLs. We've returned the responses, and we're returning better responses now. We're not really remembering things yet, but we're turning better responses. When I say remembering things, of course, I mean related to the user or something that's stored in the database. We haven't stored anything in the database yet. Okay, so that's it for template inheritance. If you have questions on this, let us know. We will cover more of these things, but if you're confused about this at all, you might want to rewatch it or at least play around with how these blocks work. Now, you have to use block to make it actually be changeable. So I'll do one more example of that, and we're going to put a title tag in here, and I'll just say, this is going to call it mooeypicky.com. We save that. Refresh up here. We see that it says mooeypicky. If I go to any of the pages, it'll stay as mooeypicky. So what I want to do then is say block title or block head underscore title. And then whatever we open, we must close. So in block head underscore title. Okay, so I can actually copy just that block. I don't need the title tags, just this block here. And I can go into home.html, and I'll say welcome, two pipes, and then block.super. And keep those curly brackets closed. Again, what opens must be closed. We refresh, and there we go. We've got welcome. And I can go ahead and copy this again on contact and call it contact. And copy that again and go on here and say about. Now you might be like, hey, you're repeating yourself. You're adding this on every page. Well, not necessarily, right? Actually on home, I'm going to leave welcome off and just have it as the default, which is mooeypicky.com. Refresh. There we go. It's there. Go to about. Click on about. It shows us about. Contact. Contact's not showing up. So let's make sure we save it. Refresh. There we go. Cool. So it's dry and it shows us the concept even more on a whole nother level. All right. So that's template inheritance. Again, if you have any questions, let us know. Otherwise, let's keep going. Now we got one more thing that we can actually add in here, and that is the include template tag. This is something that's actually really useful to really break apart your templates. And the point of this, and the reason you would use templates, is to really just condense the code that you're trying to fix and or work with, right? So on base.html, we actually have some sort of a navigation here. It's not a pretty navigation, but it is navigation nonetheless. So I can actually cut this out and I can use something called include. But before I do that, inside of this template folder here, I'm going to make a new folder here, and I'm going to call it snippets. And inside of snippets, I'm going to make a new file, call it nav.html. Paste this in. There is my new nav bar. So inside of base, I can just go include and a string to what I want to include, which is snippets/nav.html. Again, snippets is the name of the folder it's in, and then nav.html is the name of the file. So we save those things, and I go ahead and refresh in here. Oops, I didn't close off that snippet, so I see that the error that actually happened, it doesn't actually render it. So going back into base, see how I have the parentheses, or the curly brackets and percent. We want to have curly brackets and percent at the end as well. So we refresh, and now it's there. So my nav is showing up everywhere. So that means that I can actually change it how I like. So this also means that I can include other sorts of things. So snippets, I'm going to go ahead and say css.html. And then I might as well say js.html. So my CSS and JavaScript. Let's go into my base, and inside of head, I'll just go ahead and say include snippets.css.html. And then at the end of my body tag, I'll go ahead and say include JS. Okay, so snippets, the name of the folder, is arbitrary. Templates isn't exactly arbitrary, but snippets is. Now in this case, this kind of makes sense. These are sort of snippets. These are little things that I'm actually using versus the other templates are actual full-on templates. Like a view actually ends up using those sorts of templates, but this is going to be up to you on your own styling on how you want to go about doing that. So instead of css.html, let's actually add some CSS. Let's go back into getbootstrap.com, go to getting started, and yes, I'm using Bootstrap version 3.7, or excuse me, 3.3.7, not version 4, not quite yet. You can venture to version 4 if you'd like, but it's not public or it's not fully released yet, so we're going to stick with 3.3 at this time. I'm going to go ahead and copy their Bootstrap CDN CSS. So I'm going to copy these two things here. Notice both of them in with CSS. They are CSS themselves. Hopefully you know that. I'll paste this into css.html, and then the JavaScript, I'm going to go ahead and copy and paste that into js.html. And I might actually have to import jQuery. It says, please note that all JavaScript plugins require jQuery. So I'm actually going to leave out jQuery plugins in general for now, but I will get jQuery CDN just in case because I might need it. So I just do a Google search for jQuery CDN, and I'll go ahead and get the jQuery core. I'm going to go ahead and get the minified version of 3.x. Just copy this, come back in here and do script source equals to, oops, we want to copy the link address. There we go, close off that script. And I'm going to probably have to put this above there. So I go ahead and do that. I refresh in here, and what do you know? It actually changed the way it looks, right? And that's because if I go into base.html, I have these items in a container, so it actually brings it inside a container. So that means in my nav, I can do the same thing. I can say div class equals to container. Close off that div, refresh, and it brings it in. And there we go. So now we have a little bit better styling and also a better understanding of how this include tag actually works. We will clean this up a little bit more, but this is something that's useful all across the board. So these little snippets, you don't necessarily have to do it just on base.html. For example, let's go ahead and put a snippet for sidebar.html. And I'm just going to use a UL class here, so a list class. And an ordered list, I'll just say item 1, and then item 2. Okay, so we've got this here. And now in our about page, I'll come in here and say include, and this is going to be snippets and sidebar.html. Close off those parentheses. This is on the about page, so we click on about. Notice it is showing me those two items. To test this, we can add a third item. Item 3. Refresh, and there it is. Contact doesn't have it, about does, home doesn't. We want to bring it into contact, which you might. We could bring it into contact inside of the block content, of course. We refresh in there. And let's save it, go back into contact, and there's contact, about contact. There it is. It's working just as we might expect. So if you have any questions on this include tag, let us know. Otherwise, let's keep going. All right, so every once in a while you shut down your computer or you shut down terminal and you get something like this. Let's say, for instance, you shut down your computer and you opened it back up and you've got this here. How do we actually reactivate our system? It's really simple. We're going to list out where we are, or PWD, and we see that this is the virtual environment as we've created before. So all I can do is source // bin/activate, We press enter and that reactivates that virtual environment. So let's go ahead and do that again, where I'm opening a brand new terminal window here. And again, I need to navigate to my project. And in this case, it's just going in cd dev, cd try Django 1.11, and then again, source bin/activate. And of course, the actual activation is just slightly different if you're on Windows. And then we cd into source, and then we do python manage.py run server. And if we need to deactivate for some reason, we just type out deactivate, and that deactivates it. And then we can reactivate it all we want. So just a little information on doing those things. Well, let's keep going. Now it's time to introduce a different way of rendering a view, or in other words, rendering a way to handle a URL. So what we're going to be doing is using something called class-based views. Now, the big reason you use something like class-based views is to eliminate repeating yourself or eliminate redundant work. So if we actually take a look at these three things, for the most part, they do the same thing. There is some variance here with the context that's going through, but all three of them really just render out a template with some context. In this case, these are empty context, but they're just doing the exact same thing. They're rendering a template, but they're not doing it much more than that, right? So they're not smart yet. They don't remember things yet. So until they remember things, these are fairly common pages you might end up doing. As we've already seen, we have contact, about, and home. Now, you might do more advanced things for contact, but if your initial contact page is simply just like email us, right? So if we did ahref mail to, and then your email at gmail.com or something like that, email us, that might be your initial contact page. In fact, I don't think there's anything wrong with having this long term because people still use email all the time. So maybe that's how your contact page ends up being. So since we have those things, let's actually change them into using something called class-based views. Now you're going to want to use the reference a lot. And I will say that class-based views are a little bit harder to understand than function-based views because there's just more to them. They have more built-in features into them as they stand. So in here we've got, this is the URL for the class-based views, or of course if you search Django class-based views API, you'll see this. This is just the reference for all sorts of things that class-based views do. The things that we're going to be really looking at as we go forward are really just these first few: base views, generic display views, and generic editing views. We'll worry about the display and editing later, but for now we're going to be using just the standard base view. So if I click on that one, it will take me down to the standard base view here, and this is it. So I can just really import it here, and we're going to just come in here and do from Django views, import view. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to convert these two to being a different kind of view. So I'll just say class, and it will be contact view. Okay, so I'm going to just give us some space here. And it inherits from view, so that view that we imported here. So it inherits from that view class. And now we have to define which methods this view allows for. Now, what do I mean by methods? Well, if we look at our terminal here, every time we go to a page, say for instance, if we go to home, about, or contact, this happens, right? So in here we see it says get. So there are different kinds of methods for everything that we work with, which I'm not going to get into those methods yet, but we do see that the very first method, or the method we're concerned about, is get. So what we have to do is define that method here in order for this view to actually handle it. So it's going to return. So a get method is that request. It's a type of request, right? So when I click on this and hit enter, me as the user, I am getting the information from the server, so it's called a get method. So that's what that is. Very simple. So our view has to be able to understand these get methods. We have to give it the ability to handle those get methods, and that's what this is for. So in here, since it's a class-based view, we have to add in something else called self, because it is a method inside of a class, so you need to have self in there. And then it still is passing in the request. So the request is still an argument to this get method. And then finally, we can add args and keyword args, which I'll explain in just a moment, also. And you're going to probably do this by default on class-based views. You can do it on function-based views too, but you'll probably do it by default on class-based views. And again, I'll explain that in just a moment. So finally, all I have to do is return that render function. So just like this, I can still return that context. In this case, it's just an empty dictionary here. So I'll just do it just like that. And now we have our new view, which is our contact view as a class view. So in order for us to wrap this into our URL, we go to urls.py. And then now we're going to import our contact view. Notice how we actually write the syntax for classes. This is a Python standard thing, so you want to make sure that they are capitalized on those two new words, whereas function-based views are always lowercase, and then they use underscores if you were to do something like that. Okay, so now that we've got this contact view, I'm actually going to change our old one to being contact view, and then since it's a class, we have to create an instance of that class, so we just do .as view, and that will actually run much like a function view does on its own. So this is a callable function-based view, which we'll see in just a second as to the error that may happen. So if I refresh in here, it's still loading just fine, right? So nothing really changed. So what are the things that we could add to make these args and keyword args do anything? Well, if we go back into our URLs, and this is slightly advanced, so you don't have to follow along everything I'm doing here, but I'm just going to change the regular expression just slightly to have the ability to pass in something called an ID. So I'm allowing for some sort of argument to come in. So again, we'll go into more detail in the future, but just so you know now, if I go to contact one, oops, I have to save my URLs here. But I go to contact one, it still shows me this contact page. If I go in here now without contact one, then it doesn't show anything. But now if I put any sort of number after contact, it will go to that same page. So if we go back into our view and I actually print out the keyword args or the past arguments, I refresh in here, I can actually see in my terminal the ID that's coming up here. Now this will come into play a lot more later, but I did want to make sure that you knew that's why you might by default put keyword args. Okay, so let's go ahead and get rid of that. Save that one, and we'll also get rid of this right here. Again, just really to illustrate a point so you guys can see exactly how it is that's working. The next thing that I did want to show you is like an error that may occur that you might forget to do, and you might forget to put as view. So you might just import your class-based view, much like you did with your function-based views, and then just do contact view. I refresh in here. Oops, let's go back to the right URL here. And I get something like this. So that means that you didn't actually run your view, but it's not giving you that great of an error. It really isn't. So let's save it, and we'll save the URLs again. And I refresh. Everything is just not working as it should. And that's just one of those errors that you may end up seeing. Okay, so that is an introduction to class-based views. Now, if you're familiar with HTTP methods, there definitely are other ones, right? So we can do something like post and put. So this then allows us to handle those kinds of methods, which is something we will cover. But I'm going to go ahead and just comment those out for now and focus on how do we do this even more efficiently given that we have no context. That's something we'll talk about very soon, so stay with us. So again, we just went through that view or the default view for class-based views to kind of basically change our function-based view into a class-based view. Granted, this has, well, it has a few, like just as many lines, actually one extra line than the contact view. So there's actually a way to make this even more efficient, even better, because really all we're doing is rendering out this template. So if we go back in here, we can see right below view, there's a template view. So let's go ahead and look at that. And the template view, what that allows us to do is really just name a template. right? So we're going to actually do this right now. First of all, I'm going to go ahead and import. We'll do from Django.views.generic, and we're going to import template view. I believe you can also do generic.base, but I'm pretty sure that we can just import it from template view. If I save it, I have no issues. So generic also allows you to do that import. So to do the exact same thing as this contact view, I'm going to just go ahead and copy that template view class. And I'm going to get rid of these comments here, and I'll just do class contact template view now, and we'll say view, and we'll just do template name equals to contact.html. Okay, so now that we've got that, let's go ahead and copy this, bring it into our URLs, and import that template contact template view. And again, we're going to have it as view, so we save that here, refresh, go back into our content, refresh in here, and we should actually get it, but it's saying method not allowed. So we're going to save that again and save that again. Oh, little error here. We have only the view as there. We should put template view. Oh, so this is actually something important to note too. Notice that I didn't implement the get method here, but I do see that the error is coming through here. So it is showing me that there is an error. I just am not seeing it on this. It's just the method is not allowed. So it's a 405 error. That's just something to note when you don't implement a method for a view, a default view. So we change that back to template view, and we refresh in here, and there that template view is now working. Okay, cool. So I can do the same idea with about and also even home. So let's go ahead and do that. And I'm going to actually just call this the contact view, and I'm going to get rid of the old contact view. We don't need that anymore. So my URLs, I'm going to also just get rid of this now. Template view, so we only have one import here. I'm also going to get rid of contact, home, and about. We will be changing those right now. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this. Oops. And let's open that back up. So copy this, paste, and paste. First one is going to be the home view, and then finally the about view. Okay, so now I can actually get rid of a bunch of things, but I'm going to import the home view and about view and change these in here as view, and then about as view as well. Okay, so we've got that saved. Our URLs are looking good. Our views are looking good. But there's one thing, our home view is not correct anymore. So if we actually take a look at it, it's now going to be empty, right? And it's actually going off of the wrong template even. So we want to do home here and about here. Okay, so now it's definitely along the lines where it's right, but on the home page, it's no longer showing any of those extra context items. So if you look at the documentation, it actually shows you what you need to do. But basically in here, we're going to add a overriding method called get context data, and it's going to take in self args and keyword args. So I called this an overriding method. That means that I am overriding the method that's inside of the template view. It's a default method that comes in with this class-based view, and that's just how it is. It's predefined for us. Whereas our function-based views, nothing is predefined for us other than the fact that we take in a request. Everything else is not predefined. This is one of the big advantages of using class-based views, is they take out a lot of that redundant information. So what I can do is to get that original context, or to get the context that comes in by default, I want to call that default method using the super call. So we do super home self. So this is getting the template view class basically. And then we're going to get that context data, and we're going to pass in args and keyword args. So we're passing in these arguments as a fail-safe. So putting these are always a fail-safe, and this gives me the context that is being passed by default to this view. This is going to make a lot more sense once we go into more depth in using things that are remembered. But the important part here is that we can actually see that this context that's similar to this, it's much like that. All right, so let's take a look. Back on our home page, we'll refresh, and in our terminal, we see that it shows us context, and that context is specifically for a view, and it's actually giving us the home view object. Now inside of this context, I can also add in all of those things in my original home context. Now notice how I paste them, the tabbing and the spacing is incorrect, so I'm going to tab these in, save it. Now I've got this context data in here, and if I refresh, that data is now back. And of course, num, what were we doing? We said conditional bool item. Let's put that to true again. And then we refresh in here, and now it's giving me all of the things as original. Okay, so that means I can get rid of all of my function-based views for class-based views. Now, before we actually leave, I'm going to tell you one more thing that we absolutely can do to make these even more efficient. And that is, let's go ahead and copy this import here and go into our URLs themselves, import it in, and instead of having a view for about and contact, we can just do template view in here. And then all we do is pass in the template name as an argument, and then we do about.html, and the same thing is true for contact, and then just contact.html. We save our URLs, go back into these views, and just delete those off. We don't need them anymore, and so in our URLs, we just are going to import that home view. And the only reason we're importing the home view in the first place, or customizing that template view in the first place, is because we have this extra context. If we didn't have that extra context, we would do this same thing right there. So if you have any questions on template view, let us know. Otherwise, let's keep going. So we're actually at a point where we actually have a functioning website. I mean, we can add in a bunch of other pages, but now in lieu of just doing straight HTML, we could use Django right now as it stands as a website. I mean, it's really just ready to go. Obviously, you'd have to change the styling and add some other like nice things to it to make it more of a, you know, a robust or better looking website. But even some people might think, hey, this is the simple sort of website that I want. I mean, there's an author that I really like. His name's Derek Sivers. And if you go to sivers.org and read about him, this guy, look at how simple this website is. But it's very effective and it shows everything that he is. He's a really cool guy. If you haven't looked him up, definitely check it out. But I mean, how much different do these things look? They're not that much different when it comes down to it, other than he has a bunch of content. And if you look at like his articles, he actually saves some things. So if I click on something, this is an article that's actually saved in his database. So what that means is it's time for us to start saving things, to start remembering things. So we've already really handled the first and second thing, but we haven't remembered things and then had those first and second things being remembered either. So by default, Django actually has some built-in backend features. So I believe we actually already created a super user, but even if we didn't, even if we did, let's go ahead and make another one. And I'm going to show you that it already is creating some things, or it's already saving some things. So if we do python manage.py, create super user, we're going to make another one, and I'll just say jmitchell3, not put the email address in, and just put a whatever password in. In my case, I just put learn code. I say a whatever password because we are in a test environment. Once you take it out of a test environment and send it into the wild, you're not going to want to have a whatever password. You're going to want to have a good password. Okay, so now that we've got that, my server's still running. I have a new user here now, and I can actually go into the Django admin. So we go type in admin, and this should take you to something like this. So I'm going to type in my username, which was jmitchell3, and learn code. I hit login, and there we go. I'm going to go ahead and let Chrome save this password because I'm going to be using it a lot. This is the backend. This is actually Django connected to a server. So if I click on users, I see that I actually do have two users. I already did create a user, but these are actually saved in a database. Where is that database exactly? Well, that database is in our db.sqlite3 file, this right here. So when we run those migrations, what we did before, which was python manage.py migrate, what that did was it saved a bunch of data in the database. Now, what is this data and where did it come from exactly? So if we look at our settings module, or base.py in our case right now, and we scroll down, we see this thing called installed apps. So these are in there by default, one of them being the, you guessed it, the admin, where we are right now on our actual browser. The next one being auth, as in authentication, as in I logged in as a user, right? You saw me do it. Content types, sessions, and a few other things that we're not going to go into yet, but this is how our database knows about this stuff, right? So our database is actually correlated to some of these things, and it allows us to save stuff. So auth is one of those things that we can see visually right here in the admin, is these are our authentication and authorization. These are our users. That's coming from this app right here. We're going to go one step further and even look at that app. So inside of lib, Python 3.6, site packages, Django, django.contrib.auth, so django.contrib.auth, and I'm going to just zoom out a little bit so I can find it for us. There's this thing called models.py, so I click on models, and if I scroll down a little bit, I'm going to see, I see group. Group is a type of model, and then if I scroll down even more, I'll see a class called user, or sorry, rather, abstract base user. So this is actually the user model. So this is the data that's associated, right? So we see first name here. If I click on one of these users, first name. We see last name, email right there. Active is active, staff, date joined, all of these things, right? So if I scroll down, I should see date joined right there, last login. I've got all this stuff that's already associated to the database because of the code that was already created. Now, I'm not going to touch this models.py. I just wanted to show you guys that it exists in our virtual environment and we can actually take a look at it. So what we want to do is something very similar, but not necessarily for users because those already exist. We don't actually have to touch the users. But instead, I want to do it for restaurants. I want to have a list of restaurants first, right? So I want to be able to allow me as a user to add my favorite restaurants. I'm not doing this where it's like a Yelp type of thing. It's much more for me. It's my own personal thing. So I'm going to have my own favorite restaurants. I'm going to write in all of the information for them, and I'm going to save them in the database. So to do this, we are going to do our very, very first model itself. So we'll do class, and I'll call it restaurant. And it's going to take in models.model. So models.model is the class it's inheriting from, so we can actually map whatever we type here to the database, so it can actually save in the database. So all I'll say here is just say name. And I'm going to use models.charField, and we'll do max length. I'll explain why we're doing this in a second. 120, and that's it. Okay, so we save this, and since we created models and we added a new app, we did both of those things, so I want to add them into my installed apps in here, right? So all I have to do now is add in restaurants. So what this does is it's telling Django, hey, you have this app restaurants, which is this app right here. Oops, restaurants. You have this app restaurants, and you have inside that app we have something called models, much like we just saw with auth. So since Django knows about this now, and we created something in our models, we can do something called migrations. So we'll do Python manage.py, make migrations. So migrations, we press enter, and then we do Python manage.py, migrate. So what this did was, let's look at it. We said make migrations. So there was no history of this model ever existing, right? So the database doesn't know about this model. So we have to kind of prepare Django to tell the database to know about this model. So this does that. This prepares Django to tell the database about this model, and then migrate actually tells the database about the model and makes the database fit with the model. So they work in conjunction with each other. They're nice and aligned now. So let's try that again. I'm actually going to copy name and paste underneath it and say location. And this time I'm just going to go ahead and say null equals to true and blank equals to true. I'm going to just tab these over so they're aligned. Okay, so we've got name and location. So we added a new field to our model. we added something new to a model that already exists in the database. How do we know it already exists? Is because we created a migration and then we migrated it, or we added it to the database. So we got to do that again. So I'm going to create a migration. This adds this new field to location to the restaurant model. And then we have to let our database know about it. So I prepared Django to let our database know about it. And then I have to tell Django to let our database know about it. Yes, it's 2 steps always those 2 steps. Whenever you make changes, you're going to run Python manage.py, make migrations, and then Python manage.py, migrate. So prepare the changes, make the changes in the actual database. Well, okay, so now I've got this model. Let's go ahead and bring it into the admin so we can actually take a look at it. So opening up admin.py inside of restaurants, we just do from.models. So I'm importing that model, restaurant. We'll just do admin.site.register. So this method imports the model itself, so this model, and it adds it into that admin. So if I save this file as well as models.py, of course you always want to save these files before you run migrations too, otherwise nothing's going to happen. In fact, it will probably look like this, right? So no changes detected. I finally made changes, and that's how the migrations work. Okay, so now we've got it in the admin. Let's go ahead and take a look. I'm going to click back on home. And what do you know? Here's that restaurant's app and the restaurant's model name. Now this is a little bit confusing. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to come back into my model. I'm going to change restaurant to being restaurant location. Change the name of the model. So I made a change to the model, and now it can't import restaurant location. So let's make sure that admin is updated correctly. And again, with classes, you want to make sure that you name them in that way. So I made changes to the model. So what do I have to do? Make migrations. And look, it's asking me, did you rename the restaurants.restaurant model to restaurant location? Yes, I did. And then now I can migrate. And what do you know? It changes everything in the database. I refresh in here, and now it's a little bit more clear. Restaurants app, restaurant locations. I click on this, and then I can add another one, and I can say my name and location. So I'll say the first restaurant, Baja Fish Tacos, one of my favorite taco places right here in Newport Beach. Well, it's actually technically Costa Mesa, so let's put it in Costa Mesa. I'll go ahead and save it. And there we go. We've got a restaurant location object. That is it. It's actually saved in the database. So at this point, you can add all the locations you want. And now the key is to get this data out of the database and put it on our web page. That's something we'll do very, very soon. Stay with us. Now, before we actually jump into allowing anyone to see these items in our views, I'm going to add a new item to the actual model to give you some practice to it. So again, we're in restaurants, models.py, and I'm going to add in category. And I'll just say models.charField, max length 120, and I'll say null equals to true and blank equals to true. I know I told you that I would tell you what these things mean. So what it is this character field has a maximum length of 120 characters. That's spaces, any sort of alphabetical characters, or any numbers. That's 120 total. It won't go beyond that. It will raise an error if you try to, or it actually just won't even do it. And then null being true and blank being true. So null being true means that it can be absolutely empty in the database. So the database, that's database related. It can be empty or null in the database. Blank being true means that you can leave it blank on your built-in Django forms or even in the admin. So if I said blank equal to false, we'll take a look at what that means in just a second. So I'm going to save that. Now I've added, what did I do? I added a category into a model. So I added a new field to my model. So what do I have to do? I have to run Python manage.py, make migrations, and then Python manage.py migrate. It shows me what I did. I hit migrate, make sure my database has it, and then I'm going to go ahead and check out the admin, right? So let's go back into the admin. I'm going to click on that object, and now I see that categories here. If I hit save and continue, it's now saying the field is required. That is what this blank is doing. So if I say true again, and what did I do? I made some changes to my models. So I have to do make migrations and then migrate. Always, every single time. You definitely want to do that. I refresh in here, hit continue, and what do you know? Category becomes no longer required. But category, I'll say Mexican, as in Mexican food, and we hit save and continue, and that object is now in there. Okay, so that is some of the basics of saving data, right? We kind of understand that. We went through it before, and now hopefully it's a lot more clear. Now you might be curious as to like what kind of fields you can put in here, and that's really simple. If we do a search for Django model fields, this is how you might end up searching for them, right? So we're working in models and we want the different kinds of fields. First thing that comes up, model field reference. So I click on that and I can actually scroll down. I can read about those things that I just told you about, blank, null, and then all the fields themselves. So the field types, if you look on the right-hand side here, you can click on field types, or of course you can just go to that URL here and you can see all of the different types of fields. We've been using char field. And if there's an argument on here, unlike here it says options, it doesn't have an actual argument, then that's usually something that's required of you to put in there. So let's say for instance, this comma separated integer field, I'm gonna add it and then remove it just to illustrate a point here. So we'll say int field, and we'll just say equals to models dot comma separated integer field. I'll save that. And because I added some data to my models, I run make migrations. And as soon as I do that, it says char fields must define max length. So it's giving me the error, restaurant app, restaurant model, and then the field name. And it's saying that a char field must define the max length. So that's technically a char field. So it's inheriting from a char field. So it's saying you need to make sure that length's in there. So Django's really smart, and it's actually gotten a lot better on the errors themselves. And it's even showing us that this comma separated integer field will be removed in Django 2.0. So let's not use it at all. Let's actually remove it. I'll save that and I'll do make migrations again. No changes were actually detected because it didn't even allow me to prepare for those changes because we had some errors. Cool. Okay, so that's pretty much it. I mean, there's a lot of other things in here, such as date field. This is another one that you might end up using, and a date time field. So I'm gonna go ahead and do that. I'm gonna say date, or rather timestamp. So when we actually add it into the database, we'll do models.datetime field. And there's a couple things that we have to kind of say. Auto now equaling to false, auto now add equaling to false. Okay, so if I want to use a date time field like this is no problem. So let's say, for instance, we had this. Let's take a look at it. I'm going to go ahead and make my migrations because I made some changes. And look what it's trying to do. We're adding a non-nullable field timestamp to this model, but we don't have a default. So this is the thing, is like once you have database items and you try to add a new field, you either have to give a default, so a default value of something, or you have to say null equals to true, or the last thing would be to provide a one-off default when you're running your migrations, which is what we're going to do. I'm going to provide a one-off default. Notice that the date time and Django.utils.timezone modules are available, and we're using a date time field, right? So I can actually do timezone.now, hit enter, and what do you know? It actually does that. And then if I run migrate, it creates that timestamp for me. So the server should still be running, and it is. So let's actually look at the admin for that. If I refresh in here, I now see that I have this timestamp, right? So the timestamp was based off of what I just did. Now, the reason I'm telling you about this is because of these two items right here. Timestamp actually is more referred to when it's actually added to the database. So auto now add should be true, not false. But I did want to show you that there is a way that you can change these inside of the admin. Now, as soon as I do this, you can no longer change it in the admin. And that's also true for auto now. So we're going to get rid of the extra arguments here because you don't need them. And we're going to put this as updated. And we'll save it. I made some changes to the model, so what do I have to do? Make migrations, and then migrate. And now if I go back into the admin, I refresh in here, it's no longer there. Like I actually can't make changes to those, although those fields are definitely on that item. But these are automatically done for us. They're automatically saved for us in the database, which we'll actually see when we take a look at these, but when we take a look at them on our views. But this is an important part, and it's something that you definitely probably are going to want to do on a lot of your models, especially something like restaurant location. So like if you haven't updated this restaurant in like 5 years, you're probably going to want to know about that. You also might want to know when you first added it to your, your items, such as if it's an anniversary. If you've done it, if you actually did it 2 years ago, you might want to know that. Even if you updated or made some changes to it, you might want to know, hey, we added this location 2 years ago. That is something that you might really consider having. That's why you might do both of these fields. And again, my own date time field, or let's say my own date field, equals to models.date, either date time or date field, and to really just get rid of them, auto now add, and auto now being to false. And we're just going to tab these all over now. I like doing this to make it nice and clean and easy to read. It's not necessary, but it's something that's good. Okay, so this is another field. Again, that's how you would do it if you wanted your own custom field in there for that date object. I'm spending a lot of time on that because you end up using these things a lot, or at least I end up using these things a lot. The other kind of fields we will go through as needed for this particular project, but I do recommend that you check them out on your own and really start to experiment. If all things go wrong, just delete everything and start over. Literally delete the entire app and just create a new one. You might even have to delete the database and also create a new one, but that's how you learn, that's how you get better. All right, so stick with us. Now it's time to take a look at these items. We actually want to see them in a view finally. So to do this, we're going to jump into views.py, and I'm actually going to move the home view elsewhere. Like I don't want the home view on my restaurants anymore. That doesn't exactly fully make sense. In fact, I don't even want the context data for this homepage anymore either. So I'm going to delete it completely and just go back into my URLs, delete that home view also, or we can leave the import there, but comment it out. And I'm just going to give my home page its own template name, just like that. If I want a more advanced home view, I can do that in the future, but for now, I don't even want it. I want to leave this completely blank, like as if we were working on a new app all by itself. Okay, so we've got our view set up here, and what I want to do is see all of these locations that are stored in my database. So we're going to do it first as a function-based view so you can see how that's done, and then we're going to do it in a generic view or a class-based view to see how that's done too, because both have their advantages, but one is definitely more advantageous. So we're going to define our function-based view first, and we'll say restaurant list view, and it's going to take in, sorry, not self, but a request, and it's going to return render request. We're going to put a template here, so we'll just say template name, and then we'll do context. Of course, those things we have to put up here. Template name equals something, and context equals to an empty dictionary. So this is our list view, right? So we actually want to put some context in here, and we also want a template. Now, what I'm going to do inside of my apps, I'm going to actually put the template folder in here. I'll explain this in a second, but we'll put templates in here. And then I'm going to make another folder inside of that and name it the same as the app name. So restaurants in this case. And then inside of that, we're going to make a new file in there, and we're going to call it restaurants underscore list.html, restaurants list. Okay, so now our template location is restaurants and restaurants list.html. Okay, so that's our template name, and now we want to add some list here. So let's just call it, we'll call it object list, and it's going to be equal to some sort of list. And for now, I'll just say 1, 2, and some random numbers, and we'll just leave it as that. So this restaurant list view, I'm going to go ahead and copy that add it into my URLs. Again, we left that import for a reason, so I can bring in restaurant list. And I'm going to copy the about URL, paste above it, and we'll call it restaurants. And we'll do restaurant list view there. We save that, not a big deal here. And then in my restaurant list HTML, we'll just say h1 restaurant list, close off h1. We save it. And let's make sure our server's running. It looks like it is. Make sure all your files are saved too. Opening up our page here, we're going to go into restaurants. And we see restaurant list. Of course, if I look at the actual source of this, we are probably going to see a little bit of an error. And that is we only have the h1. Now, this is a little bit review, but you want to make sure that you extend. So extends base.html, and then we put it into that block content in block. Okay, and then whatever else we had in base.html, I think it was the title, we did have that. So I'm going to go ahead and copy that over, bring it in as well. Outside of that other block, I don't actually need all of this stuff, but this is just a way to reference it all. So block super. And I'll just put restaurants, block super. Okay, so we refresh in here, and then there we go. We've got a little bit better formatting, probably not the best, but better. And now we can iterate through that list. So I'll just say, I'll put a UL here, unordered list. So for item, or let's say for object or obj in object list. I'll explain that in a second. So end for, whatever we open, we must close. Of course, object list is the context object we gave it. Come back in here and we just say object or obj. And of course, that's a list item itself. We save that and we refresh in here. And what do you know? We got some numbers coming through. Okay, so those numbers don't mean anything though. What we want is the actual data from the database. So much like when we imported it into the admin, we can do from.models import restaurant, and this is going to be restaurant locations, I believe they're called, restaurant location. Okay, and we're going to say now QuerySet equals to restaurant location.objects.all. Don't worry, we're going to explain this stuff a lot more later. But what this did is a list of items that are stored in the database. So object list is now that query set. We're going to go ahead and save it. Restaurant list, this should still be in there. So if I refresh in here, I see restaurant location object. That should look familiar. When we go into the admin, go to restaurant locations, restaurant location object. What do you know? This is actually a list view, much like this is. Now there's more actions on the admin, but it's still the same thing. Now, if we added another restaurant, let's say, for instance, TLT, this is Newport Beach, and this is also Mexican. I like tacos. We hit save. We now see that it says restaurant location object twice. I refresh in here. That's not really what we want. So there's a couple ways to handle this. Number one, I can use dot notation to the field. So object is the actual, what's called an instance to the actual item itself. So if I do object.name or obj.name, refresh, it now shows me that name. And I can keep along with that logic and go object.name, .location, .category, .timestamp, .updated, save that, and refresh in here. There you go. So it's actually giving us all of that data. And the dot notation is going off of the individual instance itself and the field that's associated. If this was not a field, so if I said title here, we go back and refresh, it doesn't even show anything, right? Because that's not an actual field. So I save it as name and it's working again. So it's actually showing us these items. And these things are actually stored in the database. Something that's really cool is this first one actually has a time that's older than this second one because the timestamp happened before we most recently updated it. So let's actually update it. I'm just going to come in here into TLT and hit save, We're refreshing here, and TLT has now been updated 2 minutes after it's created. I'm going to select the other one, hit save. Refreshing here, again, updated as well. These two are different now. Okay, so that's pretty cool. We now have a restaurant list with different items that are actually displayed. And you might be wondering, why does this still say restaurant location object? Well, we can implement something called an str method that allows us to return what we want. So in self.name. I believe this used to be required. I don't think it is anymore. It doesn't look like it, but that will allow you to have your object being named something different. So instead of it being some object name or the name of the model itself, you can just return that, and that will actually do that. And that's also true for over here. So if I went back into that restaurant list and just put obj and put a break tag here, we'll see it twice, right? So versus going back into those models, commenting this out, right? So that's real simple, easy change. We did make some changes to the models. So let's see, for instance, if we have to do make migrations. In this case, we don't. So whenever you make changes to models, just check and do make migrations just to make sure. Obviously, once you get better, you'll be very used to not having to worry about that in particular. Okay, so that's pretty cool. That's showing us the data that we want to see, and it's doing it in a way that is fairly user-friendly. There's not a whole lot of complicated stuff going on here. The things that, one of the things that probably really doesn't make sense is this query set part, and that's something we'll talk about in the next one. If you have any questions, let us know. We still have to turn this into a class-based view. I realize that, but I do want to talk about query sets before we do that. So we'll see you in the next one. Okay, so let's talk quickly about query sets. I'm not going to go into a ton of detail because there's just a lot to know. But basically what query sets do is it allows you to grab data from the database. That's what it is, and a default. It's kind of getting this data from a database, and it does so as a list. So it's a list of items from the database in particular. So if you want to learn more about query sets themselves, obviously we have a lot of projects that talk about it a lot, but you can also read the documentation, and I recommend that you do so, especially because this is such an important concept. But let's go ahead and play around with some query sets a little bit on our own, but not necessarily inside of Django, but rather in the Python shell. So yes, the Python shell is, of course, this, right? So if I type out Python, I go into the Python shell. If I type out exit, it will allow me to remove from or exit out of the Python shell. So when you want to use the Python shell for Django or your Django project, and also the items in your Django project, this is what you're going to have to do, and that is python manage.py shell. This is a really good place to learn and understand a little bit more about how your data is saved in the database, how you can work with models, and all that. Now, of course, also doing it on the code itself is definitely recommended, but you can also do it inside of the shell to really just do rapid fire understanding of how these things work. So what I'm going to do is from restaurants.models import, and this is restaurant location, right? So we're importing that. I hit enter, and I'm just going to go ahead and copy and paste restaurant location.objects.all and hit enter, and there is my query set, right? Remember how I called this a query set? The reason I called it a query set is because that's what it is. That's what Django calls it. They call it a query set. Of course, you could give it a different variable name, but for us, we want to actually call it as a query set. So I can actually iterate through this. So I can do for I or for object in this query set here. So let's go ahead and copy and paste it again. I can actually print out object.name. This shouldn't be that surprising. We actually already did this. We did it inside of our template, right? So that's this right here. Well, there is more things that you can do to query sets, right? So what we can do is I can actually come in here and say QS or query set equals to these objects again, and then we'll do query set dot filter category equals to Mexican empty query set. Why is that? Well, that's because we want to do category __ I exact equals to Mexican. So that means it's case insensitive. Just another way to do it. So this is a filter. this is how we can actually drill down as to what our query sets are going to be. So another thing I can do is actually update an entire query set. That means I can change things to an entire query set. So what if I did qs.update and I said category equals to, so QS, of course, is still related to this variable right here. So it's that entire query set. And I changed the category to, let's say, American. And let's put it as a capital A. And now I updated 2 objects. So it returns back how many objects I actually updated. If I do QS, I still see those 2 original objects. And now if I do QS by pressing up, do QS.filter, I exec Mexican, I hit enter, and now it's empty, right? But if I do up again and do American, hit enter, it gives me those things, right? So I actually made changes to all of those items. And qs.update is the way to do that by and large. I mean, it's a very easy way, as you see. We just did it. So let's actually change it back to being Mexican because that's what it is. And now we've got this query set. We've got some Mexican food in there, and that's good. Well, what if we wanted to do Mexican-American fusion? What if that was a category and that's an item we wanted to add? Now, one way we could do it is by jumping back into the admin and actually create it. Another way to do it is actually in this shell by creating a new object. Now, if you're familiar with Python or how Python classes work, we can say instance or obj equals to restaurant location and put parentheses after, right? So this is an instance of this class. I hit enter and do obj.name equaling to, and we're going to call this, let's just say payway, and obj location equaling to Newport Beach, and obj category equaling to, well, this is actually not Mexican American. This is more of like Asian fusion. Okay, and then now if I do obj, I see that I have this instance in here of a restaurant location. I do obj.name. It's going to give me all of those things. If I did obj.timestamp, what's it going to do? Well, nothing, because it's not actually saved in the database until we do obj.save. I hit enter and I do obj. Now I've got this new restaurant location and I can do my query set again. So I'll do qs equals to restaurant location.objects.all, and that gives me now 3 items in here, right? So this is a new query set. Well, we can do another query set where we're filtering these things down. So qs2 equals to restaurant location.objects.filter, and we'll say category iExact equals to Mexican. Hit enter at qs2. And now we've got 2 different ones, right? So if I do qs.exists, this should say true, right? So that first query set actually exists. If I do qs2.count, it will show me how many items are in there, right? Instead of using the Python function length or len, this is not as efficient, especially when you have thousands of items. qs2.count is how you do it. So a little bit more methods, some things that you absolutely can learn about and play with. We cover it a lot in a lot of our projects, but I wanted to bring this to your attention mainly because this is how we're going to be using our generic views going forward. Now, there is one more thing that I do want to mention, and that is this right here. This is actually not how you go about creating new items in your database. You can do it this way, but more than likely you will not. Instead, you'll use the built-in Python or built-in Django method. So we'll say object equals to restaurant location.objects.create. This time we're using .create, and we'll say name equals to, let's call it chronic tacos. And we're going to add in a few parameters in here, and that's going to be location equals to Corona Del Mar. And then finally, our last thing would be the actual category, which we don't have to put, but I'm going to. And you guessed it, it is Mexican food. I'll hit enter, and now if I do obj, there's our object again, but if I do obj.timestamp this time, it actually gives me a timestamp where the other one didn't, if you remember back to that. Again, this variable is arbitrary, so you could call it something different, but we now have a few items in here. So if I do qs restaurant location.objects.all, we see that we have a few items. qs.count, shows us how many items. We can also do a query set or QS equaling to restaurant objects location.objects.filter, and we'll say category iExact equals to Mexican, and we'll exclude, so this is still a query set, we're going to exclude name iContains equaling to let's say tacos. Let's just put a capital T here. Do QS.count 1, and well, the QS or the query set location is that one, right? So it excludes that item, and it is Mexican food. So again, these query sets, we can actually take a look in here. There are different ways on how you do that by using field lookups. Here's a whole on thing on how it does, and yes, you can take a look at a more in-depth instruction or location that they do. But again, we will go into this a little bit more going forward. That is just a way to do it inside of the shell itself. So if you have any questions on what we did here, let us know. Otherwise, let's keep going. And of course, make sure you exit out of that shell. Now that we have a better understanding of how query sets work, we can now use a generic view specifically for list view. Because of how this query set works, we can do that. So let's take a look. I'm going to go ahead and do Django list view generic or generic list view. And we're going to click on generic display views. And if I scroll down, we have list view here. It shows us the import. It does .list, but I'm pretty sure I can just do the import here, list view, much like I did before. And now we'll just say class. I'm going to do a few of them so we can see how even more on how these query sets work. First of all, I'll do restaurant list view, and it's going to take in a query set of this same item here. And we're going to also copy that and paste below it, and we're going to call this Mexican, well, let's call it Mexican restaurant list view. Okay, and then one last one, and we'll call it Asian Fusion. Now, if you remember back, we just did filter, and there's going to be category iExact equals to Mexican. Okay, and this would be filter category. Notice the double underscores, of course, Asian Fusion. Okay, so we saved that. Let's go ahead and add these over into our URLs, and we're going to import them. I'm going to use parentheses here to import a few different ones and make it cleaner. Restaurant list view, Mexican restaurant list view, and Asian Fusion restaurant list view. Okay, so restaurant list view is going to take over the other one. And then I'm going to go ahead and copy this a couple times. And we'll do Mexican and Asian. Mexican, Asian. Okay, so we saved that. And we're going to go back into our project, refresh in here. Notice it says template does not exist. It does not say anything about not finding a template or template is not valid, right? So there is already a default template. But let's go ahead and use our original template. So I'm just going to come in here and just say template name on all of these. Save that, refresh. What do you know? There's our restaurants. And if I go to Mexican, there's our Mexican. If we go to Asian, there's Asian. Okay, so it's actually working fairly dynamically. But what I showed you before was we had the ability to write in some parameters here, right? So like I actually showed you with that contact page, there was a way to pass in parameters with a function-based view. But how do we do it with a class-based view? So what if I wanted this to be a little bit more dynamic of a list? Well, it's really simple. I just go in here and do P, and we'll say slug, and we're going to use a SlugField, but I'll just use any characters for right now. And then I'll comment out this one. I'm going to explain this in just a second. And we're going to call this search restaurant list view instead. I'm going to get rid of these. go back into our restaurant views and change this to being search. Get rid of this. And what I'm going to do here is, instead of having this query set, I'm just going to do define get query set self and return query set. So at first it's only going to show Mexican food, but what we will print out is self.keywordArgs. So we refresh an Asian, oops, QS, that should not be QS, but rather query set. So the first one, it should print out in here, it prints out slug being Asian, okay, not Mexican. So this right here has an argument that's coming through as slug. Let's explain this again. This is a keyword argument that's being passed to this view. Inside of that view, we can grab it from the instance. So doing self.keywordArgs, that gives us the same thing that we saw before when it was args and keywordArgs. We're still getting that same sort of idea here down with this query set. So I can actually better filter this down. So I'll say slug equals to self.keywordArgs.get slug, and I can use .get because it is a dictionary itself. And we'll say if slug, then we'll filter it by that slug. Otherwise, we will just give none. Restaurant.objects.none. Save that. And we'll refresh. Asian gives us none. So it says, right now it says I exact, but what about I contains or a few other things? So there might be a few options we want to actually have here. So I will show you a little bit more advanced stuff. So we'll do django.db.models import q. This is something called q lookups. So when we were using Asian Fusion, we used I contains, remember? So it was I contains that. So if I leave it as I contains and refresh, it's showing that. But I want it to have a more dynamic. I want it to filter either one. So that's where this q lookups comes in. And we can do filter q. All right, so this is I exact. So this is that original one. So if I refresh in here, it shows me nothing. But if I go to Mexican, it's going to show me those Mexican ones. Okay, so that's working. That part's working. So it's still the same. If I put a pipe here and paste roughly that same thing and do I contains, this is saying this pipe or that. Okay, so we refresh. Mexican's still working as expected. Asian is now working too. Okay, so that's a little bit more about query sets and how these, default generic views are really, really valuable for us, right? So I only have realistically one sort of way to do this. And here's another option as well, is I can actually make it one list view. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. I'm going to copy this out, paste it in here. And instead of it being returning none, I'll just return all. So if the slug exists, then it's going to do a search for it. If it doesn't exist, it's going to do all, which was that default anyway. So I can go ahead and get rid of that. And I can now get rid of this search list view here. And we can get rid of this print statement because we don't need it. Now this restaurant list view, let's bring it into our URLs, just that, and put that there. There we go. We save both of those, refresh, my restaurant list or the search for that one is there, and just standard restaurant list is also there. This one now has payway in there, right? So if I do Asian, it's not actually working. So let's come back here and make sure our views are saved correctly. Restaurant list view, save it. There we go. So now it's working again. So Mexican. Yeah. Okay, perfect. So again, that's how we do query sets. It's a way to do it. And this list view makes it more dynamic for us to do that. And we don't have to worry about all of these other things. In fact, that template name is something we overrode, right? So the default, so if I just get rid of that and save it, this is the default. So I can actually just come in here and change my old template to being the one that it's giving me. And I'll explain how that works in just a second. And there we go. So I changed the name of it, refreshed, and it's now working again. So the name itself is going off of the model. So the model name is restaurant location and then underscore list, because it's a list view that's now showing that. Okay, so if you have any questions on this, let us know. Otherwise, let's keep going. So now what we want to see is an actual profile or an individual page for any given restaurant. So when I click on it, it's associated to what's stored in the database, and it shows maybe some more details about it if we want, such as the menu items we like there. So let's go ahead and create that now. I'm going to jump back into my restaurants of views. I'm going to copy the restaurant list view and paste it below hand here. And instead of get query set, I'm just going to put that query set back up here, just saying all restaurant objects. And we're also going to import the detail view here and just change a few things on this. Again, this is how nice generic views are. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this and go into my URLs here, bring it in, and we're going to grab restaurants here. And underneath that, I'm going to add restaurants. Instead of slug like this, I'm going to do an ID. So do P ID, or actually let's do PK. That's a primary key, which I'll explain in a moment. All right, and then this is restaurant detail view. Very good. So you might be wondering what these are. These are called regular expressions. So we actually have a little post on common regular expressions for Django URLs. This post kind of explains, or at least shows you different regular expressions you might end up using. And the one we're doing right now is the object ID. But instead of using the keyword name of order, we are using or even the keyword name of ID, we are using the keyword name of PK, primary key, which is automatically generated inside of a model. So every single model has one. If we look at the admin itself and we click on any given restaurant, let's make sure our server is running. Cannot import name restaurant detail view. Let's make sure we're saving everything. There we go. Going back into our server, or our database, excuse me. And we see that if I click on any given restaurant, I can see that there's a number here. That number is called the primary key. It's also known as the ID. So PK and ID are the same. Okay, so that means that in our URLs here, this is the primary key. This is going off of that field specific to that model. So the restaurant detail by default looks that up. It goes for that item. So this restaurant detail view, if I come back in here and say 1, I know that I have a restaurant item of 1, but I have a little bit of an issue here, and that's because we have this slug. We have this other search view that we created before. I'm actually going to comment that out and not do it that way. That's actually not a great way to do it. I'll change it in just a moment, but instead we want to have our details coming after restaurants, and I'll explain that too right now. So when I refresh here, after I've got rid of that other view in the URL, I see that I get a template does not exist. So Django knows where to look for these templates. I mean, we didn't really go into this yet, but if you even just look here, it shows you that it's looking inside of source, templates, restaurants, restaurant location, detail, and then it keeps going down, and it even looks inside of restaurants, the app itself. That's how this works. So in base.py, this template loader thing right here, we've got Django templates here. That is actually the default backend for templates, and it's going to find inside of our apps as well, and that's what this is for. So if I got rid of appders here and refreshed, it's only going to look inside of where I put my location, right? So this right here. But I want it to be in the app directories because I want to be able to move these apps with other projects, so that keeps it nice and self-contained. That's kind of the point. But I just wanted to mention that before we go forward. All right, so now we need to create that restaurant detail view or restaurant location detail. So I'm gonna go ahead and copy this, and we're gonna go into our templates here, and we're gonna create it. So restaurant detail, restaurant location template, and just like our list view, I'm gonna go ahead and extend a bunch of things here. But now we actually don't know what the restaurant name is, right? So I don't have the restaurant name at all here. In fact, I don't even know what context is coming through by default, right? So I have no idea what context is coming through by default here. So what do? Now this is going to take you to thinking back to how we did it before, how we overrode context before. And that's get context data, self args and keyword args. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to first of all print off self.keywordArgs so you can see what those are. And then I'm going to do context equaling to super, the class itself. So this is calling that detail view class, that method in there, the get context data method. And we're going to do args and keyword args. We'll print out that context data and then we'll return that context. Now, on most detailed, or actually all generic views in Django, you can do this and it will show you what that context is. So if we save that, refresh in here, the template exists. We look in our terminal, we see the keyword arguments, PK is 1, and we also see the object, right? It gives me an object as context. So object is our context variable. I recommend that you pause this right now and look at the list view to see how that works too. But since we have this as our object, right? So object is inside of that context, we can go in the detail and do stuff like object.name and then object.location. And actually I'll put even small here and say object.category. And then we can even put a timestamp, object.timestamp. And I'll even put object.updated and show you a little filter called time since and just say ago. So that's a template context filter and it says 56 minutes ago. So we'll say updated 56 minutes ago. Okay, so we refresh and there we go. So this is now that item. So we go back into restaurants and these aren't linked at all. So let's go ahead and just change it to 2. And there we go. We've got TLT. It's working. It's exactly the way we want it. So this is now our detail and it's working just fine. Our views are coming through, our keyword arguments are coming through and all that. So what if we wanted to change our keyword argument? That is, in our URLs, what if I wanted this to be something different, like order ID or rather restaurant ID? I could do that. I save it and I refresh inside of the detail view. It's going to give me this error. So it's going to either be the object primary key or a slug. We don't have a slug. We haven't talked about that yet. But it says object or ID. It's still the same sort of stuff that's coming through here, but we have it in as slug. So again, common regular expressions, we can see these different ones in here. So I can change it how I'd like. In this case, I'm going to keep it as REST ID. So this is the object ID itself, but instead I'm just going to update this in here and we'll say define get object and it takes in self args and keyword args. This is another built-in method to the restaurant detail view. And I'm going to have to import something else called get object or 404. And what this is going to do is we're going to say the rest ID equals to self.keywordArgs.get rest ID. And now the object equals to get object or 404, this shortcut here, and restaurant location, and ID equals to rest ID. You could also do PK equals to rest ID. You can replace ID with PK, and then we return object, save that, go back into our page here, and refresh, and what do you know? It's now showing up again. Okay, cool. So that is a really good start as far as getting our object detail. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this context data because we don't need it anymore. It's really just about discovering what's in there. Now, by default, all detail views, the context variable is always object, much like all list views, the context variable is always object list. Just keep that in mind when it is that you're going through this. Okay, so that is detail view. In the next one, we're going to actually talk about slugs and creating them. I will say that if you want to see that common regular expressions, this is the URL right there. That will take you right to it. And yeah, it's worth taking a look at to understand this. If you want to learn more about regular expressions, check out our project 30 Days of Python. We talk about it more there, and we have a few different videos on regular expressions itself. We have a whole project on regular expressions, actually. All right, thanks for watching. We'll see you in the next one. Now, one of the things that you want to do is when you design your URLs, and yes, you are the one who gets to design them, you're going to want to make them more robust, or at least easier for you to go about reading them. And that's kind of what's important here is I want to make sure that this is readable. Using one doesn't give me any description whatsoever about this URL, but saying something like Baja Fish Tacos would, right? So I already know that that's probably the name of the restaurant or something of that sort. Now this is called a slug. That's a slug field, or rather a slug that could be saved in your database as a way to look up items. So we did a lookup in the last one where we changed it to REST ID. This is called a lookup. It's actually going into the database, and it's either going to get that object or raise a 404. I didn't show you that, but if we did some other number there, it's going to give you this page not found. But we want it to be a slug. And luckily, we created a little tutorial, a little guide on our site on how to create a unique slug generator specifically for Django. So that means that this is automatically going to create our own slug field for us based off of our model, and it's going to ensure that they're unique, as in no other instances have the exact same slug, much like no other instances have the exact same ID. Every ID is auto-incremented, right? So this is 4, the last one's 3, the newest or the next one would be 5, and then so on. So let's go ahead and create this. We're going to go into our models, and we're going to create a slug field. So we'll just say slug equals to models.slug field. And we could write unique equals to true. We could add that in there. That's a nice way to make sure that nothing else is using that same slug, which I'll go ahead and do that. We're going to save that for just a moment, but we're going to go back to this unique slug generator to continue off everything else. Now, one of the things that I want to do is I want to make a utility file. So this is actually something called a utility function. So it's going to actually create this generator for us. So inside of restaurants, we're going to go to new file here. We'll say utils.py. And I'm just going to literally copy and paste this code here. I do need this random string generator, which is something else that we've created. Of course, this URL shows you it. So if you go to that URL, it's going to show you right below here this unique or random string generator. This creates a random string for you to make sure that your slugs are unique. So I'm just going to add this in here, and we're going to get rid of that. So really quickly, I'll just talk about what's happening here. Is it's going to take in an instance or an object from a model, and then it's going to use Django's built-in method called slugify. This slugify will return a slug. It turns a slug, but it doesn't ensure that that slug is unique for that class. So then it basically just checks to make sure it's unique, and then it returns it back. One thing to note here is this instance.title. Our instance is instance.name, not title, but I'm going to leave it as title. Instead, what I'm going to do is jump into models and add a property at property. And we'll just say define title, takes in self, and this is going to return self.name. So what that does is it just adds the ability for us to say object.title. As you see, we can do that right now. Just to test it out, object.title on our detail view, refresh in a detail that exists. Make sure the server is running. We made some changes and we didn't save them. So unique is not spelled correctly, and I totally blew it on that rule. So let's make sure that every time we make changes, we go python manage.py, make migrations, and and then we get this error of provide a one-off default right now. Now this is a little bit of a problem for us because we're adding it after. So instead of you doing unique, I'm just going to allow it to be blank and null. So I'm going to hit 2. I changed that again, saved it, and then went make migrations, and then Python manage.py migrate, and then I'll restart my server. Okay, cool. So that's back. We refresh in here and notice the title is still working. Okay, again, we added inside of our model, we added this property method that returns the title so that we can use dot notation and get title. And of course that is so in a utility function, we can actually generate a slug. So let's go ahead and generate this slug in the shell. And then in the next one, we'll talk about signals and do it there. So we'll do Python manage.py shell, and I'll do from restaurants.models import restaurant location. And I'll just say object restaurant location objects.get ID equals to 1. This is that get call that we did. It's very much like that, except it doesn't run a 404. And we got object here, so object.name, object.title, right? Still working. All those things are good. Next, we're going to do from restaurants.utils import, and we want to import this unique string, unique slug generator. Looks like we're getting a little bit of an error. It's possible that I didn't save it, so let's exit out again and try that one more time. I'm just going to go ahead and copy and paste some things. Sometimes you forget to save. Okay, so let's import this as well. There we go. Now it's working. So this unique generator, we'll just go ahead and print out the unique slug generator. We need to get rid of this space here. Unique slug generator of the instance, so object. We hit enter. There it is. Baja Fish Tacos. It made it for us. That's really, really simple. So it's actually doing Slugify. But if I had another item called Baja Fish Tacos, it would make it unique, and for sure unique. Okay, so that's it for the unique slug generator and the SlugField. And the next one, we'll actually add this into the database. So now what we're going to do is introduce signals. Signals are very straightforward on how they work. Basically, if you're about to save something, it'll send a signal. If you're after you save something, it will also send a signal. So I'm just going to show you how this is done by the example. So going into your models, we're going to go ahead and do from django.db.models.signals import pre-save and post-save. Okay, so we're going to create a couple receiver functions here, and that is going to be pre-save, or let's call it RL, as in restaurant location, pre-save receiver. And it takes in sender, instance, args, and keyword args. And we'll print out, I'll say saving, and then I'll print instance.timestamp. And then saving time, or well, yeah, that works. Okay, so I'm going to copy that same thing, and then RL post save receiver, and saved, and then the timestamp. Okay, so now that I have receiver functions, we have to map them in. So we'll do presave.connect and the receiver function to the sender, which is the model. Now just follow along with me and just copy what I'm doing. I'll explain it as we finish this. And then the post save, we'll just do post save. Okay, so we've got two receivers. One is right before something save, one is right after. So let's go into our admin and just hit save and continue. Now into our terminal where we printed things out, we're saving it. It gives us the timestamp and then it says saved, right? They're roughly the same. And so let's go ahead and go to add a new restaurant location. We'll say new item, or yeah, just new item, we'll delete it. and I'll go ahead and hit save and continue. And what you see is saving none and then saved and all this, right? So basically what this is doing is right before it actually saves to the database, the pre-save is called, which sends some data. In this case, it's the instance itself. So the object we can actually work with. After it's done saving, it also does this. So there is one more thing that we can do after it's done saving, which it sends another argument called created. Whether or not this item was just created, that's how that signal is going to kind of work. The point of this is if you save an item, there's two signals that are called. One is called pre-saved, and it comes with some data that you can do some stuff with. And there's another one called post-save that's after it's done saving. It can do some stuff there. It'll send the object as well as whether or not it's created. Obviously, the pre-save doesn't have that because it doesn't know if it's going to even be created. It might be stopped for some reason. But basically, that's how it works. So again, this is going to be playing around with as much as possible. But the cool thing about this, or the pre-save receiver, is we can set our slug now. So what I'm going to do here is from .utils import, and we called it the unique slug generator. And all we're going to do now is say if not instance.slug, then we'll do instance.slug equals to unique slug generator of the instance. So pre-save, again, I don't actually have to call instance.save here because it's about to be saved. So if I set something new here, it will set it for me. So I can also say if not slug, let's just try it and I'll show you instance.new, or excuse me, title equals to another new title, or not title, but name rather, because that's the name of the field. Okay, so we're going to do that. We're going to create another new one. I'm going to save and add another, say new item here. And what we're going to see in just a moment is it's going to do the saving, none, saved, and then the database one. We'll hit save and continue. Notice that slug was created, and it does saving, none, saved, and the timestamp. So that's how it actually works. We go back. Notice that there are now two called another new title. Now that's because we set it here. Now this is different than the post-save receiver. This one you'll actually have to call instance.save. But notice you are calling save again. So that means the post-save receiver function will be called again. This right here is an infinite loop that will quite literally never stop. So we save it, and let's go ahead and come in here, hit save and continue on the model. It's loading, and then it says max recursion depth, and that's because it's just looping over and over. It's looping endlessly because I just saved it. So that's where the only other option would be, if not instance.slug, something like this is okay, because we are setting the slug, and so this block will never be called again, right? Assuming that the slug is actually set. So let's go ahead and just not save it on this one. And we will do it on a different one, okay? So let's go back in here, and we'll go into our restaurants, Baja Fish Tacos. I'll hit save and continue. Notice it does that. It did actually call this second one, and we can verify that by seeing saving saved. It did that a few times, but it basically did actually save that unique signal generator, or unique slug generator. Two different ways on how to do it. The way I recommend is the pre-save. I always want to avoid saving the instance that's being passed in here. Another way to use this would be to create a profile or something of the sort based off of this restaurant. So there's a lot of other things that you could do, but for now, I'm just going to leave it in as that unique slug generator, and I'm going to get rid of all of the post-save stuff, or leave it in as comments for now, and then it'll be deleted later. So if you have any questions on signals, let us know. Otherwise, let's keep going. So you might be wondering, what was the purpose of all this? It seems kind of tedious just to create these slug things. Well, it's really about the URL. It's making the URL more robust, or at least looking a lot better. So in here, we want to change this to being a slug. Now, of course, we can use the common regular expressions guide to find a better way of writing slug. So if I do a quick search in here, I can see that there is a way to write out slug. So I don't actually have to know how regular expressions work to make this work. So that's way to have a slug field actually work. Basically, it's doing any characters and dashes in there to make sure that that slug is actually being created as it should. So now that I've got that, I can actually go back into my views, get rid of this get object call, save it. And now my list view, I'm going to just add a link here finally. And that is going to be, we're going to say a href. So the hyperlink reference is going to be to restaurants / object.slug, or sorry, obj.slug, and then we'll close that off. So that should actually give us to that URL. We save it, refresh in here. That's now giving us a page not found because that's not a valid slug. But if we click on Baja Fish Tacos, it shows us Chronic Tacos is saying none. Why is that? Well, that's because we haven't created it yet. So we'll hit save and continue. And we want to make sure we create all of them just by saving them because we created those signals. And another new title, notice it says another new title, that's it on the slug. Whereas another new title has some unique characters at the end. So they are absolutely unique. Going back into our restaurants, we see all of the slugs here. I go ahead and click on it. And there we go. I can now see these individual views. That is why we did it. Specifically for how that URL works. It's just a lot more user-friendly of a URL, and it's probably better for SEO all around. So that's it. We will see you in just a moment. Now that we have a better understanding of how slugs work, as well as how detail views actually can function, now it's time to actually jump in a little bit more to understand how it is that we actually look up individual items from the database, right? So we already have a way to get a query set or a list of those items, but we want to see how do we actually get an individual item. Now, we're going to do that by using the Python shell. So let's go into our terminal and notice that I don't have it activated. So depending on where I am, I can just go to source bin / activate, and I'll do the same thing twice. I like to have two windows open, so one could be the server running and the other one can be a way to enter any commands I need. But in this case, I'm going to go ahead and go into the shell, so python manage.py shell, and we're going to import our model. So the restaurant location, of course, so from restaurants.models import restaurant location. Now we've already seen the query set, which is the model name.objects.all, or some sort of filter or something like that. And that's a query set, so that gives me a list of items. Now, one of the ways I can grab an item from that query set is just by doing qs.first, or qs.last, or qs and some sort of list position. That's a way to get something from a query set. Now, this is often very effective. And the thing that's really nice about this is if you filter something down, much like we did in this view. So if you were to filter it down based off of a category or anything of the sort, so let's just do it so you can see what I mean. And I'll just do filter category equals to Mexican. And I do QS. Notice that it's empty, so we'll do the category I contains or I exact, either one. And we do QS, and there we go. We've got a few. So QS.first on this one might be the same, and it is. QS.last might be different, and in this case it is, right? So again, that's a different way on how you can get the actual object itself or the actual instance of that item. But that is not technically a get call. What a get call is doing something like restaurant location.objects.get, and then you get it off of some parameter. Now, oftentimes you'll see PK or ID because those are the same field. But if we did PK equaling to 1, it gives me an object with that ID, which we could see. So if I did obj equals to this, and I did obj.pk, it'll give me that item, right? So this is what happens. This is how you actually go about getting something. But what if I try to get something that doesn't exist? Something like PK equaling to 12,000. you get this does not exist error, right? And this would also happen if you did a function-based view. So let's go ahead and just copy this and paste below here. I'm not going to actually implement it. I'm just going to show you the example. So if we said detail view, and let's say, for instance, we passed in a slug or a primary key, both of which you should know come from the URL, much like we've already talked about. But if we go back in here and we take a look at this, now I have an argument that I can work with. So I can do we can do restaurant location objects dot get pk equals to pk. Or of course, if this was ID, this would be ID equals to ID, or it would be slug equals to slug. Okay, so that's how you'd actually get an object. Let's call this object, or rather obj, and then the context will be object, obj, and then I'll use the restaurant location detail. So restaurant location detail. So this actually should pull up the same thing as what we have otherwise. You would have to just change your URL. I'm not going to do it, but that should actually pull it up until we get a slug that doesn't actually exist, right? So if we got a slug that didn't exist, this call, how it is currently, would raise this does not exist error, much like it did here. So there's another method called getObject or 404. Now let's actually see that in action. I'm going to go ahead and import that, and we'll say obj equals to getObject or 404, and then we use the name of the model, which in our case is restaurant location, and then the field that we're looking up. So if I did pk again equals to 12,000, again, same exact thing. I hit enter, and it gives me an HTTP response now, right? It's still an exception, but it's handling that, and it's returning an HTTP response. So that's actually what's happening, versus just returning the exception itself. So it does both of them, but notice it says during handling of the above exception, another exception occurred. So basically it's saying, hey, this is a 404. Now the detail view does that by default. It's built in. We kind of already talked about that, but I did want to show you that there is other ways to look these things up. So much like our slug field, so if we did slug equals to, I think we did something called Baja Fish Tacos, and hit enter, that gives me an object. If I try it with a 1 at the end, it gives me the no restaurant location matches the query, and of course it gives me that HTTP 404. So this is the message that would be sent back. So let's actually see that error in action. So I'll go ahead and run the server, python manage.py, run server, and we'll look back at Baja Fish Tacos. If I add a 1 here at the very end, it gives me that page not found, and it gives me the actual error that shows up. So this is called an exception. Now, there is one more way to handle exceptions. I don't want to get too much into how exceptions work, so I'm just going to show you a catch-all versus how it may work otherwise. So let's go back to that initial exception. That's this right here. So it's obj equals to that. Now we can say try, and then obj, and then we write except, and then we'll just say print not found. And now it just prints out not found. So this is a way to handle an exception, especially when you do something like that. Now, a way to avoid this from happening is to use a query set. So we just do query set, and then we'll do objects, restaurant objects dot filter pk equals to 1200. So this is querying the database for a primary key equals to 1200 or 12,000, whatever the number. And then we do qs or qs.exists, and we get false. Of course, if the qs did exist, so if we said if qs.exists, we could say obj equals to qs.first. So similar to how this is, but in this case, it actually allows us to, query the database and then just set the object to whatever the item is in there. And that would actually give us a new object, right? So let's try this with a real example. So I'll do qs equals to restaurant objects.filter slug equals to, and it's going to be Baja Fish Tacos. I don't think I need to I contains here, so I'll just go off it. So if qs.exists, we're going to go ahead and print out qs.first. And what do you know? We actually get an object there. So why am I telling you all this and why is this important? Well, it has to do with how the detail view and the detail query set work in particular. If I actually filter this down even further, so if I actually put a filter here, then that means the objects will only look up inside of that query set, much like this. So again, let me say that again. So if I actually had a filter like this, then the detail objects or whatever we're passing, whether it's a slug or a primary key, is only going to look up in that query set. So let's actually do it so you can actually see it. So I'll do filter, and then we'll do category, exact, and we'll say Asian. Okay. And now if I go to Baja Fish Tacos, the actual one, and press enter, I still get a page not found. Again, if I do .all, it comes back. Now, what's the reason for this? Well, there's many reasons for this that will be very useful. And in this case, you could say, I only want the detail view of, Asian restaurants. Now, you could do something very similar to this, where our URL changes as we need, or we add some other parameters. Really not going to go into that, but the main part of this portion, which will lead us to what we need to do in the future, is we can actually filter it by user. So we can filter our own restaurant objects, or the things that we have and the things that we want to look at. And that's a way to go about doing that. And then our detail will still come up in there inside of that query set. So we don't actually have to filter down the get call. So one more thing I will mention is when you do a get call, it's very similar to the query set in the sense that you can do it by multiple things. So I can do PK equals to 12,000, title equals to some title, or I think we called it name actually, sorry, not title. And you could absolutely do queries just like this. This will actually look up those things in the same way. Now, of course, if you used the wrong things, such as title, it will also say cannot resolve keyword title. It will tell you the only things that it can filter by. The QuerySet method probably does the same. So let's actually look. If I just filtered it by those same fields, it will tell me that I can't do that because those fields, none of these fields are on our models. None of them are here. Even though we have this property method, it's not actually a field on here. Okay, so if you have any questions on querying the database with a GET call, please let us know. Otherwise, let's keep going. And I would say, if this was confusing, rewatch it and practice. Because a lot of the GET stuff and the QuerySet stuff probably won't really set in until you practice with it quite a bit. At least that was how it was for me. All right, so we'll see you very soon. Cool, so we've talked a lot about displaying data and getting data, right? So that's what we've done so far, is listing out these items or displaying individual versions of these items, and all this stuff is coming from the database. But we haven't actually created these items on our own. So other than going into the admin, which is an acceptable way to do it, but it's not necessarily how we want it to work, right? So I could go through the painstaking process of customizing the admin. I don't recommend that. And actually the Django developers don't really recommend that either, because if you do a lot of customization to the admin, you might as well make your own view for it. We'll talk about that in a second, but the main thing here is the Django admin should be for your staff. It should be for, you know, the people who are on your team, maybe a small amount of people, and that's where you're really going to allow only them doing it. If you have your end users using the admin, it's not really designed for that, and it's not made for that. So if you end up manipulating a lot of data even, I would even suggest that you create your own version of the admin doing what we're about to do. And the big thing here is creating items in the database. So actually being able to add new restaurants into the database from our own URL and our own view. So that's what we'll be doing. It's really that key part of remembering things, right? It's like having our own form as well as our own view that will allow these things to work. So to do this, I'm going to do it the long way, and the way that is long-term not recommended. There's a better way, but I want to show you the long way so you understand more about how forms work inside of Django. And that's the key part here is how forms work inside of Django. Now we go into a lot more depth than this on joincfe.com/projects under the course Django Forms Unleashed, or even the latest version of that. Django Forms by and large haven't changed much, but what we're about to do will at least show you some of the basics of it, so you can build ways of extracting data from your users or getting data from your users. So inside of the Restaurants app, we're going to make a new file in here called forms.py. I'm actually surprised that Django doesn't generate this by default, but it doesn't. So let's go ahead and do it. And we'll do from Django import forms, and we'll do class, and I'm going to call this restaurant create form. Let's try that again. There we go. The restaurant create form, and it's going to be forms.form. Okay, so much like our models, we are going to create a bunch of fields here. So I'm actually going to go to the models, and I'm going to copy some of the fields. I'm just going to copy name, location, and category. The other things I don't need. So I'll bring it in, paste it in here, and instead of models.charField, we'll do forms.charField. And I'm going to leave out these max items here. And on the null equals to true and blank equals to true, I'll just say required equals to false instead. Okay, so we save that. Now we actually have a form. Not a whole lot going on here. So what we can do is in our view, we can actually create a view that will handle this form. Now I'm going to start off with a function-based view so you can see how that works. And then when we do it right, we will put it in a function or a class-based view, excuse me. So let's go ahead and import that. So we'll do from.forms import restaurant create form. And we're going to make another one, another view here. We'll do define restaurant create view, and it's going to take in a request as usual. And as usual, it will return a template and some context. I don't actually need this query set in here. I just want to copy those things real quick. So restaurant location, and actually I'll just call this restaurants.form.html. Okay, so the context here we are going to leave empty so we can see how this generally works. Now the first thing I want to do is I want to actually render this form. I want it to show up in form.html. So before I do that, I'm going to just go ahead and create form.html inside of my templates. Inside of restaurants, we're going to do form.html. Cool. So like detail, I'm going to extend base and I'm going to do some of this stuff. So I'll just copy that detail view, close that one out. And then we'll say add restaurant as the title. And we might as well put that in the H1 as well, instead of all those other things. And I'll get rid of this stuff as well. So we want a form here. And we haven't added the form yet into context, so I'll just show you how to write an HTML form. So it's form, so form tags, and then some sort of input. So in this case, we'll do input type equals to text. We'll add a name to it. In this case, it'll be name, so name as in title. And that's a little confusing, so I'll just call it title for now. And then we'll just do placeholder equaling to your title. Okay, so we're going to do this a couple more times. And let's look at the form. We have location and category, also text. So again, this is going to be a location. So this is the field name itself, category, and then it'll be location and category. Do keep in mind, this is the long way to do it. Just showing you how to do it so you know. Okay, so we've got a few inputs here, and then we need a submit button. So we'll just do button type equals to submit, and then we'll just say save. Okay, so we've got a form here now, and let's put this view in. So restaurant create view into our URLs. We're going to import those, or the restaurant create view here, and I'm actually going to copy the restaurant list view and add a new one and call it create. There we go. So we actually have this item here. So since we have that item, there is one thing with our slug is we don't necessarily want the slug to be a item, or we don't want it to be create, right? So if the slug is not none, I don't ever want this to be create. So if slug equals to, well, we'll just say if slug in unusable or don't use, then we'll just return that slug again. Now, the reason I'm doing this now is because it came up just now. So I'll say don't use equals to create. Okay, so again, don't use as in the URLs here. I have the ability, I could have created a slug called create, and then that causes some conflicting issues here with the URLs. Now, again, this is like doing it right. Now, if I were to do it wrong, I wouldn't have just done that. But in my utility function, I'm just gonna, return it. If for some reason that create's done, it's just gonna do it again. It's just gonna create a brand new one for us in general. Okay, so, and we'll say new slug equals to, we probably need to change that. So I'll just put another new slug equals to slug plus random string generator, and we'll put size equaling to 4. In fact, we will probably just do it like this. Okay, so little way around just making sure that our slugs are good and it's not creating any problems for our form. That is definitely a preemptive thing, and it's just something that may or may not come up in the future, but it's something that's really important to note because I've seen that issue happen and come up a few times. Okay, so let's go back and we're gonna go to create. And this create page needs to have the right view. So we'll save that and we'll refresh in here, and there we go. So now we have the ability to add a restaurant. Well, or at least we kind of do. Let's put a title here and we'll call it Hydro, and location Newport Beach, and category equals to Aqua. I don't know, I'm making stuff up. I hit save and everything goes away, but then you may have noticed our URL has changed. So this is called a get parameter. Those are get parameters. And if I print out my request, so if I do print request.get, I will be able to see those parameters by refreshing. I can see all of them right here, this query dictionary. It's showing all of that data. Even though it's not in the form anymore, it's showing it up here. This is not what you want to do. In some cases, you might want to do it, but in this case, when we're sending something to the database, when we're not looking something up like we've seen here, right? So that's a get argument, or that's a keyword argument in this case, but you could also use it as a get argument. If you're not looking something up, you definitely don't want to create a form that sends the data to the URL. Now, why does it send the data to your URL? And that's because the default method of it is get, all caps. That's the default method of the form. And when you go to a URL, if you remember, this is getting an item. So I'll say new title here, new location, new category, and I hit save. The get item up here actually changes. So it actually adjusts it. But instead, what we need to do when we actually save data to the database, we need to do something called post. So I'll do print request.post. We'll save that and we refresh in here. Now in my terminal, I should see two empty things. One has those items because of what's up here. The other one doesn't. So let's get rid of these items up here. And now our get request has empty query dictionary, and also our post does as well. Okay, so when I say post data, I literally mean just flipping this to being called post. So now when I hit save, oops, let's refresh in here. Now when I hit save, I get this forbidden error. Now this is because web applications handle post data. And when they handle post data, that data can go to the database. And without security in between that data, that means that another site could potentially send some data. So right here, if I was on another site, I could potentially post some data to this URL. Right? I could actually send data to that URL because I see this form here. I could do it. There is a way to do that. So Django has some built-in security measures that prevent that from happening. So if I do this, it says forbidden. It's not allowed. So that request is aborted. So what that means is I don't actually have any data coming back. See how there's a post request here, but there's literally no data coming through. We can see this again by if I do if request.method equals to post, then I can print post data. Okay? You can also do that same thing if request.method equals to get, print get data. Okay, let's get rid of those QuerySet things there, and we'll refresh in here. We'll hit continue. Nothing should be printed, and nothing was. If I go to the get method, I see that the get data was printed, right? Obviously, this is also showing those things too, but I just wanted to make sure that you see it's our view function that's actually handling that. So how do we make this security work? How do we actually make this form work? And that is by using something called a CSRF_token. And this is the security token that Django generates when you're on a page. So now if I hit save, no errors happen. In fact, if I go to the terminal again, I see that post data has been printed. So I can actually print out that post data by doing again, print request.post, and I can see the data that's coming through. We refresh in here, hit continue. I'll do new item, new location, and new category. All of these things should print. If I hit save, the data goes away. But all of this stuff is now coming through. Notice there's a middleware token. That's that security measure. That's really important. And then we have all of that data actually coming through as post data. Notice it says post data right there. So this is how you want forms to work. Now there are other methods for this, one of them being put. We're not going to cover that right now. It's actually probably not something you'll do for a long time, unless you're using something called an API, but more than likely you're not going to be doing a put, at least for a little while. So now that we have the ability to request this data, we want to make sure it's good and valid. But before I even request and make sure that it's good and valid, I'm just going to show you, again, the wrong way to do it. And that is to get this data and then set it to the database. So I'll say title equals to request.post.get and title. Now I did this .get call, but you can do it like this and use brackets because it is a dictionary, but .get means that it could be empty. And then we also have the few other ones, which was location. It's basically the same thing. And then category, which is also basically the same thing. That's why I'm just going to copy and paste it. Location, category. Okay, cool. So let's do it again. I can confirm form submission, or I can just go in here and create, and I'll actually add a location and this time, and I'll say Chipotle, and I'll say Irvine and Mexican. Okay, we'll hit save. Look at my terminal. That data is still coming through. All right, very good. And now that we've got that, we're going to do it one more time. We'll say obj equals to restaurant location.objects.create, and we're going to create that location based off of this data. So we'll say title equals to title, location equals to location, and then object equals to, or excuse me, not object, but category equals to category. Cool. And then finally, I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this. I also don't need this get method anymore, but I will just comment it out in case you wanted to look at it. I'm going to do an HTTP response redirect. So I already have HTTP response in here, and I'll just do return HTTP response, but we need one more, and that's called a redirect. Return HTTP response redirect, and we're just going to go back to restaurants. So after this stuff is done, it's going to go to restaurants, and it's going to show us our new restaurant. Let's go ahead and refresh in here, and new title, I'll say Chipotle Irvine Mexican, and I'll hit save. Notice that I have title is an invalid keyword argument for this function, so I actually have an error. Maybe you guys caught that, maybe not. Should be name, not title. So we save that. I can run a refresh on here. I can even confirm form resubmission again, hit continue. Takes me back to my restaurant list. What do you know? Here's Chipotle. It was created today at this time. There it is. So I just actually created it. We'll try that one more time. I'm going to call this place create. And this is because of what we did a little bit ago. And location, Irvine, and category, none. I'll go ahead and hit save. I go to create. boom, that create URL was created. That's exactly why I did it. Okay, and then of course none is related to the location that I actually put. Now, I wanted to show you all this stuff because this is the absolute wrong way to do it. This is very dangerous because you're not actually validating this data in any way. We created this form for a reason, and that is to validate the data, to make sure that it's going to be valid for the parameters we set here. That is something we'll cover in just a moment. But if you have any questions on how this portion works, please let us know. I will say that this is how a lot of websites used to work. Web applications used to work this way until hackers started getting malicious and figured, hey, they're saving data directly from what I'm sending here, so I'm going to send a bunch of crap and ruin their site. Now, obviously, going the Django method isn't foolproof, like they constantly are updating the security, but it is still better to go that method than to go this old school way. And all the while, the reason I show you this old school way is because this is actually how the form works. It works this way. You input some HTML text here, you add some data, you add some inputs, you have a button, you have a method, and then it goes back to the service. So this is true with any form, not just Django. This works on any form. The only Django part on this form is the CRF token, which actually gets converted into something different. So let's go ahead and go back to that create, and we'll go ahead and inspect the element here, and it actually gets converted to its own input. See, input type hidden, and there is the input, right? And that middleware is generated for us by Django. Okay, a little bit longer of a section, but I wanted to make sure that you knew all of this stuff and how important it was to solve that slug generator problem. Of course, if you weren't using slugs, that wouldn't be a problem. And also if you weren't using a different URL, that also wouldn't be a problem. All right, so thanks for watching, and we'll see you very soon. So now that we've done it the hard and wrong way, it's time to do it a little bit better of a way. And that's by using that form that we've created so long ago. And the first thing that I'm going to do is show you why you use those forms in general. I'm going to go ahead and copy this, and in here, instead of that, I'm going to go ahead and comment those out, and I'll just say form equals to this. So we're creating an instance of that form, and we're going to go ahead and do request.post. So we're requesting that post data, same thing. And then we'll say if form.isValid, then we'll actually get those things. So I'll do, instead of request post data, we'll do the form data. So form.cleaned data.get, and in this case it was title, so that's what we've been calling it, except on the form we call it name. So we're going to have to change it on our other side in just a moment. So it's going to go to name, location, and then to category. Okay, so this is taking all of that data in to that form and validating it in here. Again, I'm going to show you what that means in just a moment. So it validates it, and then now we can save it. So this is the Django way to do it. It's better than what we just did. It's not the best way to do it, but it's better than what we just did. So let's go ahead and save that. Back into form.html, we're just going to change that first one to name. Of course, you could try it being title, but the name is obviously correlated to the stuff that's going here, and also the field names here, right? So the field names here are the same as this. Okay, so we save it. Now let's refresh, and I'll say new item, and then location, and location, whatever. I'll hit save, and it brings me back to new item, location, location. Okay, so that actually is working. The form is now, Django is now handling the data. So that's pretty cool. So I now have just made that form a little bit better. I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of that. And it's just definitely a little bit further along. But what I wanna do is I wanna make sure that if there's errors of this form, how I can actually handle those errors. So what we're going to do is we'll say if form.errors, we're going to print out form.errors. Otherwise, we will return this HTTP response redirect, which actually I don't need to do this else clause. I can just put it in the form valid method. Okay, so this is also an else clause, so I can also just do else here. of the form valid method on request post, but I'm not going to do that, and you'll see why in a minute. Okay, so this is going to print out those errors. Now, how do we actually simulate errors without getting into too much depth? Well, if we go back to form.html and change name back to title, we'll actually be able to see those errors in action. And the reason for this is because name is required. So let's go back in, and I'll refresh in here and hit save. Nothing seems to happen, but if I look in here, it says error list name, this field is required. So it's actually printing out those errors, right? This is form validation at its very basics. So we go back into form, and I'll change this back to being name. We save that, refresh in here, hit continue, and sure enough, it's still saying name is required, but I just add new item name, and I hit save, and it saved it. New item name's in there. I click on this, and what do you know? There it is. It just doesn't have a location or a category, which is no big deal, but that is true. That's the fact. Well, that's fairly straightforward. Hey, not too bad. But I feel like there's a lot of redundant things happening here inside of form.html. Like, why do I have to type out the field names twice? I have them here. Why do I have to have them here? Well, this is another advantage to using Django Forms, is you don't have to do that. You can actually generate that form itself or a blank version of that form and pass it in as context, and then use Django to do the heavy lifting. Let me get rid of this right now. So again, if a request method equals to post, it's going to do all that stuff. So this is how we handle the post method. So I can actually make an instance of this form, or instantiate the form itself. And after I do that, I can add it in as context, right? So there's my form. And then back in form.html, I can get rid of these inputs. I'll just comment them out. And I can just do form.asP, or as paragraph, and then it'll render out my form. Actually, this right here, I'm gonna cut out and just take it out of the block in general. And then I'll just leave that in there for one video and take it out soon. Okay, so form as P, or one section rather. And then I can go into create, and what do you know? Here is my new form. This is a Django form now, and it has some things that the other form doesn't, such as it has labels on it now. It didn't before. And now I can do new item, or rather I can even just say save, and it says please fill out this field. So it actually added that requirement in there. Of course, we could also write out required equals to required on an input itself, but the form already does it. Okay, so I'll say new car, whatever, hit save, and new car is that new item there. Obviously, that's not really a restaurant, but it is actually creating the form. So let's look back at that view. This is how it's done. Pretty cool. Now I can actually take off a couple lines here because of how forms are done, right? So in this case, it's empty. In this case, it takes in the post. So I'm actually repeating it twice. I don't need to do that. Instead, what I can do is request.post or none, and this eliminates these two lines. And now I just tab this back, and now it's actually exactly how we want it to be. And of course, we could render out the form errors inside of context as well. So you totally could say errors equals to none, and then you can put errors equaling to form.errors, and then we can put the errors in here. Right, so we have to put it as none because of this if statement. We have to define it before we can actually put it in context, and that if statement's not always going to be called. So I'm going to go ahead and get rid of that now. And inside of my form, I can just put errors, and I'll do that. All right, and let's go back, create none. So it's showing me none right now, and I'll just do if errors, and if, save that, hit save. It's not actually giving us any errors because of that required item, right? So it's actually not showing us those errors themselves. So what I'm going to do is use something called form validation, and we're going to just do clean name. We'll do self, and I'll explain this in a second. So we'll do self name equals to self.cleaned data.get name, and we'll say if name equals to hello. We'll do we'll raise forms.validation error, not a valid name. Otherwise, we'll return name. Okay, and we will come back into our view, refresh in here, and we'll say hello as the name. I'll hit save, and there's my validation error, right? So it's actually showing me these validations themselves, right? And how we did this was simply, we took the field names and then we add clean underscore in front of it as a method. And this is called when you do is valid. It's actually validating that data, and this is a way of how it validates that data. So this is a custom way to validate that data. It's not the only way, but it's one of the ways that you can actually go about validating that data. So now that we look at this, we're like, okay, this is looking good, but I think it can be better. And in fact, it absolutely can be better. Not just the view itself, but also how the form works, right? So like this portion right here, 110% can be better. And that's something we'll cover very, very soon. But this is the power of using Django forms over using standard HTML forms. And hopefully it all makes sense. If it doesn't, please let us know. Otherwise, let's keep going. So now we're just going to blow your mind and make it even better. Like it's going to be ridiculously better and ridiculously easier. So what that means is I'm no longer going to be using this view at the end of this video, but the first part I'll actually still use it so you can see how to make this even better. Now, inside of my forms, I'm going to go ahead and import. So from .models, import restaurant location, and we're going to use something called model form. So we'll do class, and I'm going to call this restaurant location now, create form, and it's forms.model form, and we'll just do class meta, and model equals to the model name, and then the fields that we want. So what are those fields? Let's go ahead and take a look at the model. Again, name, location, category. I actually don't want slug in there, so I'll just do name, location, category. And name, location, and category. Cool. Now that I've got my form designed, I'm going to go back into my views and I'm going to import this form. And we'll just change the form the form itself to the restaurant location create form. And now what I'll do is I'll comment this out. If form is valid, form.save. Okay, so we save it and then it'll redirect. Let's go ahead and go back here and I'll say another new awesome form and another location or whatever. I'll hit save and another new awesome form. Whoa, I just got rid of a bunch of stuff here. Gone, right? A lot more effective, a lot more efficient than that last one. But again, I told you that we can make this even better, actually a little bit more on par with this detail view, and that is something called a create view. So scrolling down, we are going to put it down here and say class restaurant create view, and it takes in the create view. The form class will be equal to the restaurant location create form, and then we'll say template name equals to restaurants slash form.html. And we're going to save that for a minute. I'm going to go ahead and copy this, go into my URLs, and we're going to import this in. I can actually get rid of that other one because we're not going to use it anymore. And I'll replace it and then do as view as normal. We'll save that. And let's go ahead and look at it. We've got our create view, add restaurant. Hey, what do you know? Looks the same, doesn't it? Yes, it does. So now this is going to be create view, location created view. Hit save. And I get this error, right? So I get no URL to redirect to. Now, if you remember how our view looked, we had this HTTP response return redirect. We actually had a success URL. So there is saying define a get absolute URL method. I'm not going to do that quite yet. Instead, what I'm going to do is just say success URL equals to that. Okay. But before I even try it again, I'm going to go back into my restaurants and notice create view was created. it actually made it that new one. So I'll do create and we'll do success URL, done, here, save, back, success URL. Look at that. 4 lines versus, you know, like 10 or 11. Now, granted, I didn't do a whole lot of customization. Now, if you were to do customizations in between form valid and form save, you could, right? So you can customize here. But since it's a model form, you might not want to customize there. Instead, you might want to use, signals. You might want to use a signal inside of that method, right? So when I was explaining signals, this is where that customization comes through. This is kind of how signals work. So it's kind of like a pre-save is right there. And then like a post-save is right there. Now, of course, you could customize the create view too. You could do all sorts of things in there. But that's essentially what we're doing. We just overrode this entire thing. One thing I would say is if errors is no longer errors, it's actually going back to being form.errors instead of the context that we called it. So if I save that and bring back that clean validation method, I can come in here and try that again. So we'll go to create and I'll just say hello. We hit save and that validation's back. It's working. Again, it still works on this one because this is still technically a form. It's still technically just like this. It just added one extra element, which was the ability to save things. Like that original form you couldn't save. But now it's working specifically on this create view. I'm going to get rid of some of these comments in here. We just don't need them anymore. If you want to see them, just go back on older commits or on the lectures themselves for the code inside of GitHub. But now look how little of code this is. That's really just not very much. I mean, granted, we have to make the templates and the URLs too, but overall, to actually handle this stuff, it's fairly straightforward. Okay, so we still want to talk about validation. That is how this like create like this part right here. Why is that validation working? We're going to show you a few different methods on getting that because saving the right data is actually really important when it comes to building your application. Of course, this is not a very good example of it, but you do want to make sure that you are saving at least validated data or like clean data when it comes through and saves on your database, so then you don't have to do anything in the future like trying to change or fix it. So one of those things being like, which we're actually not going to cover this because it just gets into too much context or it's just too in-depth and too involved, but one of them being that maybe I would want to validate and make sure these locations are real locations. And I might want to make sure that my name of that restaurant is a real name or the category only fits in certain categories. And that's actually what we're going to be doing. We're going to make sure that it's only a certain set of categories just to show you how that works. All right, so if you have any questions on this portion, let us know. Granted, there's a lot of build up to this, but it's actually very, very easy to do. I just want to give you as much context behind it so you can understand and appreciate how well done this was. As far as the create view. Hopefully the video was too, but the create view, that is just, I mean, the developers behind Django just think of everything, and that's something that I'm just so appreciative of is learning class-based views and how much easier they actually are. Okay, so thanks again, and we'll see you very soon. So validation, Django validation is a big topic for Django and Django forms. There's a lot of ways you can go about doing it, so I do recommend that you actually check out the documentation only because there's more to it than just what we're going to be covering here. There's a lot more to it, and it's just going to take some time with you playing around with it. And luckily, Django actually has a lot of different, examples of what you can do with validation, which is really cool. So what we're going to do here is kind of extend what we did on this forms clean name validation stuff. Now, I already mentioned that when forms are called, they go through a series of validations, right? So it's basically going to call any custom validations you have, but it also has its built-in ones. So if I did something like email, this is not practical of a use case, but if I did forms.email field, and I just saved an email field. Let's just go ahead and save it and then go back into that create view. If I looked in here, I can see now that I have email, I can try and do something that's not an email field, and I'll hit save. Oops, we need to add a name. I mean, it automatically, even the browser is kind of validating whether or not it's an email field. So you're going to want to make sure that it's a valid email, and otherwise it's not going to allow it, right? So in this case, it says enter valid email address. So that is how these kind of Django built-in validations work. Also notice that the actual validation message is showing up right on the field using the Django form fields. So really, we don't even need this if forms. We can say there is another one called if form.errors.non-field errors. I believe that's what it is. We'll actually render those non-field errors out instead. So non-field errors meaning errors related not to the fields themselves, but to some other thing going on in the actual validation. So when we think about this, that's the built-in methods, but this is a custom method. So I can also do it where I do define clean email, and I'm using email because it's a really easy way to kind of check how this stuff works. And I'll just do email equals to self.cleanedData.get email. And we'll say if email, or let's say if edu in email, we will raise forms validation error saying we do not accept edu emails. So if .edu in email, yes, this conditional can 100% be improved, and I recommend that you do a quick Google search to see how you can improve it. But otherwise, we can just return this email. I'm really just doing this for an example. So I'm going to go back in, and we'll say name is .edu, and I'll say abc@abc.edu. I'll hit save. We do not accept edu emails. Okay, really, really easy, right? It's not really that complicated as far as how this actually works. Now, of course, I'm not going to put this field in here because we don't need it. Instead, what I'm going to do is go one step further and actually validate this category itself. So when I want to add in a custom validator, I'm going to go ahead and create a file for it inside of my app called validators.py. And going back into that documentation, it's on validators. We're going to go ahead and copy their example here. Okay, so I'm not going to worry about translation in this, but I will at least have my validation error showing up. And they use some parameters or string substitution. I'll worry about this in just a second, but basically this is the core of the validation. It just takes in a function and then validates whatever that value actually is. So I'm going to just adjust this to that clean email one, or well, let's do it with the clean email one first, and then we'll come back to that category. So come in here. I'm just going to show you the example. I'm not actually going to implement it. But basically, instead of forms.validation error, we'll just do raise validation error, and the email is now equal to value, and we don't need to return anything. That's just how it validates it, just like that. Okay, so now let's do categories. Let's say categories equals to a list of categories. So we'll do Mexican, and we'll do Asian, American, and whatever. Cool. So now we've got categories. We'll do define clean, or sorry, not clean. We don't want to call it clean anymore, actually. We would rather call it validate. You could call it clean if you wanted to, but this is an actual validation, where clean is usually associated to a method on a form, not just general validation. So there's validate category, so the category field itself. These two, again, are examples, but this is actual what we'd be using. And we'll say if value in categories return, or, well, we don't need to return anything. So we'll say if not value in categories, then we'll say raise validation error. This is not a valid category. Or even better, we can use some substitution here, and we'll put value and use the F. There we go. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this, import it into forms. We'll do from.validators, import validate category. So down here, I can actually override the default of that field itself by doing forms.charField, and we'll do validators equals to validate category. And I'll also say required equals to false, because it's still not required. Save that, and we'll refresh in here. Okay, so I'm going to do name and a new category that's not in there, and I'll just say location, and I'll hit save. Location is not a valid category. Very, very easy. Well, what if I did Mexican lowercase? As in Mexican food, I hit that. Mexican is not a valid category. Although it is. It actually is a valid category, so I might want to make this a little bit more effective or efficient. So I'll say if value not in categories, and I'll just give the value. So I'll just say cat equals to value dot capitalized, or so if value not in categories and not cat in categories, save that, hit continue. Oops, a little spelling error on capitalized. There we go. Now refresh, hit continue. And it's looking like that this string substitution can't do that. So that is a method that often is working. Maybe it's capitalize. There it is, capitalize. Okay, so after I did capitalized, I just allowed it to come through, and it actually is saving it. So that's checking whether or not it's in this category or the capitalized version of it is in that category. Okay, so that's one method. We could actually put it right here on the form itself, or we could go one step further and put it directly on the field itself. So again, we will import these validators. So from.validators, import, and this is validate category. And we just add it in as a char into the char field itself and say validators equals to a list, validate category being one of them. I made some changes to models. So what do I have to do? I have to make migrations. So Python manage.py, make migrations, and Python manage.py, migrate. Now that I've got that, let's go ahead and go back into my form, forms.py that is. I'm going to comment that out, save it, and we'll run it again. Go to create, and I'll say new name, another as category. I'll hit save. Another is not a valid category, and I'll try Asian lowercase. I hit save. What do you know? It works. So I actually probably want that capitalized. So let's go back into our validators. And can we actually change the value to being capitalized? Let's just try it. So I'll do value.capitalize. Leave it in as cat, actually. So value equals to cat. So I want the capitalized version of it. So let's try it out. And I'll say new item, Asian again, hit save, or new Asian item. How about that? We hit save. Asian item, it's still returning that back. So it's not actually returning back that capitalized value. Let's just try it this way. And the reason I'm doing this is to show you that this is how I actually try things out. I'm actually trying it in real time right now. I don't remember this because it's something that you don't need to, but it's something that's useful to see. So lowercase Asian, hit save, still not working, right? So all these validations are doing is actually checking to make sure that this is true. It's only looking for a raised validation error. That's it, nothing else. So when you want to modify the data itself, you can do it inside of the pre-save receiver or the post-save receiver, either one. So what I'm going to do now is just say instance, and I can save it every single time if I wanted to, instance.category equals to instance.category.capitalized, or capitalized, excuse me, not d. And let's try that again. And I'll make yet another one. Validate. And we'll call it Mexican. I'll hit save. Validate. Mexican capitalized. What do you know? There it is. Okay, so that is some validation. This is a little bit more advanced stuff, but it is also very, very useful. We now have everything we need to create stuff. There's not really a whole lot more you need to learn to create things. I mean, yes, you can make more advanced validators. You can also know that you can validate everything with just clean. So just the clean method will actually validate everything, but you can look that up in the documentation to see how that works. But by and large, validating models and also fields themselves is very easy and also very useful. Now, I will say that if you actually start creating a bunch of validators, you can even create your own field itself. That is definitely getting a lot more advanced, but you definitely can create your own field. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that, and that's how code works, and that's what's so exciting about it, is that you can make changes however you see fit. It's completely yours, and you can modify Django all you want. All right, so if you have any questions on validation, let us know. Otherwise, let's keep going. So how we are right now, we have a list of restaurants that basically anyone can add to, right? So if I just go to restaurants create, no matter who is logged in, you can actually add in restaurants. And this would be true with any other sort of model, right? So we would have restaurants, we would have a list of restaurants. All of these things could be added by anyone. In some cases, you might want to do that, but more than likely what you're going to want to do is associate this data to a specific user. So once that user's logged in, that's the data they see. So like this would be my restaurant list, and it would have all of the restaurants I like, and maybe even the count of items that I actually have added to those restaurants. And of course, I'm referring to menu items. So like at Baja Fish Tacos, there's a couple things that I really like getting there. And they have some sort of rank to them as well. So I want to have this for me as my own user, but then every other person who wants to use this service would be able to do the same sort of thing. So that's what we need to do. We actually need to start associating data to a specific user. And it's actually not that complicated. It's just a matter of how we associate these things. Now, the model itself has nothing built in currently to an association. To actually create that association, we use something called foreign keys. So if we do a Google search for Django foreign key, there's actually a lot of information that could come in here. So we click on the either many-to-one relationships or the model field reference. And the foreign keys themselves is just a model field, and it works in the database. So there's actually an association in the database that will happen as well. And we're going to want to look for foreign key. So that option there, and it's going to take us down to the actual field itself. So this is the model field that we're going to be working in. So when I say association, I mean literally it's like ownership. You know, once we make an association, that association sticks until we change it. And so we can change how our query sets work based off of that association. So let's go ahead and create our first association on our restaurant location. And I'm going to add a user model here, and it's going to be models.foreignKey. And we want it to be to the user model. Now, what is the user model, and how do we know what that is? Well, of course, we can also do a search for Django user model, and that will actually bring up contrib.auth, and this will actually show us the user model. Now, you can also learn how to customize this user model, but the default user model is this one right here. And again, you can see a custom user model here. Now, how do we actually get this? I'm just going to show you how to do it, and that is we can go to from django.conf import settings, and we are just going to say user equals to settings.auth user model. Now, this is a fail-safe to make sure if you do change it to your own custom user, that's how you're going to do it versus actually importing the user model itself. This is the way to do it. Just believe me on that one. Okay, so we're going to associate the user to that one. Well, I'm not going to call it user for now. I'll just call it owner so we don't confuse things at all. But in the restaurant location we have a now field called owner, and we have it associated to a foreign key called user. Now, if I save it, and we do our migrations like usual, it's going to prompt me for something, as you may guess what it's going to prompt me for. And of course, it's saying a non-nullable, so it can't be blank, field, or blank in the database, that is, or null in the database. Owner is added to this model, but we don't have any default, or we don't allow it to be null. So we can provide a default. In this case, I will provide a default. And I'll just say 1. 1 as in user ID equaling to 1. And the user ID equaling to 1 becomes even more clear if you go into this migrations folder and search down to this restaurant location owner. We see that we put this default as to 1. And look at the default for a few other things here, right? So this is how these migrations work. It actually has some history to it. And it has this onDelete method here, which is done by default, and then where this model goes, and that is to the settings.auth user model. Now, of course, if you had a foreign key to some different model, you could do that, right? So foreign keys work with models. There's definitely a lot to foreign keys, so check out Django Models Unleashed on our site, on joincfe.com, to learn more about foreign keys, because again, there's just so much to it that we created an entire series for. But the general idea is we're associating these two items together. And now I created a way to have this. I mean, this can't be null now, so there's no way this can be blank. So we're going to actually have to update how we create these in our database shortly. But for now, I'm going to go ahead and run the migration. So Python manage.py migrate. We did make migrations. We added that default, and then we migrated it into the database. I already have my server running, so I'm going to go ahead and jump into the admin. And I'm actually already in a restaurant location here. And now I see that the owner is CFE. I have 2 users in this actual database, as we see here. So those users are associated now to all of the original restaurant locations. So literally every single one is associated to that user. So how do we actually get this association? Well, there's a few different ways on how we can find out what this user owns, right? So what restaurant locations this user is associated to, and how do we do that? Well, I'm going to do it in the shell first to show you how it's done, and then we're going to have to adjust our pages to compensate for now we have these listings based off of a user. So let's go ahead and go to the shell, Python manage.py shell, and I want to import the user model now. So not the restaurant location, but the user model itself. So we'll do from, and this is going to be django.contrib.auth import get user model. And then we'll say user equals to get user model, and there we go. So user.objects.all. That is how we're going to get the user model. Now, of course, they're kind of different, right? So this right here is just grabbing the name of the user model, and it's using that as a foreign key. This right here is actually grabbing the user model. So we don't actually import the user model itself. And again, it has to do with custom models. So when you get more advanced and you want a custom user model, which we do cover as its own series as well, you could do that. But right here, we just want to make sure that we can get any individual user instance, much like we've been doing for the restaurant location. And as we see here, this is a query set, right? So it's a query set of users. And that very first user, or rather, we'll just say CFE user equals to user.objects.get ID equals to 1. Remember, we set that as the default in the restaurant owner location, the foreign key to the user model, the default being 1, or that ID of 1, right? So that's this user. So we do CFE user, and there it is, right? So I can actually get this user's stuff. So user.username, CFE user, I don't think I have an email, but I could get it. There is no email there, and so on. And you could even try CFE user.password, and you're going to get a hashed password. You're not going to get the raw password. That's how Django has things built in by default. And again, that's why you would be using their user model. And if you ever did some customizations, you never, ever want to see a raw password here. That is a grossly unsecure project. Okay, so now that we have this, I can get the direct associations to that model. And again, the direct associations being, if we go in here, they are these things, right? I can get all of this stuff. So active, so let's try that. User model active, I think it might be is active actually, instead of just active. So is active and true, and then is staff true, and so on, right? So you can do all sorts of things as far as the association is concerned. But we have this new association, which was related to the restaurant location, right? They are associated. They're associated both ways. And I'll show you both ways in just a moment, but first we're going to show you the reverse way, meaning we're going to use the user itself to get the restaurant items that are located. Again, let's scroll back up. I only have imported the user model. I haven't imported restaurant locations at all. And that is how this is going to work. We're actually going to go back and get those restaurants locations that are associated to this user. Now, the method on how it's done is we grab the user instance. In this case, we called it CFE user. That's the user instance right there. Of course, if I just said OBJ, which is sometimes we do stuff like that, or instance, CFE user, that's another way we might call it, right? So all of those are just an object from that user model. So we want to get the relationship to the restaurant location model, right? We want to grab the associated data. I know I'm being redundant with this, but it's kind of important to understand how this works. And it's really simple. We just do instance dot, and then we get the reverse relationship model name. So in this case, we called it restaurant location. And then I could say dot all. Let's just try it this way first. I'll hit enter, and it'll say it has no attribute restaurant location. Now, the reason for this is because we have something called a foreign key here instead of a one-to-one field. A one-to-one field would have this association. They work very, very similar, but they're not the same. So instead, what I have to do is use restaurant location underscore set. So underscore set will give me all of the associations from that particular user to the restaurant location. And we jump back in, I hit enter, and what do you know? Here's a bunch of restaurant locations. And yes, it is a query set. So that means I can do query set type things on that too. So I could filter, and we could say category iExact equals to Mexican. And there we go. We've got our restaurant locations that are Mexican that are related to this particular user. And we never imported this restaurant location. So again, I'm going to come back and just overview what we did here. First of all, we added this user as an association to this restaurant location by way of something called a foreign key. There are a few different types of foreign keys, but that's the one we use. This is so I can have one user can have 1,000 restaurant locations. Okay. Once we did that, we actually did some tests and we imported this user model in. And then from that user model, we did a get call. And then from that instance of that user model, we were able to call all of the associated restaurant locations. Now, this particular user has restaurant locations. So if we actually look back at our user.objects.all to that second user, so I'll just go ahead and do get ID equals to 2. That gives me my second user. So I'll say jm user equals to this. And then I do jm user dot restaurant location set dot all. I get an empty query set, and that should make sense. Is because this restaurant location, this user doesn't have any restaurant locations set up yet. Of course, it's something we'll do, but it's important to note that that's how you do it. Now, how would we do the call if it was different? Like, what if it was called, I'm not going to run the migrations and I'm not going to save it, but what if it was just called restaurant? Well, it's simple. We would get rid of location. We would keep underscore set dot all. This part makes that foreign key call. You know, if it was called ABC, you would do ABC. And that's only if the instance that we're using has a foreign key in there. If it doesn't, then it won't actually do that. Okay, so let's keep it in as restaurant location. We'll save that. And then we'll go ahead and exit out of the Python shell and then run it again. Python manage.py shell. Now what we're going to do is we're going to get restaurant locations themselves based off of a user ID. So we'll do from and restaurants models import restaurant location, and then we'll do restaurant locations objects filter, and we'll say user __ ID equals to 1. We hit enter, and oops, it shouldn't be user, it should be actually owner. So let's try that again. Owner, and notice it says field exception cannot resolve keyword user into field, because we don't have anything in here called user. It's just owner, right? We changed it to owner. So I did __ ID because this is actually accessing the fields over there. I'll show you how that's done in a second. Okay, so that gives us that query set. So it's actually another way to filter this down. So I can also do it by username, right? And I could say iExact equals to a string like that. There we go. So that is how you do it. So owner right here is associated to the user model. Username here is, of course, that field in there, and then iExact is a way to look it up. So another thing we can do is actually get the user model from the restaurant location itself. Now this is a little bit more advanced, but I want to show you it because they are really actually connected. Again, in this shell, I have not imported the user model. And if you don't import the user model, it'll say something like that: user is not defined, user is not defined. So again, we've got this QS here, and I'll just say obj equals to QS.first. And now obj.owner equals to a user model, right? Or user instance. So I can actually say user equals to obj.owner dot __ class. Now that is the user class, as we see here. So I can actually do user.objects.all. They are absolutely 100% associated. Everything that I just did here could be done with the user model in the reverse for restaurant location. Let's see that. So I'll say CFE user equals to user.objects.all and CFE user.restaurant location set.all. Oh, we got a CFE user should be not .all but .first. Actually, let's keep that up. See, I kept it as CFE user.all and I try to do it there. That's why I said QuerySet object has no attribute, which it doesn't. It's only on the instance. So we try that again, and there we go. All right, so I changed it as the first user, and then it gives me all those restaurant locations again. And from here, again, this is a new QS equals to that. New QS, or new object, equals to new QS.first. New object, what is it going to be? Hopefully you know. Yep, it's a restaurant location. And I could do RK equals to, like restaurant class, new object, __ class, and RK.objects.all. Boom. They are associated, 100% associated. Okay, so hopefully that clarifies on how they are associated, how foreign keys can work inside of models. There's a reverse and a forward association. And the reverse association is always on the field that says foreign key user, right? So whenever you see foreign key and then some model name, that means to get that object, we have to get the user, whatever that user is or that class is. So class instance dot model set dot all. That is how you do it from grabbing that individual class. So hopefully all of that makes sense. If it doesn't, please let us know in the comments below, or even more specifically, you might check out Django Models Unleashed to really get a better understanding of how that works in particular. It should make more sense once you play around with it yourself and start adding other models and other foreign keys, because you can absolutely do that. All right, so in the next one, we will, or shortly, we'll actually start clarifying this a little bit more by implementing it in our views. Okay, so we have our restaurant location, and it's time that we actually associate this data when we're saving it on our view. If you diverted at all and went to create and tried to add a new location again, you might have received something like this: not null constraint found, right? So it's saying restaurants, the app, the model name, and then the object itself, or the association. In this case, it's owner ID, which is related to this. There's no ID associated to this particular user. Now, if I set a default here, it would go off of that default. I'm not going to set a default because in this case, we definitely don't want a default. So what we want to do is actually set this user based off of the requested user. Now, first and foremost, I want to make sure that my user's logged in. We will do authentication here shortly, but I want to make sure it's logged in at least to the admin, right? So you go to the admin and you log in to a user. In this case, jmitchell3 is logged in, not CFE. Okay, so back into my views, how is it that I actually save this? Like, I've got this create view here, but I don't have a way to save my user. So before I actually go into the create view, I'm actually going to bring it back and do the restaurant function-based view so we can see how it's done in that first. And it will translate over to our restaurant create view, which we'll see in just a moment. But let's go ahead and grab this create view. And we're going to go into our URLs. And of course, I want to make sure I import it again. And we're going to replace the other one. I'm just going to comment it out. Add an extra parentheses and comma. Okay, so we've got our restaurant create. I hit continue. The same sort of thing will happen when I try to do it again. After I add a name, location, and a category that works, I hit save, same thing happens, right? Okay, so back into our view. What I can do here is these form valid method is how I'm actually going to go about doing that. And I'll say if request.user.is authenticated, then we'll tab all this stuff in. And, well, I almost want to save it here. So I want to say user equals to request.user. I'll explain the request.user part in just a second, but we have user equals to request.user here. And we just checked if they're authenticated. So what we need to do is turn this form into a potential instance, or an instance that's going to happen that just hasn't saved yet. So that means is I'm going to just say instance equals to form.save commit equals to false. So we're not quite saving yet, but I do now have an instance. So then I can just say instance dot owner, because it's not user, it's owner, is that, and then instance dot save. This is roughly the same thing that I just had, but now I can add attributes onto this instance. That is, I can set something like owner on that instance itself. So we go ahead and save that. And what I also want to do is if the user is not authenticated, I probably want to make sure that they are, right? I want to have some way of making sure that they are. That's something we will cover for the create view itself in the future. But right now, this actually would sort of cover it. It just won't validate the form, or the form will validate. It just won't do anything. It won't show us really any errors that happen as a result. So I'm going to just add in an else clause and return redirect to login. This is not the best practice, but it's showing you how you might consider doing this, or some intuitive way to do it. So request user is authenticated, then we'll save the data and we'll associate that user accordingly. I hit continue. Oops, we spelled authenticated wrong. So we'll say is underscore authenticated. There we go. Try that again. Was missing a T there. And we'll just create a couple new ones, and I'll say jmitchell3, Newport Beach, and America. Or, well, I don't think that's one of them, so I'll just say Asian. And I'll hit save, and there we go. If we go into the admin, look at restaurant locations, look at the last few of them, I see that, hey, look, it's actually associated. It's associated correctly to that actual user. Now I'm going to open up an incognito window with Command-Shift-N, or you can also go to File, New Incognito Window. And I'm going to go to Create. And I'm going to try and make a new location. New loc, and location, and category. And I'll hit Save. And it goes page not found, but it redirected me to log in. Okay, cool. So that's essentially how you're going to associate this inside of a function-based view. If you have any questions on how to associate users to a model using a function-based view, let us know. Otherwise, let's keep going. Now it's time to associate user data to a class-based view. The function-based view is a little bit easier to do it because it's fairly straightforward, right? We can just put in this clause of if request user is authenticated, then we come through here. Anyways, but I'm going to go into the create view and override another method, and that method is called form valid. Takes in self and form. And in here, we'll just do pretty much the same sort of thing as we did up here. And instead, well, we'll just copy this exact same thing and we'll see what happens. So we'll return the super call of restaurant create view, self, and form valid of the form. Okay, so the arguments are self and form, and then we have to call that at the end. So I actually probably don't need this, and I probably don't need I probably just need these two things. So let's go ahead and try that out. I'll go ahead and import it or make sure it's still imported. It is. And we're going to change it back to what it was. We save that. And we go back into our create view. And I'll do new name, location Newport, Mexican. We'll hit save. And we say request is not defined. Okay. So first error, we go back into our view right here. Oops, the request is not defined. Now the request does come through on every single class-based view. But instead of it being passed into individual functions, we have to do self.request. So that's it. Self.request.user is that. We refresh in here. I hit continue. And it looks like it worked. I go to new name. There it is. We go back into our restaurant locations. New name. What do you know? Okay, so how did I know to remove this? Well, basically what the create view does by default is it runs a form valid method. And at the end of that form valid method, it would do that save. So much like what we had up here before, it says form is valid. It's basically doing form.save as default. That's what happens. So when we come in here and say form save commit equals to false, this is calling form.save. It's doing roughly that same thing. But it's adding any other functionality that may be built into that form valid method. So potentially a little complicated, but really, again, we're making that instance from the form itself because it's a create view. That means it absolutely has to be a model form. It can't be just a regular form. And then from there, we go ahead and save this data. Or rather, it can be a regular form, but it's not going to work exactly like this if it is. And again, we can do these pre-save and all this other customization inside of this form valid method if we wanted. But I wouldn't recommend doing much here other than something like this. Okay, so that's how we do it on both form valid on the create view and the class-based view and a function-based view. We have those down. And this is true for editing things as well. It's pretty much the same thing. But the next part of this is more specifically is like I shouldn't even be able to see this form if I'm not logged in, right? So when I go to create, I must be logged in to actually be able to see that. And that's something we'll do now. There's actually some built-in ways to have that happen versus what we did up here where we did this redirect, right? And yeah, I could probably do that redirect inside of this form valid method and stuff like that. But again, even like I said in the last one, that's not a good way to do it. It's actually better to have a login required to even see that particular view. Now, there are instances, of course, that you may want to show the view, but and even the form, but not even allow them to submit data. So there are instances you may want to do this, but by and large, I don't think that's the case. I think more than likely you're going to want to have them logged in to see this view. Now, the other option, of course, is to just render the form out if they're not logged in, and then have somewhere on there saying like log in to continue or something like that. There's definitely a lot of different things you could do with it. Anyway, so let's actually go through the requirement of logging in the next one. Now what we're going to do is show you login required, both as a decorator as well as a mix-in. So the way that we're going to have a login required is to wrap this entire function in something called a decorator. I'm not really going to go into decorators much, but basically it's a function that wraps another function. So it has to meet some criteria before it's going to show this. All that simply means is once we add this decorator, it's going to require you to log in. Otherwise, it's going to force you to a login page. Now, luckily, Django has this built in for us. There is a way to do it, but the login decorator is by far the easiest way to do it on your own. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this login decorator at the very top. I like to keep these things nice and alphabetical. And we use login required, use @login required, and that's it. So we save that. And I'm going to go back into my create view, but I'm going to open another incognito window where I'm not logged into. And I'll hit enter. And looks like it's going through still. And I know why. And that's because of our URL. I'm just going to undo it here and make sure my function-based view is actually there. And I'm going to go ahead and copy this since we've been using both of these quite a bit. I'll just make a whole new line for it. Okay, so I'm going to comment out the class-based view one, and we'll refresh on here. Notice it takes me to account login, and then it's there, right? So it's actually taking me to a different view to make sure that I log in. Versus when I'm actually logged in, which is here, I can actually create something again. So that is how you do login required with a function-based view. And of course, I can also just say login just like that. And let's go back to restaurants create. And oops, no, we don't have it like that. Let's look at the documentation. Scroll down, it should be login URL equals to that. There we go. So an actual passed parameter. You can also use a redirect field name, which is a convenience function as well. Okay, so let's make sure the server's running. Let's rerun it again. And we refresh in here. And again, it's taking us to the login URL. Okay, cool. So that's a way to kind of have a login required and adjust where it goes. And then on that URL, you would have your own view with its own form to actually log somebody in. Now what we want to do is the same thing on our class-based view. Now it's not really that much different. So we'll go ahead and say login required mixin. And this is mixins are for class-based views. So what they do is you just add it into your class-based view and then it adds in all this functionality to it. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this. And again, paste it up here. And again, we'll paste it right below this one based on alphabetical login required mixin. I scroll down right in front of create view. I just put it there with a little comma. We save that. And now we're going to go ahead and reactivate that URL right here. Uncomment this out, comment that one out, save it, flip back to Chrome, and also go to a new incognito window. I'm just going to copy this URL. Go into create, hit enter, and what do you know? It goes back to accounts login, and then it redirects to the create view again. So what we have here is the ability to also just say login URL and then put that same login URL. We can save that, paste it in, and again, it's back to what it was over there. Now, if you want to actually have your URL to always be on login, what we can do is actually eliminate those, and we can go into our settings. So in base.settings, we can actually set up our login URL here. So say login URL, and we'll just put it in as login. Save that. We paste in here again, and what do you know? It's login. If I change it to ABC, I save that. And we paste that in again. It goes to ABC. Okay, so that can be a default. Now, of course, the view itself will override this. ABC 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever. So the view itself can override it if you wanted it to go to a different login page, which is definitely an option, especially if you're doing some sort of landing pages and stuff like that. But in this case, we're just going to have a default login. And that's pretty much it. I mean, that's how, in this case, it's a decorator. And then down here, in this case, it's a mixin. So two different ways to have this login required on two different kinds of views. Again, we really prefer class-based views, but I like showing you them side by side, especially early on, not really to confuse you, although it might be doing that, but more to show you that there are many different ways to accomplish the same sort of thing. That's really what it comes down to. And what I'm showing you here are a couple of those ways that we would do. Now, long term, these are the methods on how I would use. This is what I would be doing because it's less code and it's also a lot more simple. And simple, in my opinion, is better than complex. If you can make it simple but still as effective, make it simple. Okay, so that's it for this. Now we have to figure out how to actually do that login process, and that's something we'll do here very shortly. Stay with us. Okay, so we have this login required, but why? What's the purpose of requiring somebody to log in? Hopefully you know this intuitively, but if you don't, let's actually just take a quick look at it. I'm going to get rid of this login required mixin real quick, and we're going to save this. Just make sure our URLs are on that class-based view, and we're going to go ahead and try and save some data. Now in here, I'm actually logged in. Over here, I'm not, right? So I'm on an incognito window right here, and I can double check that I'm actually not logged in by coming in here and saying admin, and oops, not that, but admin, and it's going to prompt me to log in. Okay, so let's go ahead and create, and notice I can add a restaurant here. I can say new restaurant and location Mexican, and I hit save, and what do I get? I get this simple lazy object, anonymous user, must be a user instance. So when you're not logged in, the request self.request.user is considered a different class. It's considered anonymous user. So it's a different model altogether. It's not the user model, it's an anonymous user. And that means that you can't associate it the same way, right? Because it's not the user class. You can't save it as the user class. Instead, it's a completely different class. Now, if we had anonymous user here, yes, you could save it then, but we don't. We have user. So that means that when we do the login required mixin, it ensures that this right here is an authenticated user. This is a logged in user. There's no chance that it's not because of this right here. Now, assuming you didn't customize anything or change some of the default features, that for sure is safe. We know that this is going to work. There's no doubt in my mind that this would work 100% of the time, unless there's some major hack or something like that. But that's also probably not going to happen, at least not anytime soon. Okay, so let's say, for instance, we've got this now. We've got this login required, but we can't actually log in. We've created the URLs for it. We've done all that stuff, but we actually can't log in. So if I go back into the documentation for using the Django auth system, right? So Django authentication system. Of course, if I did a Google for that, a Google search, it's going to find it. You can actually search for login view. So login view is actually its own class that's new in Django 1.11. So it's a view class, much like what we've seen before. So it's a class-based view that we can do exactly what we've been doing with, but in this case, all I have to do is import it on my URLs. So this is a shortcut to where it is. There's also, of course, if I did a search for this, I see that here's an import specifically for the URL. So I'll show you how they do it, and then I'll show you what I normally do. So let's go ahead and import it like this. So this is importing in all of the views and then doing just a subtle thing here. I think that's too much, right? I think instead you should do .views and then import the view that you want. In our case, we're going to import the login view. And we also changed the URL to just being login, right? So there's our URL. And now I'm just going to put it right there, right? Of course, you can use accounts login, but this is the URL we're working with. And now if I refresh back in here, what should happen when I load up create, it should actually have my login required mixin back. So let's make sure that's saved. There we go. And now it refreshes and it says template does not exist, registration login. we don't actually have something for that login view. And since we're not really customizing that view, we're going off of the default here. I'm going to go off of the default template location, right? So we have these templates here. I'm going to make a new folder, and I'm going to go to the error and say, oh, hey, it's called registration. So let's call that folder registration. And then in there, we're going to call it login.html, again, much like it says right here. Now, going back into the documentation, if I go back to where that login view was, the class itself, this gives me all sorts of things here, right? So I'm going to show you how to override this in just a moment, but we have a bunch of things or attributes that we can change. We also have what it does. You can read about that, but basically if you have next in the URL, it will log you in directly where it needs. Notice this next, this right here. The login view by default will go there after you successfully log in. And another part that's really cool is it already has some template code for us. So we can copy it and we can just bring it into login.html. We save it and we go back into our template does not exist incognito window, refresh, and we got reverse for login not found. This is not a valid view pattern or whatever. So what that means is there's this shortcut method to actually having your URLs. If you scroll up a little bit, you'll see an example of a full URL. That is, first off, a regular expression, then a callable view, as in a function-based view, or a class-based view as a function, and then finally this name portion. So this name portion is a shortcut to allow us to go to things. So if I name this to login, this is a shortcut specifically to that login view. So I refresh in here, and now it's showing me, hey, I don't have something for password reset. Okay, so let's go and take a look. Now, a big part of the reason I don't have something for password reset has to do with this code right here. But if I scroll down a little bit, there's probably a password reset view. So let's go ahead and do password reset view. And what do you know? It's right here. So password reset view. It also has a password reset email. It has all this stuff. I'll let you actually play around with that. I'm not going to touch it right now. Instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of this right here. Notice it says it assumes you have set up the password reset view in your URL configuration. We don't. So I'm going to cut that out, save it, and I'll go ahead and refresh in here. And now my login view actually shows up. Now that URL shortening, or that name, oops, didn't mean to close that. Let's bring it back open. The URL name portion, this right here, the reason we saw that error, let's look at that error again. We see this error right here. We can actually see it inside of the code itself. Let's look in here, and looks like this error is not being rendered on this. So I'm trying to look for the URL rendering code itself. It's not showing it, but I do know that it's in the login page because that's where we added it. And that's this URL right here. So this is that shortcut method to the URL name. So when I went back here and I called it login, if I call it login ABC, I can actually adjust my URL here to being login ABC. We'll cover that more in the next one, but it's just made to just show you generally how those naming functions work. So I refresh in here, and now I can log in again. I hit login, and now I can add a restaurant, and notice it redirects me. So that's a built-in view to Django. It's completely built in. So what I challenge you to do now is to implement the password reset view. Very, very similar. Notice it has a template name. And it's called password reset form. So I'm giving you some hints here. And then also the template context. So the context variable that's in a template is a form. And it says see form class above for resetting the user's password. So it shows us a class up here of the class that's actually going to send. So the last thing that I will give you a hint for is that template will have something in it. It won't look like this. But instead, I'll go ahead and just get rid of this. We can actually do form.asp. We save that, refresh in our login. So let's go ahead and go to admin, log out, and then log in. There's our login. So it's going to have something very similar to this, just to keep in mind. Okay, so we'll see you in the next one. So now let's improve our navigation. We talked about that URL naming pattern stuff like this a little bit, but now it's time to do it even better. And what we're going to do is we're going to jump into our base.html, into snippets nav.html, and this is our current navigation bar. When we use something called href, that is a hyperlink reference to some sort of page, right? And in here, I can make it smarter, and I can say URL, and I can give it some sort of URL path. In fact, I could do it with all of these, and I will. So this quotes, or the thing that's in there, is going to be based off of these names. So my home page, I can say name equals to home. And I can do this same thing over and over again. So we'll do it for restaurants. We can do it for restaurants again. We'll call it restaurants. Create. And then we'll do it for about. I'm not going to do it for the individual one quite yet. And then we can do it for contact. Okay, so going back into our nav bar, let's change this to home, about, contact. We save that, we refresh in here. And if I actually look at the link, so you're going to look on your screen down there, you'll see that this is about, this is contact, this is home. And if I open it up, that will be true. Now, what if I changed one of these URLs in urls.py, such as if I changed home to being ABC? We save that, we refresh in here, and now if I open home into a new tab, it goes to the URL ABC. And if I go here, it's no longer there. So this is a nice convenient way to make sure our URLs are working all across the board. It's something called reverse. It's a reverse pattern to actually go to that in particular. So the other one we can do is, of course, restaurants. And now I can actually use this anywhere. So I can just copy and paste this everywhere I want to, instead of trying to remember some URL pattern that may be fairly complicated. So if I refresh again, I can now really navigate a whole lot better. This is also true for the detail view. We can actually use something for reverse for detail. So I'm going to show you how to do it with these URLs on that list view. So let's go ahead and go back into that list view here. And we'll go ahead and name the URLs first. So in urls.py, we're going to come in here and go name equals to restaurants detail. We'll save that. So restaurants detail, or rather restaurant detail, that's the name of the URL. So go into my templates, into my restaurant list, and this href right here, I might be tempted to, well, let's go ahead and keep that for just a moment, but I'll put two of them here and we'll just break them out. I might be tempted to just say restaurants or restaurant detail as the URL. So put these in double quotes. URL is that. Okay. So I might be tempted to do that. And if I do, I refresh in here. It says reverse for restaurant detail with no arguments not found. There's one pattern tried. It couldn't find anything because we don't have any arguments in here. So all I have to do is slug equals to obj.slug. We save that, a refresh, and now I've got those links working. So that's a nice and convenient way to use the URL short pattern specifically inside of a template. But this is actually not the best method. In fact, if you remember back to when we did our create view, right here, we have this success URL. Now, if I take away that success URL and go back to create something, let's make sure we're logged in. And notice it's making sure we're logged in already. And I say ABC, location, and Mexican, I hit save. It'll say no URL to redirect to. Either provide a URL or define a get absolute URL method in the model. Now's a good time to do that. So I'm actually going to go ahead and copy that, go into my models, and underneath str, I'm going to define get absolute URL self, and it's going to return something. So this is where I can actually return, you know, let's say restaurants, and then we can use the slug here and use F, and we'll just do self.slug, and I refresh in here, hit continue, and what do you know? It actually redirects me to where I need to go. But the same problem occurs, like the URL is hard-coded here. So if I changed this URL to something different, this is no longer valid. So there's a method for views that makes that even better, and it's called reverse. So from Django.core.url resolvers import reverse. And instead of doing this, what we'll do instead is we'll return reverse and that URL name again, which was restaurant detail. Again, going back into URLs, URL name, restaurant detail. And then we add in some keyword arguments. Keyword args equals to a dictionary, slug, self.slug. Keyword arguments are always a dictionary, right? They're arg keyword arguments. They're keyword, here's the key, here's the value, so keyword arguments. So we save that, and now if I create it again, I go to create, and we'll say reverse, whatever, working, location, and Mexican, hit save, reverse working. Okay, cool. So that means back on my restaurant list, I don't need any of these. I can actually just use something even better. That's object.get absolute URL. And that's probably what you'll see most of the time. So I can get rid of that other URL that doesn't matter anymore. We save it and we go back into our restaurant list. And of course, everything is still working. So that's the reason for those names. That's the reason for the short patterns themselves. And it has to do with the ability for you to change these at any time and not breaking everything. So you're not hard coding or repeating yourself over and over again. That's the key here. All right, so if you have any questions on what we did here, please let us know. Before we go away, there is one more concept that I will just bring up because we're on this topic of reversing URLs, and that is how this part works. Really, when you create an app and you want the app to be reusable, the app itself would have its own URLs. So let's go inside of this app and we'll call it urls.py. I'll actually copy the original URLs and I'll paste in here everything that we need. So I'm going to go ahead and get rid of everything we don't need, right? So I definitely need URL because that's part of it. The template login views I don't need. The admin I do not need. The restaurant views I do need, but I'm going to do a relative import. I'm also going to get rid of the, or comment out the create and list views because we don't need those function-based views anymore. And I'll get rid of everything else. So let's go ahead and get rid of this. And I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this. We don't need the about stuff. We're only keeping the URLs that are related specifically to that app. Okay, so now we have those URLs. If we go back into urls.py, I no longer need to rewrite these. But what I want to do is I want to include the URLs. And this is this last part, including another URL conf. Basically what we're going to do now is just import include here. And we're going to use this example here and paste it below. But instead of blog, we're going to use restaurants. And this is going to include restaurants.urls. These old URLs we can comment out. Okay. But I do want to add one thing in here, and that's namespace. And we're call it restaurants, or the name of the app itself. So we're going to save that. Let's put a comment at the end here. Let's go back into our URLs here. Since I have that first restaurant here, I don't need these other ones. We'll talk about that in just a second, but I'm going to go ahead and keep this saved and hit refresh in here. Notice that this isn't working, but if I add another restaurants in here, it will give me this reverse call being incorrect. So this is actually the URL that it is now. And why is that? That's because URLs starts with restaurants and then it includes these other restaurants, so it basically appends these other ones right here. So what I need to do is get rid of these restaurants right there. So I'm actually no longer being redundant. And instead, I'm going to change these in just a moment, but we'll go ahead and save that. And let's actually get rid of this namespace for just a moment. We'll come back to why that works and why it will work. So we save that, we refresh, and the restaurant lists will work in just a moment. So restaurants here, and there we go. So our detail view is not working correctly. So back into our URLs, it's just not showing up. So now what we need to do is actually just create this namespace and then go back into our URLs, and we're going to call it list, create, and detail. Okay, so in models.py, we need to change this to using restaurants : so this is the namespace and then the name itself. So the name itself, the namespace, and then everywhere else we did that, which was one of them was in the templates, nav, restaurants : list. We save that, refresh, and we're getting restaurant detail not found. So we're gonna have to find where that is by doing a quick search inside of our app. Copy that and go back in. We'll do find, oops, we want to do find and replace. So we'll just do find in files rather. So we've got restaurant detail, and we're going to put it into our current project. So let's just go ahead and add this. Go to add folder, and we'll put it into SRC here. So there's our current project. We're just going to look for that restaurant detail portion, and that's in here. So it's actually commented out inside of my URLs. I probably don't actually need it anymore. So what I want to do then is refresh the server, and it's still giving me that error. So let's make sure everything is saved in here. As far as all of our other stuff, still getting restaurant detail is not found. That is not a, so let's get rid of this. I'm just going to get rid of all of these because we no longer need them. And again, let's go into our models, make sure that was saved. Restaurants detail, there it is. That was the problem. Okay, so this just wasn't saved. It wasn't showing up, but it wasn't saved. Okay, so now it is working. Okay, so we just covered a lot on these URLs. First of all, we talked about the names and why those are shortcuts. And then this ability to add in another URL's file is how this works. You are definitely going to want to play around with this as much as possible, but basically when we want to include other URLs, we ignore that $sign. That $sign means it's the end of a string. In this case, it's not. It's going to want to look inside of this URLs file, which is in restaurants.urls. And in here, that's where we've got these end of strings things, right? So that very first one, restaurants list, that ends there, and so on. That's why you always see those $signs at the end of those URLs. Okay, so if you have any questions, let us know. Otherwise, let's keep going. Okay, so we've learned a lot of the core of Django. Like, we really got a lot of the back end, and now you are pretty much ready to be able to make a lot of your own apps, right? So you can take this concept behind the restaurant location model and the restaurants app, and you can actually start to build your own. Of course, there's a lot more to Django than what we've done so far, but really you're at a point where you can totally do all this stuff on your own. And we are going to go ahead and create a new app, so it's sort of review as to what we've already done so far. It's going to be a lot faster. I'm definitely not going to explain it nearly as much, but it will at least show you how all this stuff is implemented, just more robust and just a quicker way to do it. And yeah, we're going to be referencing some of our previous code because it's stuff that is a little bit repetitive. You know, once you learn how to use Django apps, creating new ones is really not that complicated. So the purpose of this service is not to list off restaurants. That is not the purpose at all. Rather, the purpose is to list off menu items that you like at those restaurants and the way you like them. So let's say, for instance, Baja Fish Tacos. There's a salad there that I really like, and I like it a specific way, and it's not on their menu. So in a sense, I'm making my own menu for Baja Fish Tacos. These are the things I like there, And that way I can share that with friends. So if somebody ever needed to pick up food for me or just wanted to pick up food for me, I could just literally be that way, because I am muy picky. I'm very, very picky. I'm a picky person when it comes to food. And if you're anything like me, then you understand the value of this. If you're not like that, then the main thing for you is just to really look at this as a learning opportunity. Now, and also understand that even if you're not picky as far as the things that are on the menu item itself, you might like to have a list of things that you like at all these different restaurants. So that's another thing, is like you're probably slightly picky. Even if you don't modify the menu item itself, you probably like a handful of things at most places, right? So that's essentially what this website's all about, is doing that in particular. Okay, so now with that out of the way, that means that this restaurants like app is really just there to kind of explain how all this stuff works. It's not really a functional restaurant location app, because it's not getting real restaurants. Like, it's not getting the real live stuff. I mean, it's going based off of user data, as in I entered all this data. And as we see down here, if I scroll down, I have places called validate and even a username and stuff like that. That's not actually very good data. So to get better data for that, we would want to check out our project called Geolocator 2. This project in particular will show you how to actually do geolocation with the Yelp API and Google Maps. It's definitely a little bit more complicated. That's why we're not really going into it. But it allows you to get the real data from these real places, which is something you would probably end up doing on your actual service. Okay, so with that out of the way, let's go ahead and get this other portion started. I'm going to activate my virtual environment, and I'll just do python manage.py, start app, and I'm going to call this menus. Now, of course, it's menus because these are the menu items that I'm going to be having on my particular page, like my individual profile, if you will. Okay, so inside of models, we are going to do a couple things here. I want to import the user model. So from Django.conf, import settings, and I'll do class, and I'll just call this menu item, or rather, instead of menu item, I'll just call it item. I don't need it to be anything else. We also sometimes might want to check to make sure that it's not already a Python class, like such as print or class. Like, I'm not going to do class, right? So that doesn't make any sense. In fact, I bet Django or Python would raise some errors if you did that. So we'll call it item, models.model, and I'll say user equals to models.foreign key, settings.auth user model. Okay, so every item that is created has to have a user. That makes sense, right? The next thing is every item probably has to have a restaurant too. So models.foreign key. Well, now we associate the restaurant to this place. Restaurant to this particular item. So to do that association, much like we did with user, we just are going to go to from restaurants.models, import restaurant location, and we're going to put that in as our foreign key. So now all of these things are associated. Much like what you did, I mean, I want to challenge you to go ahead and try this out. All of this instance model set stuff and all those reverse relationship things we did a little while ago, I want you to, after we get this in there, I want you to actually go ahead and try that out. So here, I'm just going to give it a name. So this is actual related to the data. So this is the real item stuff. This is just associations. Now, these are fairly optional. I mean, you don't have to actually have this. Like, if you were making this website for yourself and you don't have users, you probably wouldn't necessarily have that user model. Or if you want to put the restaurant name just on the item itself, you totally could do that. But again, we're doing it in a way that's just a little bit more robust for our system here. So models.charField, max length equals to 120. Of course, we have to set that. That's a requirement of that field. And then we're going to do contents, or what's actually in the item itself. So this is going to be something that we're going to use a text field for. So we can have a bunch of different things in here. And also say help text equals to separate by comma. That is going to make a lot more sense once we actually do and we see what those contents are. So separate each item by content, comma, or separate each ingredient, or ingredient might make more sense, but we'll leave it as item. Okay, so we got our name for the item, the contents that are in it, and we can also say the exact same thing, but excludes. And I'm going to give this an optional value. So I'll just say blank equals to true and null equals to true. Because the contents, that could be how I want it. This is pretty much how you may want it. Okay, so then we'll say whether or not this is a public item, as in I want to share this with everybody in the world, right? We'll just say public equals to models.boolean field default equals to true. Okay, and then we also, we'll just say image, no, we'll leave, I was gonna say image URL, like a URL to an image, but we're actually gonna leave that out for now because adding images is just a whole nother level of things that we're just not gonna cover this time. Okay, so we've created our model. I do wanna actually put in timestamp as well as updated in there as well. And I'm actually gonna define, or we'll do class meta, and we'll do ordering equaling to, and we'll do reverse updated and reverse timestamp. So this gives us a default ordering, and in this case, it's gonna say what's updated most recently will be this way. If I wanted updated the oldest one, it would be this way. So just adding that minus flips it up and down. So it flips the query set. So when you do item.objects.all, this will give the most recent item updated first, right? So the most recently updated item first, whereas if I did it this, it will give us the most recently updated item last in reverse order. And that's true for timestamp too. That's just the general idea there. Okay, so we've got our models and our model in here, all the fields that we're going to associate at this time. So that's pretty much it for the model item itself. Let's go ahead and just add it into our settings module, into installed apps, and we're going to just call it menus. We save that, and I'm going to go ahead and run python manage.py, make migrations, and python manage.py migrate. And the reason I didn't do make migrations right after saving menus, of course I did save this, is because we had to add it to installed apps before we could do that. Okay, so that's it for actually creating the model. Now let's go ahead and add this model to our admin. And I'll do from.models import, and this is called item. And then just do admin.site.register item. Okay, so let's go back into the admin, take a look in here in a home, menu items, click add item. Here we go. We've got our user here. We've got restaurants. These are all of the restaurants coming through. And we've got name and contents. Separate each item by comma. Okay, so the big reason that we did that is because when we actually want to get contents, I'll make a method in here called self. I'm just going to return a list here. And this list is going to be based off of self.contents.split by comma. And we will also just put just the comma there, no space after. So this is going to split up our contents that are in there to have it as a list. And I'll do that same thing for get excludes. Okay, so those are methods that we absolutely, or this should be excludes, not contents. Those are a couple methods that we actually want to have. So then when we render this out, the contents of any given item will show up. Okay, so in the next one, we are going to actually, or in the next portion, we're going to actually make this into different views to handle all of those things, especially now that it's in the admin. If you have any questions, let us know. Otherwise, let's keep going. So now it's time to do all of our views. Let's go ahead and go into views.py inside of menus. We'll do from.models, import item, and then also from Django.views.generic import. We're going to do the list view, the detail view, the create view, and the update view. Okay, so we're gonna then create each one of these. So we'll do item list view, and that takes in list view. QuerySet equals to item. Well, actually, we would want to do a different QuerySet than the standard one. We'll do define get QuerySet, and that's going to take in self, and we'll return self, or rather, we'll return item.objects.filter, and this is going to be user underscore, or actually, let's do user equals to self.request.user. So this would be if the user is authenticated, of course, and we'll have to worry about that in a second. But I'm going to go ahead and copy this a couple times. And we'll do that here, here, and here. Okay, so we've got our detail view first, and then our create view, and then finally our update view. Okay, so our list and detail views are sort of straightforward on how it is that they're going to work, but our create view and update view require a form. So let's go ahead and create that form, and we'll do forms.py, and I'll just do from Django import forms, and then from .models import item, and we'll do class item form, forms.model form, and we'll do class meta model, model equals to item, fields equals to, and we said contents, we probably want to have the restaurant, contents excludes, and finally public. I think that's it. Let's go ahead and look at our model. Contents excludes public. Oh, we definitely want to have the name of the item too. Okay. And we're going to go ahead, now that we've got this form, let's go ahead and import it in here. So from .forms import item form. Okay, so create view form class equals to item form, and update view is the same. Don't think we looked at update view yet. Pretty sure we didn't actually. That's okay, we will look at it. It's not really that complicated, but it is something that's pretty cool. So now we've got these 4 views. Now we need to wrap in our URLs. So I'm going to go ahead and create a urls.py file inside of my menus app. I'm going to use my restaurants app URLs as a reference. So I'll just copy that entire thing, go in here and paste it in. Obviously, I'm not using the restaurant URLs anymore. Instead, I'm using item list view, item detail view, item update view, and then item create view. Let's put these in alphabetical order a little bit better. Okay, there we go. Create view is going to be on the create view again. List view will be the list view, and detail view will be that restaurant detail view. And in this case, I'll bring it back to being primary key and using just digits. You could make it a slug. You could do all the SlugField stuff. In this case, I'm not going to do that because more than likely my list view of all my items will be just the initial thing right off the bat. So that's what we're really worrying about or focusing on here. So now that I've created these URLs, I'm going to go into my main project folder here, and I'm just going to go ahead and copy this restaurant's URLs and just come in here and say items, as in menu items. So menus.urls, namespace being menus. There we go. And now let's go ahead and take a look. We're going to go to items. We hit enter. Template does not exist, and that should make sense. So let's go ahead and make the template. We're going to make a folder inside of menus. We'll say new folder called templates. Inside of templates, we're going to make another new folder called menus, as in the name of the app. And then a few new files in here. The first one is going to be item list. So we'll go ahead and save this as item list.html. And I'm going to go ahead and just come into my restaurant list and copy that, paste this over, and we'll say menu items as the titles. There we go, for object and object list. All this stuff still works with the exception of this get absolute URL method. So I'll just leave it in as a hashtag. And we'll say object.name. That's going to be the name of the object, of course. And then inside of here, I'm just going to go ahead and also put in the actual contents of the item. So we'll just say contents. And I'll make another unordered list class here. And then we'll do another for loop inside of this. And we'll say for item in object.get contents. And for, and then list item. Okay. And let's copy that same thing for excludes. And basically what I'll say here is, I'm going to have to change these to being if get contents or if contents at all for both of these. So let's go ahead and just put an if statement in here and say if object.contents and if, and again, the same if statement for excludes. Another and if. Okay, we save that. Refresh in here, and we have nothing called item list showing up. So let's restart the server real quick. And there we go. We have a spelling error, syntax error in for and for. All right, refresh. No menu items because we haven't created any. So let's go ahead and make one. And I'll just use it on the current logged in user. Restaurant doesn't matter. And I'll say unwrapped burrito, and again using the separate by contents, mixed greens, avocado, or actually I think it's guacamole, carne asada, lettuce, lettuce is already there, onion, pico de gallo, cheese. Okay. Let's make sure we got guacamole there, right? Save and continue. Okay, go back, refresh, and there you go. So we've got our actual item, the contents, and we'll just say no corn, onions, any other sort of ingredients that you don't want on there. And we go ahead and save that, refresh. There we go. So it's actually showing these menu items based off of what I have in the database, and it's fairly straightforward. So as far as the unique individual view, again, we'll do object.id because we said the ID itself, or rather we shouldn't actually do that like we've already talked about. Instead, I'll go into models and copy this get absolute URL method and bring that in here. And it's no longer restaurants detail, instead it's menus detail, and it's pk equals to self.pk. We also need to import that reverse call, so I'm going to go ahead and do that. Import reverse. There we go. Back into our list, we'll do object.get absolute URL. We save that, refresh in here. I click on that absolute URL. It's not actually taking me anywhere. That probably has to do with how the URLs are set up. So let's go ahead and look at them. In urls.py, we have item create view here. So that's correct. Let's go ahead and look at our views. Item create view. Yep, that should be right too. And then item detail view. Again, item detail view, that's correct too. So let's go back into our URLs here. List view, create view. So it seems as if the order of the URLs has always mattered actually, but it seems that for some reason we need to actually put the list view at the very end to make sure these are hit or checked first as far as regular expressions are concerned. And I'll go ahead and refresh in here on item 1. I get this does not exist. That's what we wanted. And of course, this is also true with the restaurants URLs too. This may have changed with the newer versions of Django on how these patterns are actually hitting. If you actually know the answer to it, please let us know. But now our detail views are coming back. Okay, so going back into our menus, or excuse me, our items, Now if I click on any given individual item, I can go ahead and create a detail here. I need to still make that view, of course. And then also my create view. Here it is right there. So we also still need to make that one as well. So let's go ahead and make the template for the detail view. Item detail. I'm actually just going to go ahead and copy the item list one, and instead of for object list, we don't need that anymore. And I'll just tab this back or cut that portion out. And instead of obj, we'll just call it object. So I'll go ahead and cut this out, paste that there, and get rid of the link. We no longer need it. So object, everywhere obj was, we are just going to change to object. We save that, refresh, there we go. We've got our unwrapped burrito here. I'm also going to put h2 and do restaurant.name, refresh in there, and we'll call it location. There we go. Maybe this should be like just a paragraph tag here. Contents, there we go. Okay, cool. The next thing, of course, was create. And this is an actual form. So let's go back and look at our create view inside of here. And we've got is this restaurant create view with a template name itself. So restaurants.form, let's go ahead and look at that. This says add restaurant. It's really not that complicated as far as how all of this is going. So what I'm going to do, instead of it being called add restaurant, I'll call it title, or I'll just use the context item of title. And we will go back into our view here. First off for the restaurant one, and we'll define this as get context data, self, args, keyword args, context equals to the super call of the restaurant create view, self, and get context data of args and keyword args, context title being to add restaurant, return context. There we go. And now I'm actually going to take that form and just move it into my main templates. And we'll call it form.html instead. We'll just do form.html, copy this form.html, and bring it in there. There we go. Not a huge deal here, but it's basically allowing us to reuse that then. And now back into our view, we can just say template name equals to form.html for both update view and create view. And then for our context, we can grab that get context data from our restaurant. So we'll just go ahead and copy this, bring it in here, and we'll do get context data and just add it into this. And this is going to be update item. And this will be create item. Okay, and create item. We already have a get absolute URL method in here, so we don't have to add a success URL at all. So let's go back in here, refresh, and here it is. We've got our restaurants name and all that. It's looking roughly like we want it to. So I can actually add in items here again, and I'll say two tacos, and we'll do two carne. Well, let's actually just call it carne asada tacos, flour tortillas, rice, black beans, and we'll just say side of rice, use those commas, side of black beans. Okay, we hit save. This gives me that not null constraint found, as was expected. Maybe not by you, but hopefully you'll get it eventually. So valid self and form, object equals to form.save, commit equals to false, object.user equals to self.request.user, and we'll return super of item create view, self, and form valid of the form. Okay, and we've already done this. We did it right here. Oops, I think I might have made a little mistake. Nope, it's all right. Okay, so we saved that. Refresh in here, hit continue. False is not defined. Oops, that should be capitalized. And we'll try that one more time. There we go. So now we've got carne asada tacos also at that same location. So we can now create a bunch of things for all of these different restaurants. Very simple and straightforward. Oops, the item create view should say create item. Okay, so now what we need to do is actually have it where I can update these items, which is something we'll talk about in the next one. Let us know if you have any questions here. Otherwise, let's keep going. Okay, so one of the problems that we left was when we click on restaurants, we get literally every restaurant that exists. And that is true regardless of who the owner is. So if we go to restaurant locations, reverse working is jmitchell3, which is my current logged in user. And if we go to actual Baja Fish Tacos, that's a different user. So the items that I created here are incorrect, right? So this one says Baja Fish Tacos, but it shouldn't be able to be associated to that one because they're not the same owner. So there's a few different things that we can go about doing here. And the first thing is going into our views, into this create view, we can actually add in some form keyword arguments. So we can actually add in some stuff to the keyword arguments for our given form. We'll see what that means here in just a second. So if we do get form keyword args, we can say self, and we can do keyword args equals to the super class. So the default item of this, in this case, it's create view self, and then it's dot self dot get keyword args, get form keyword args. And then we can add into these keyword arguments something we'd like. In this case, I want to add in my user. So we'll do self.request.user, and then we'll return keyword args. So these are the arguments that we're going to pass into our form class, right? So we have our form class here. We're passing in some arguments to it. So that means inside of forms.py, we actually have to handle those arguments. And we do that in our init class. So this is a default class that we're going to be using, and we do self.args or self args and keyword args. And I'll just go ahead and print out keyword args dot pop user. Now I can also say user equals to none here. So either one of these would work, not both of them, but either one. So I'll actually leave it as that, and I'll just go ahead and print out user. And then we're just going to do the super class item form self init and args keyword args. Okay, so the key thing here is all I'm doing is passing in a user now to my item form. Now, of course, if I look back at my console and we go to the create view, I can see that I'm actually getting my user. And if I did an incognito window, I'm not going to see a user. So that means I'll have to actually add in the mixin, the correct mixin to require authentication, which we've already done. And that's that login required mixin that we did on the other views. So I definitely want to make sure that's done. Otherwise, the next portion is going to run some errors. So in the create view, we want the login required mixin, update view as well. So that way, when we go to this URL, it makes you log in and then it will come back. Okay, so now that we've got this user, right, as we've seen here, there's the user. In our form, we can actually update the query set that's coming through to the foreign key. So that is this right here. Okay, so going back in to our form, inside of here, we can really just say self.fields and then the actual foreign key that we're using and the query set that we want to change. So that's restaurant.queryset equals to, and now that we have the restaurant query set, let's just put it equal to empty. I'm going to go ahead and refresh that, and list item, I can't actually do an empty query set, so I'll just say I have to actually add in a real live query set. So let's go ahead and import one. So I'll do from restaurants.models import restaurant location, because that is the model that we're using. Again, in the model field, there it is. So that's the model we're using. So that means that's the query set we need to use. So I can do objects.none, and that's an empty query set. We refresh in here, and now we've got restaurant items. We don't have any. Or we can do a filter. So we can do filter owner equals to user, or that past user. So we save that, and now if I refresh in here, I've got my menu items going right there. So that is the actual query set that I would be working off of with this given form. So that allows us to just really narrow this stuff down quite a bit, which is really important, because then it allows a more robust way of working with this entire system. In fact, my restaurant list probably shouldn't even have any other items either, unless I wanted those to be public as well. So going back into items, now that we have the ability to minify the restaurant locations, another thing you absolutely could do is exclude if locations actually existed. So let's go ahead and say excludes, and this is going to be item is null equaling to false. So item being the model item. So if you had a different model here, you could do that. So I'm going to go ahead and save this. We'll go back into create. Oops, query set, not exclude, but exclude, not excludes, no S there. Okay, so now I have only a certain set. I'm going to go ahead and use new as one of them, and I'll say item 3 or whatever, contents ABC 1 2 3, another. I hit save. Okay, there's item 3. Let's go ahead and create something new. I come in here, notice new is no longer there. So that's how you can limit out what you want to show up here. But of course, I don't actually want that exclude. That's just a nice little bonus that you may want to use sometimes. And when it says is null, that's really just saying if this relationship is null, then we can work with that. If it's not null, then we can say true. So unused items, if I just wanted to show unused items, we'll say item underscore underscore is null equals to true. So that's just the opposite. So this is saying used, you know, the true Boolean stuff, you can do it either way. Okay, so I'll let you guys play around with that more as you'd like. But the next part of this is actually updating any given item. So that's where these keyword arguments actually allowed us to do some updates to it, right? So if I wanted to, I can actually put in an instance here if I had one, right? So let's do keyword args instance equals to, and we're just going to put any random object here. So we'll do objects.item.objects.filter self.request.user, and we'll just do the first one there. Okay. Now again, with our keyword arguments, we go back into this form, and I can print out that instance. So keyword arguments.pop, and we'll call it instance. We save that, refresh in here. User object is not iterable. Let's go back in here. Ah, that's why. So we say user equals to that. And we now look at our terminal. We see that we have this instance object, and then we could fill in all those fields with that object, or instead we would use the update view, which is this right here. So going back into our model, whoops, we no longer need that instance coming through. And then that means back into our form, we also don't need this instance. So instead, I want to pre-fill the data based off of a URL. So we come into our URLs, and we had that item update view. I'm going to go ahead and copy the detail view, paste below it, and call it item update view, or actually we want it above it. So we'll say update, and we'll just say update. Okay, so let's go back into our items, click on any given item, and then say update. And now it actually has that particular item. Notice the restaurant list is empty. So let's see why. We go back into our forms. Oh, I know exactly why. And the reason the restaurant list is empty is because we didn't pass in these keyword arguments here. So go ahead and save those just like that. Item update view, refresh, and now it's giving us the appropriate items themselves. Okay, so that is a little bit more complicated data and how this all works. But going back into the form, let's go ahead and look for that instance again, and we'll refresh. Rather, let's look for the keyword arguments in here that are being passed. We refresh, and it's going to be, of course, we have to be on the right page. And here are the keyword arguments. Notice it says instance on the update view, whereas on the create view, it doesn't have it, right? So that is if I want to actually make those changes. So that means that this instance is in my form's keyword arguments. So that means that I can use it as well. So if I go back into form.html, let's just show some stuff here, and we'll say if form.instance, and if, then we'll just say h1 form.instance.name. Close off the h1. We save that. In the create view, it's not there. In the update view, it will be there. Form instance.name. And we look back. Oh, wrong form.html. Actually, let's go ahead and delete that one because we no longer need it. We have it in our base form.html. There we go. If form.instance, we refresh, and there it is. So it's actually the object instance itself that's coming through here. And again, going back to that create view, it's not going to show up. That is if you, for some reason, needed to show that instance. I don't need to, so I'm going to leave it off. But it's just some other additional things with forms that are fairly useful for actually doing things. And I'm going to change my edit to, or update to edit. So let's go back into our URLs, change update to edit. We'll save that, and there we go. Okay, so if you have any questions on what we did here, let us know. Otherwise, let's keep going. All right, so we're getting a lot closer, but what we still need to do is change how restaurants and also how menu items work in general. So restaurants and menu items, both of those things should be only for you as a user. So once you log in, those are the things that you see. You see your own stuff. On home, maybe profiles, stuff we haven't built yet, we might want to see other users' things. So I can click on a user and then see their restaurant list with their items on it, right? Or just their items, either one. Okay, so to do this, to work towards this goal, we need to update how our views come through on the restaurants in. And of course, we have some of these old function-based views, which I'm now going to go ahead and get rid of. I do not need those anymore, and I want to make sure that I'm not importing them anywhere. And I believe that I might have some of those imports on this, and I do have some of those restaurant view imports, no longer need them, and I can get rid of some of the comments as well. Okay, so going back into the restaurant views, the get query set or the restaurant list view, we still have this slug item in here. We have a lot of stuff in here that just doesn't fully make sense for this list view anymore. It made a lot more sense for when we were actually doing some searches. So what I'm going to do here instead is I'm going to return restaurant locations.all and owner equals to self.request.user. And again, that list view, what are we going to do? Login required mixin. Detail, same thing. And also same thing, owner being the logged in user. The create view, of course, is how it is. I can also make an update view, which is really not that difficult. I don't have to change the form valid method on an update view because the user, when they create it, is already valid, right? So I don't need to reset the user is essentially what I'm saying here. So I'm going to go ahead and bring in that update view and change the last one to restaurant update view. Okay, so we're going to bring this into our URLs for the restaurant update view. And again, just like the last one, we had it off of the detail. So restaurant update view, should be here. I'm actually going to change it to being called edit. Even though it's an update view, we'll say edit because that's pretty much uniform, much like we did here. And I'll also call that edit as well. Okay, so now that we've got this, I can refresh. Oops, we've got a little bit of an error here. Let's look back at our restaurant views. And our QuerySet method, this should be get QuerySet down here. Okay, we save that, refresh, and now if I go to restaurants, all got, oh, that should not be all, but filter. Good. Okay, good to see that that doesn't work. Okay, so when we filter that, this should be in views. Let's make sure that they're all just like that. They are. Refresh, and now I only see my restaurants. So restaurant list now should have a different name rather than restaurant list. It should be just my restaurants. Refresh in here, and there we go. And what I will say is inside of this, I'm going to say empty. So if that object list is empty, we'll say add one or add a restaurant, whatever you want to call it. And we'll do URL. And it's going to be, I think it's restaurants, create. It might be restaurant, but we'll come back. Oh, and this should be an A tag here, a href equals to that. And let's close off the A tag. There we go. We save that. And then I'll also say up here, put this into a small tag. Close off the small tag, add new, or maybe just add. We don't need add new. We can just call it add. Refresh. There we go. My restaurants add. I click on that. That should take me to my create view, and it does. Very good. In my menu items or my navigation, I want to add the new item here. So nav bar. This one I want to do if request.user.is authenticated, then we will show restaurants, because if they're not, then we won't. And I'll copy that and put items. I think we called it menus though. Menu items. There we go. We can click on menu items, restaurants, all that stuff. Okay. I don't need contact and about really, but I'll just leave it on there. Okay, so now that I've got this stuff, it's only going to show up if I'm logged in, of course. So if I go to an incognito window, notice the navigation bar has changed a little bit. So now these restaurants are mine, right? And I want to edit or change the restaurants that I have. So I'll come in here, edit them. Notice I got this edit view causing a little bit of an issue. So we're going back into our views here. We do need that get QuerySet method on our edit view as well, or the update view, mainly because it's still getting the instance. It's still getting the detail item in there. I'm not sure if I mentioned that before, but it does. It actually gets the detail item from it. And this is a little problem with the area here. So update restaurant, we refresh in here. And if you wanted to actually have the title here, I believe we can use string substitution. We'll just say self.get object and then .name. Oops, that wouldn't work in there. We'll say name equals to self.get object.name. Save that, refresh, and it says update new. So update restaurant. New. Yep. Okay, and we'll call new. I'm going to change this to actually Baja Fish Tacos, Costa Mesa. We hit save. There we go. Menu items. I've got a few different items here. Item 3, it's saying it Baja Fish Tacos. Again, of course, so I want to edit it. And item 3 is in here, so I'm gonna instead of that, I'll just say chicken tacos. And the contents, chicken, flour, tortillas, salsa, cheese, Okay, hit save, there we go. Good. So now I've got some more realistic items here. So restaurants, there's several restaurants in here that aren't real at all. So I'm just gonna go ahead and get rid of them. Restaurant locations, I'm gonna go ahead and copy all of these and just get rid of the ones that aren't real restaurants on both users, because I don't need those any longer. So just delete all of those other restaurants. There we go. So I refresh in here and all I have is Baja Fish Tacos. So I go ahead and go into menu items, and there I now have my own personal user menu items as well as my own personal restaurants. Now, when I click on this, since I'm logged in, I could create this view to be a little bit different. And that is when I go to a detail view, I could, in theory, be able to edit it and view it at the same time. So I can see the instance and I can also edit it if I wanted to. And that's what I'll actually do is I'll change my detail view for both restaurants as well as my other part. So let's go into users. And what I'm going to change is I'll say restaurants. I'm going to bring this back to being called restaurants detail update. Restaurants detail update.html. Okay. And then in my URLs, instead of having a full separate view for this, I'm just going to bring it down to my detail view. Comment this one out and go into restaurants, go to a detail. Of course, it's going to say the template does not exist. So let's go ahead and make one, and we call it detail update.html. Notice I don't actually have to really change the HTML to fit what they've done. Instead, I did it like this. So I'll go ahead and copy this. We'll save this. Of course, it's not object anymore. It's form.instance. And we just change all of those, form.instance. And then we'll just also put form.instance.title here. And what do you know? Still working. It's working fine. Except I don't actually see a form at all. So down in my normal snippets, I'm going to just come in here and just say form snippet.html. Oops, not the folder. Rather, we want a new file. New file form snippet.html. And inside of form.html, I'm quite literally just going to be taking the form stuff and bring that into form snippet. So inside of form.html, I'll just say includes snippets form snippet.html. And so my form always looks the same. And back in my detail, I will add an HR tag here, and we'll say h3 make changes. And we'll include that snippet, and then we'll just say with form equaling to form. So form, of course, is a context that's coming through. We refresh in here. Oh, sorry, not include, but not includes, but include. That's going to be on both of them. Refresh, and now we can make some changes to this particular item. And I'll say Baja Fish Tacos and Costa Mesa Mexican food, or whatever changes you wanted. Of course, that's not a valid category, so we'll save it as Mexican. There we go. So that's how I can have a detail view as well as how my URLs may work. Now, in this form, something I don't like is I can't actually change the slug. So I'm going to change it. I'm going to give the ability to change it here. And I'm also going to make sure that it's unique for this user. That's a little bit extra stuff here, but I'll go ahead and add it in just a second. Baja Fish Tacos. I hit save. What do you know? Baja Fish Tacos. Cool. So now if I go to restaurant items, I can click on them and I can see all those things. I'm going to do the exact same thing with the detail view for my individual items, because again, I'm logged in, so I should be able to change them at any time. And that's really what it's all about here. So back into our views, we're going to be changing this from that to being menus.detail update.html. And let's go ahead and create that. inside of menus, detail update.html. Again, item detail coming through here. Object is no longer that, it's just form.instance. Form.instance.name. Okay. Back into our URLs. We're going to switch those around here a little bit, comment out that one, bring in the detail view, refresh in here. Exactly the same because I made those detail updates. The last thing I just need to do is say h3, make changes, and we'll do include, and that's snippets, form snippet.html with form equaling to form. Don't worry, I will explain those in a second. Make changes, there we go. HR. Perfect, so I actually see the detail and then I have the ability to make these changes if I so want. So I don't actually have to go to another URL to make those changes. So chicken, flour tortillas, salsa, maybe I want to add in guacamole. I hit save, and now they're there. Oh, I want to make sure I put a comma there, hit save, and now it's there. So now it's actual different items as a list. So what's happening here is I can actually pass in context into any sort of include snippet, and that's how that's actually loading, right? So it's treating this as form. So if my context variable was another, or excuse me, if our context variable was another form, of course I'd have to change all instances of form everywhere, but that's how I would go about doing it. I'll let you practice that or try that out on your own. But the main thing here being that we can actually update and edit any sort of thing. Now, we could go one step further and actually have the ability to change the restaurant as well on this one single page. But that's just adding a level of complexity that I just don't particularly want to get into at this time. But I would challenge you to try it out on your own. It's going to be doing stuff with this include. And then the biggest difference here is where your action is going to be. You want it to go to the URL as to where you're changing that item. So the URL we're changing this item, or the chicken tacos, this is the URL for it. So we would add the action being to that URL. Action being to items 3. So keep that in mind if you are going to try and have two different forms on one page. And again, the huge advantage here is the ability for me to go through, search different things, and just make some changes if I need to. Like this one, I want to add in a restaurant. Notice it did have a restaurant before, but it was the incorrect one. So back into carne asada tacos, again, Baja fish tacos. Now I'm actually really close to having the items that I want. But the thing here is chicken tacos and carne asada tacos are very similar. So let's just add in here, and I'll just say carne asada. And I just added in all of the other things that I may have wanted. I hit save, and now we have the sides and the contents, or the things that I actually want with it. So that's for one particular item. Of course, I need to add one more thing into my menu items here, and that's the menu items list. I want to be able to create stuff, so we'll do small, and I'll just say href equals to menu, or URL menus create, and add new, or rather just add. We just need to add an item there, save it, refresh. There we go. Let's make sure we close off that small tag. And then also we want to put in that empty tag like we did before. So empty, copy the add portion up here. Oops, empty's in the wrong spot. Want it here. Put its own li tag in there. Add menu item. save, refresh in there. Okay, cool. So now we've got our restaurants, menu items, and so on. And now what we need to do is actually just have the ability to show this all on one single user's profile. So all of my restaurants and then all of the menu items associated. If you have any questions, let us know. Otherwise, let's keep going. So what I did was add a bunch of menu items and some restaurants to my account, right? So if I logged out and logged in as a different user, I wouldn't see these things at this point. So what I can do though now is build something that anyone can see. That is, I want to build a public profile of these menu items. So it's just out there that anyone would be able to see, and I can share it with friends or family or whoever if I were wanting somebody to maybe pick me up something to eat, or if they wanted to surprise me or something like that. Or just in general, just knowing, hey, these are the things that I like. So then even those restaurants can start to tailor how they actually design their menu if that information was valuable. Anyway, so let's go ahead and make that public profile. So to do it, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go ahead and make a new app, python-manage.py, start app, and I'll call it profiles. And we're really just going to be working on a detail view first. So inside of here, I'll go ahead and do from Django.views.generic import detail view. And we'll say class, and we'll call it profile detail view. Takes in our detail view. And we want to actually get a few things here. The first thing is I want to make sure I get my user model. So from Django.contrib.auth, we're going to import get user model, and we'll set user equals to get user model. And we'll say the query set is equal to, and that's user.objects.all. Actually, let's go ahead and say filter active equals to true, or it might even be is active equals to true. And then we are going to go ahead and bring this in to our URLs. So inside of URLs, we're actually just going to put it in here. So I'll go ahead, let's scratch that. Let's stick with what we've been doing, and let's go ahead and create our own urls.py. And we'll do from.views import the detail view. And we'll go ahead and copy our URLs again, just kind of doing a lot of the things that we've already done. And I'm going to have only one URL pattern in here, and that is going to be the detail view. All the other ones I can get rid of. Okay, and all I really need is this URL import. So URL import and that profile detail view. Okay, so we need to have a actual lookup here. And I'm going to do it based off of the username. So the field that we want to use is username. And it could be the same as a slug, depending on how you actually design your usernames themselves. But in this case, I'm going to leave it just like this. So let's go ahead and grab this URL and bring it over here. And now what I'm going to do is grab menus. And right above that, we will say profiles, or rather, let's just call it U as in users. And we'll do profiles.url and profile. Profiles for our namespace. Okay, so let's try this out. I'm going to go into profiles/jmitchell3. That's the name of my user. Or sorry, not profiles, but u/. And we got generic profile detail view saying it must be called with either a PK or a slug. Hopefully you remember how to solve this. What we're going to do is we're saying get object or 404. So now we'll just say define get object, takes in self, and it's going to return get object or 404. And it's going to be the user model. We're going to get the username equals to, well, iExact equals to self dot, let's put it here and do self dot keyword args dot get username. iExact equals to username, and is active equals to true. We save that, a refresh, and we've got a template that does not exist, of course. So we're going to come in here and say template name equals to, and again, I'll do profiles user.html. I don't need that query set anymore because of this get object call. Again, that user or profiles is not actually defined yet, so we will define that in a second. But basically all we're getting here is the user object. That's it. So I want to return back the user object to this any given profile. Now, if I do not have a username, so if username is none, then I want to raise HTTP 404, make sure it's just like that. I'm going to go ahead and import it from Django.http, import HTTP 404, because there's a chance that that might be none. So we do want to raise this being none. This probably should also give us an HTTP 404, but whenever I do something like this, where it's like it's a dictionary value and I do a get, there's a chance, or by default, the default option is none. So I just like having those as safeguards. Okay, again, we need to create our template. So we'll go new file in here. We'll say templates first, new folder, and then another new folder called profiles, because again, we're naming it off of that. And then finally, user.html. And with this, I'm going to go ahead and grab one of my other ones. So item detail, just go ahead and copy that. And this time it's going to say user.username and h1 user.username. And then we'll worry about the actual context of that user in just a second. So we refresh in here, and what the heck, it's not showing up. I just created that template, it's saved, everything's correct, it's all spelled correctly. Look at my view, what's going on? Well, the simple solution is because we didn't actually add this profiles app into our installed apps. Now, you don't actually need to add it in there for the view, but you need to add it in there if you wanted to look for those templates inside of this app. Because we didn't create a model, we're not going to create a model, we don't actually need to. But I do need, if I want to look for those templates, I do need to add it in. So that's what I'll do, and just add in profiles here, save that, and refresh, and now it's giving me this profile. I can also get my other user, CFE. I can see those profiles. Cool. So now, what is the data that we want? Well, I want to get my item data, so all the items that I have, and I also want to get my restaurant data. So it's going to be dependent on what it is that you're wanting to display. So let's go ahead and take a look inside of here, and I'll just say user.restaurantLocationSet.all. We'll save that and refresh. There's our restaurant location set. We can do that same idea with our items. User.items itemset.all, and we get all of our items. So two different sort of things here, right? Now let's go ahead and iterate through for rest in this item right here. So these are going to be my restaurants in for. So li rest.title or rest.name, refresh, there's my items there, there's my restaurants. And well, can we actually get the reverse of the restaurant? Can we get the items in there? So let's go ahead and try that. So inside of this li, I'll put I'll put a ul in here, tab it in, and all I'll do first is I'll say rest.itemset.all, save that, refresh, and what do you know? I can actually get the items for this user related to the individual restaurants. This would become more apparent if I had items actually named appropriately. So going into my models, real quick into this, we'll add an str function in here, call it self, and we're going to return self.name. We change the model, so let's do what we normally do, and that is python manage.py, make migrations, and python manage.py migrate. There are no changes, but you just want to be in the habit of doing that. I refresh in here, and now I'll see the actual query set. So I've got carne asada tacos, unwrapped burrito, chicken tacos, and that's Baja fish tacos, unwrapped burrito, chicken tacos, carne asada tacos, right? So that's actually getting each individual item. It's working as we may expect. So back in my user, I can get rid of this, And now I can actually iterate through these, and I'll say for item in rest item.all, and we'll put an li here, and item.name, close that off, close off the for loop here, save it, refresh in here, and there we go. Now we have our items. So we could go even one step further and make another UL, or just put a break tag here and have the actual content of the items in there. So we'll say for ingredient, or ing, I'll just use ing for the ingredient, in item.get contents. We'll use ing, comma, and for, actually I'll put these in a span, and I'll just say style, margin right, 4 pixels, background color to gray, refresh in here, and there we go. So we now have our restaurants, the item itself, and what's in it, and that's it. I now have a very, very easy way to see all of the things that I like, and the locations, the restaurants. I mean, this stuff, obviously I can add a little bit to it. So the restaurant, and then the location, and I'll say rest.location and rest.category, right? So you can obviously do those things. I'll just go ahead and bold this one, get rid of that line. There we go. So it's now showing us even more, and there's definitely a lot more styling sort of things that we can do, but this is now a very easy way for me to be like, hey, go check this out. This is what I want. And those are my items. Now, we don't have individual links to these items at this point, but it is at least showing me the actual items themselves in there in a way that just kind of makes sense. I'll go ahead and add a padding top bottom. I'll say 2 pixels and then 4 pixels. So this will just give me a little bit of padding there, as we see here. And then this one, I'll add a style of margin bottom of, let's say 5, or let's do 15 pixels. Refresh, and that gives me a little bit more spacing between my items. I also might just want to say B items. And we want a break tag here. Or rather, maybe a P tag. There we go. And we could style this better, and we actually will, but for now, that is showing me, hey, here's my restaurants, here are the items that I like there. Cool. And of course, if I went to CFE, same thing. It's doing the same sort of idea. Of course, this user doesn't have any items, so it's not necessarily going to show us something. So maybe what we'd want to do is say, if user item set exists, then we actually can iterate through. Otherwise, we'll just say p class equals to lead, no items found, close that off, and if, save it, refresh, no items found for that user. That user's not found. All these other users aren't found. Very good. And now I can share this with anyone at this time. I mean, it's now pretty functional for myself. So if I actually look at this in an incognito window, I can see what this particular user likes. And again, we can style this better, and we will, so stay with us. But as you see, this is fairly straightforward, but still very effective. It's showing exactly what I like in certain places, because again, I am muy picky. Thanks for watching. We'll see you in just a moment. So what I want to do is change my template to be styled in Bootstrap. It's fairly straightforward as to what we're going to do, and actually it's going to be ready to switch to Bootstrap version 4 whenever that comes out too.
It's fairly straightforward. So what we're going to do here is just change this portion into something that's styled by Bootstrap. And to do that, we are just going to change the li tag into a div tag. And we're going to add it as a class of being column small 12. That means it's going to go all the way across. And then I'm also going to give it a div class of row right above it. Close that off, refresh, and that's actually now styled for CSS for Bootstrap. So I will make an HR line on the bottom of it so we can see that there is a line there. Or on my row, on the column itself, I might add a style of a border, 1 pixel, solid, and use gray with a nice little border radius of 5 pixels, just to add a nice little roundiness to it, as we see here. And then we'll also add a margin bottom back to being 15 pixels. We save that, and it gives me a little bit better of a look for this stuff. Not the best. So I'm going to get rid of those styles, and instead of leaving it like that, I will add another div class in here, and we'll just call it thumbnail. This is coming from Bootstrap version 3. If you were going to be using Bootstrap version 4, you would do card and then card default, but we're using Bootstrap 3. So just doing thumbnail actually adds that nice little border around as well as the spacing. Just something that's kind of nice. Okay, and then I will just put an H1 tag in here for the title. And then below that, we'll put the location in as a paragraph tag. We save that. H1's probably a little too large for this, so let's put it in as H4. And then we've got our items. So these are the menu items that we actually may want. You can organize these however you'd like. But as far as the span styling, let's just add, I'm going to go ahead and cut this out, or rather copy and paste below it. And I'll do a span class instead of a span style. So we'll do class equals to badge. And I'll just do badge default. Save that. That badge looks a little bit better. It might be a little too small of a badge, but or an item itself, like the text is actually kind of small. So you may or may not want to use a badge. It's really up to you. Or realistically, you could probably just do item dot contents, or I think it might be just content. Nope, contents. And that's it. Like, we don't actually have to separate them out. That's just something you could do as an option. So we save that, and there we go. So we've got item content, and we would just say contains. Nah, we don't even need that. We'll just leave it as that. Item name itself, that is something I'll probably want to bold, so I'll just put that as a B. And I also don't need this items portion. That doesn't really necessarily make sense anymore. So now there are my tacos, all the things that I want to see as far as how this is concerned. Now it's giving me the name, a location, what kind of food it is, and all that. So the next part would be searching this. And that's something we'll do in just a moment. Now it's time to add a little bit of a search inside of here. So the search being that I want the ability to make sure that, hey, these are items that I want, right? So like if I search for Baja fish tacos, that's going to show up. If I search for carne asada, that will show up. So what I'm going to do here then is go back into my views, and I'm going to add a new item here called get context data. We've seen this a lot, but I want to update it a little bit, and I'll say context equals to super profile data detail view self get context data. We actually want to add in args and keyword args as a safeguard for our context data. It's probably not completely necessary, but with context, I like to make sure that I'm getting everything in there without running any errors. So we get some context here. And now what I want to do is actually say locations or restaurant locations or just restaurants. Actually, let's just leave it in as locations. This is going to be equal to those restaurant locations. So let's go ahead and import it. And we'll do from restaurants. .models import restaurant location, and we'll do restaurant location .objects .filter owner equals to self dot, well, it's actually going to be self.getObject. So it's going to be related. This is the actual user model itself, right? And I'm going to cut this out for a second and say QS equals to that. And we'll just do if QS.exists, then restaurant locations equals to QS. And that's pretty much it, right? So if it exists, then those are the locations. So let's go ahead and look at that template. Now, instead of doing that, well, I could still leave that, but I want to say if locations exist, then we'll just iterate through the locations. So add the other end if after. Okay, and let's run the server again. Oh, we got a little syntax error on our view. This needs a colon. So we save that, refresh, still working. Okay, so I also might want to have, or to ensure that my restaurant items actually exist, but I'm not really too concerned about that. Like, so in our user, we had this user items all exists. So basically this is just checking to make sure that there actually are items. I could use and change that logic in here. So let's just go ahead and do it. From menus.models, import item, and items exist. Items exist equals to items.objects.filter user equals to self.getObject. Notice that I'm calling getObject twice. I actually might have that object inside of my context, but if I don't, I'll just go ahead and set it as a variable. It probably is, and it probably should be already in my context as an instance, but we'll see that in a second. So I'll just put it exists. So if items exist and my restaurant locations exist, which they will if those are together, like if this already exists, my restaurant locations definitely exist. But this is where my search is actually going to go off of the restaurant location instead of just the items exists, which will make sense in just a moment. So since I've got this, let's go ahead and save it. Look back into our view. And if I print out the context, notice I have context object, I have user and view. So user is related to the actual user object itself. It's not the requested user. So let's go ahead and take a look. If I hit CFE, notice it says the same user twice. So all that means is I don't have to run this. I can just say context user, and that will give me the same thing. So back in here, it's still working. Locations is there. And then back into our user, we'll just say if locations. I can get rid of this other one. So we save that, refresh there, and now those two are working. Okay, so now what I want to do is actually be able to search these locations for this particular user. So I'm going to make a search button or a search form, and then we're going to change how this query set is coming through based off of that search form. So let's go ahead and jump into user.html again, and we're going to make a form here. So we'll do form class equals to form, method equals to get, and action is equal to just a dot. And we're going to put an input here. So input type equals to text, value equals, or sorry, not value, but placeholder equals to search, name equals to Q, and then button class equals to btn default, and value or type equals to submit, and we'll just say search. We save that, refresh in here, and notice that now I have this search button here. So I'm going to go ahead and search Baja Fish Tacos, hit enter. Notice that there's this query up here that's showing me what I just searched. So I can also set this value equaling to request.get.queue. I'll explain that part in just a moment, but now that's showing me what the get parameter is. So ABC, search is up there too. So the get portion .q in particular has to do with the name of this. So if I called this query, this would have to be query. And when we search in here for Baja Fish Tacos, the URL has that query in there. That's all. That's really just it. So I'm going to leave it as Q because that's pretty much what it's always going to be. And now that we've got that, down here, I can say query equals to self.keywordargs.get. Well, it's actually not keyword args. So it's not a keyword argument, much like a URL would be. Instead, it's a request argument, a request.get Q. So again, Q, that's coming off of the name. And in here, we'll say if query, then QS equals to QS.filter. And we'll say the name I contains equals to query. And let's double check to make sure that's an accurate query statement. Restaurant location, name. Cool. So we save that and we refresh in here and I search Baja Fish Tacos. I hit enter. It's only showing me Baja Fish Tacos. Great. So this is its own new custom query set. So I can actually do all sorts of things in here as far as the filter is concerned, but I don't actually want to put all of that logic in here because I might want to use it again somewhere else. So inside of my models, I'm going to make something called a model manager, and that's going to allow me to have it in there. So I'll say class restaurant location manager, models.manager, and we'll do define search, and it's going to take in self and some query. And it's going to return self.get QuerySet .filter, and in this case we'll just say name equals or I contains equals to query. And since we've created this manager, I just need to add it or append it to my object manager, my normal manager. So this of course is just adding it to model.objects.all. Also, wherever you see a query set related to this particular model. Okay, so now I can actually go back into that view. And instead of if query, what I'll actually do is I'm going to change this. And I'll say, instead of filter, we'll say search query. So this is going to actually search the query itself. And then from there, I'll filter down. Well, actually, we probably want to filter down before we do that search, right? So let's go back into our model and bring it up one more level. And that is, I want to either add in the user here, or what I want to do is actually have a search filter built in to it. So I'm going to leave this here and I'll add a custom query set method. So we're going to do restaurant location query set. And this is models.query set. And we'll do define search again. And it takes in self and query. And this is just going to return self.filter. Well, it's going to be the same filter as this. So I'm going to go ahead and cut that out. Paste that here. And then this is going to be self.search query. So what that means is we are going to have to override the standard query set by doing define get query set of self. And we're going to return restaurant location query set of self using self._db. So using the same database. And this will give us that search. So now we can do a search query set on as. So this is going to be restaurant location .objects.search, and this is going to be restaurant location .objects.all.search query, or even the same thing .objects.filter something.search. So this just adds that .search functionality to it. This is doing its own, query set itself. This is querying down any query set, basically. So it's filtering down any query set. Okay, so let's go back into that view in here. And now, again, we had that original query set was by owner. So if query exists, then I'll just do qs.search, that particular query. We save that, refresh in here, and we had a little error. That error has to do with this restaurant location query set. We just do self.model here. Slight little error. Then we refresh, same queries coming through, but now it's just for this requested user. So let's just show you exactly why we did that. So if I just did restaurant locations search, that query, so let's comment this out and say QS equals to search query. That user is now no longer being passed at all. So if I refresh in here, now I have two items. One of them is actually coming from the CFE user, and it's not showing this up, so maybe it's coming somewhere else. So let's look in the admin. As far as restaurant locations is concerned, we have Baja Fish Tacos. That's that CFE user. Baja Fish Tacos. Oh, yeah, of course. It's not showing it on the CFE user because there's no items. They don't actually have any restaurant items in there. Okay, so that is the difference between those two. So when I change it to being filtering it down even further, then I can do that. Now, why is it that I actually created this? This is so we can have a more complex lookup. It's not so I can just have one. So what I'm going to do is add in some more complex lookups. So django.db.models, import q. And you've already seen this before, but now I can actually do a q lookup and have multiple things in here. So q location I contains query and category and all sorts of lookups. So let's go ahead and just write those different ones. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this, bring it down and say category. And then we can even go one step further, and that is the actual restaurant item or items that are related to this. So item, let's say item title I contains query. So let's try that out. So we save it and we refresh. In our terminal, oh, we got a little syntax error here. I got to get rid of that last pipeline there. And we got invalid lookup, related field got invalid lookup title, and that's this right here. It should probably be name. We refresh in there, and there it is. So Baja Fish Tacos, notice it's showing me a bunch of things here. So I'm going to add one level to this, and that is distinct. Refresh, and that way it's not showing it multiple times as far as how this is concerned. So let's say, for instance, I wanted to say carne, and I did a search for carne. So carne asada is actually on here twice, right? So carne asada bowl, and it's filtering down the different, it's including the restaurant. So it has the item and the restaurant and all the other items that are in there. So I can basically say item name contains that, but I also might want to say item contents contains that as well. Right, so whatever carne asada is in there. So let's say beans. If I did a quick beans, a search for beans, I still get the same stuff. If I get rid of the search, so there's no Q, then I've got this stuff. So let's say, for instance, I wanted chicken. I did a search for chicken, and now I have two places where I actually have chicken. If I do a search for Mexican, I have multiple places for Mexican. Newport Beach, again, multiple places. Now, of course, this relies on me as a user to write these things correctly, but it does make it a lot easier to actually go about searching stuff by creating these custom managers. And now that I have this custom manager, I can do this search anywhere. So going back into my profile view, this right here can happen quite literally anywhere. You just do .search. And do note that I can actually put this in here as like that, get rid of if query, save that here, go back into my model, and realistically just say if query, then return that, otherwise return self. That's it. So if there's a query actually, then we will do it. If not, then we won't. So we get rid of that and boom, there we go. So what does that mean? We can actually go back into our model, model manager, and just realize that, hey, this is a quick and easy way to do a search .distinct makes sure that we don't have multiple of the same one. So basically, if it's the same item, it's not going to show it several times, where this potentially could show it several times because it might match several different things multiple times, or several different items of this, right? So if chicken is in the name as well as in the category as well as in the contents, then it's going to show it multiple times. By doing .distinct means that on any query set, it will not show it multiple times. Okay, so this is now a lot more robust. So if I called up a friend and said, hey, give me something from Chipotle, that friend could look on my actual site, or I could just send them this link and say, this is what I like from Chipotle. Then they can just pick me out something from there, and I'll like any of those things. So that's it for the user search feature. If you have questions on how we went about building this and the thought process behind it, please let us know. I will say, of course, you can absolutely 100% make these links clickable for this particular user. So I'll just show you a very quick example of that. Just so you know that if on any of these contents, so when I had them iterated through before, this is how I'd have to do it. So for ingredient in item.get contents, I could just say ahref equals to, and it's going to be this particular path. So it would be request.path, and then I'll do question mark equals to q plus, and that's going to be whatever this item is. So I'll just say item, or ing, save that, refresh, and now if I click on any of these, it's going to do a search for it. So I click on that, and that should be and question mark equals to, not plus. So let's try that again. I click on guacamole, look, it does a search for that. Black beans carne asada, I didn't actually create that one correctly, so I might want to edit that. So let's go ahead and do that. Menu items, I had one long one that says black beans carne asada. Click on that, and let's just add a comma here. Hit save, refresh back in here, and now it's separated. So I click on this, and each one is now searchable. That is, well, that's actually a little bit nicer of a user interface. So let's go ahead and save that. And there we go. And I can actually do the same idea with location. Might as well. And this does that search for us in just a more robust fashion. And of course, it's just on that particular user's stuff. So it's not like it's going to go everywhere. It's just that one page. So I hit Costa Mesa, Mexican, it does all of that. So Mexican is not actually showing up. So why is that? So let's go into our model again, into our query. Location I contains that query. We could also do location I exact that query. And it looks like Mexican is still not coming up. So let's go into our restaurant itself. It says location. Let's just print out the query real quick. Oh, I know why. It's not location. It's rather, it's category. Don't even need to print that out. Refresh. Category I contains, and oh, we already have category, so we want category I exact. So it might contain it, or it might be exactly that. So that's another thing that you might consider. And it seems like it's not wanting to work. So let's do Mexican as lowercase. It's real quick. There we go. If I click on Mexican again, oh, I know why. There's a little space before it. Slight little error in how we rendered it. So what we want to do is trim out that space on our actual model. So what we will do is on this query is we want to get rid of extra space. And it's real simple, is we will say query equals to query.strip. Save that, and then we refresh, and there we go. Now it's working. Okay, so there was a little bit of a space there, which makes no sense. If I had spaces here and did cheese, it should still give me that that example, right? So it's incorrect up here, but as far as the actual lookup is concerned, it should work correctly. So we go to Mexican, Costa Mesa, Newport Beach. See, now it's showing me all of those things. And again, it's up to me as a user to make these as robust as possible. So if you have any questions on what we did here and how we did it, obviously let us know. Otherwise, let's keep going. So since we have the ability to see users, I can look at any individual user. I actually want the ability to follow this user. That is, I want to be able to access them quickly, and like as if there was a tab, like I have restaurants, I want to have a users tab or followers tab or following tab. And I also want to have the ability to see whenever they post a new item or update an item. I want to be able to see either one of those things. So what I need to do is set up a way to actually follow any particular user. Now to do this, I have to create a new model, and I'm going to put it inside of profiles itself. So what this is going to do is it's going to be an individual profile for every single user. The nice thing about this too is we are going to actually be talking about a few different foreign key things that will come up using this sort of process. So the first thing is it's going to be the main user, whoever it is, it's their profile. So I'll do models.foreign key as a default. Now, of course, we need to get the user model itself. So we'll do from django.conf, import settings, and then we'll do user equals to settings.auth user model. It'll be clear as to why I did it this way versus writing settings.auth user model here. So I'm going to go ahead and put the user here, and then I want to get the followers. So I'll say followers, and I also want to get following. So who I'm following. So following. So this is unique for every single individual user, how many followers they have and how many they're following. Now, of course, this will not account for blocking people from following you. We're not really going to cover that. That's getting a lot more advanced than what we need. Instead, what we're going to do is just allow anyone to follow us, because the information we're giving is, well, it's really not that personal. And honestly, you have control over whether or not it's going to be public. So there is still that aspect as well. And when I say public, it means also to your followers, of course, right? So if it's going to be displayed on the site other than in your own page, you can, adjust how those things are seen that way. So now we've got these foreign keys, and we've got a few problems with them. Number one being, if you remember back when we did a reverse relationship, I could do something like user profile set.all, right? That would allow me to get that model. But I have 3 foreign keys, so I can't exactly do it like this with all these. So we need something to replace this on each one, or at least on 2 of them. But then further, foreign key, I don't actually want to have a huge set. I want to have one item, one profile per user. So whether the user is created or whether the profile is created, I only want to have one for each of them. So that's easy. We just make a new type of foreign key called a one-to-one field. And what this does is it changes from user profile.set to just user.profile. And this will actually allow you to grab that user profile reverse. Much like you could do profile.user, you can also use user.profile, and that gives us that one-to-one relationship. Now, followers, this is also only allowing one item. I mean, yeah, I can have users in all of these, but what I really want is a many-to-many field. You'll see what this does in a second, but I just wanted to point out the fundamental differences between these so you can see them in action. So the user, we're going to add something called a related name, and I'll say user followers, and we'll add another related name here, and we'll call following. Well, we can actually leave it as followers and following. So then what we can do is users followers, users following. So that's exactly how it should work. I'm also going to allow these to be blank. So blank being true. With many-to-many fields, you don't actually have to have null in here. One-to-one fields, you could, but basically if you write null equals to true, it'll just say you don't have to do that. Okay, cool. So that is our profile. Now we can add a bunch of other stuff like our default timestamp and updated, which you may want to do. And you also might want to have something called activated, right? So like during the registration process, you might want to have in here activated and models.boolean field. We'll talk about registration soon, but I'll say default equals to false. So it's this profile is not activated by default. And how we're going to change that is simply by having them sign up online. Now, the next thing is the user profile. Now, I actually want to create a profile for my user model, and I want to do it after they are created. So once it's actually created. So I'll go ahead and go to from Django.db.models.signals, import post save. So after the user is saved or created, we want to actually create or at least make sure that this profile exists. So we're going to do define post save user receiver, and it's going to take in sender, instance, created is a Boolean, args and keyword args. And we'll say if created, profile equals to profile and then is created equals to profile.objects.get or create user equals to instance. So that's what's going to be passed, and that's it. And then we'll just connect it. We'll do postsave.connect and the receiver function. And the sender is the user model. So this user right here, or settings.auth user model. Again, if you had a custom user model, this would still work. So all of this is how we're actually going to create our profile. And then I'll make an str function. It's not required, but it is nice to have. And we'll return self.user.username. Okay, so again, of course, that's going to the actual user itself and the username there. So we save this, and since in base.py, I actually already have profiles in there, what I'm going to do now is run my migration. So python manage.py, make migrations, and then python manage.py migrate. All right, so I still have the server running, so let's go ahead and jump into the admin and take a look. Well, I have to actually add it into the admin, so let's go back into our profiles app and add it in. So we'll do from.models, import profile, and then admin.site.register profile. Okay, so we saved that, refresh in here, and now I've got profiles. Now, of course, my users, my current existing users, don't actually have profiles yet. So let's just go ahead and create a random user. So we'll just do random underscore or random dash test. And we'll just give it a whatever password, doesn't really matter. And I'll hit save and continue. It brings me to this user, cool. I go back into home, I go to profiles, and I got random.test here. So this is showing me this user's profile. Followers, following, right? And it's giving me different users. So since we have this, I'm gonna go ahead and say followers are CFE and J Mitchell 3, and then following just J Mitchell 3, and I'll give them activated just to show an example. So now what we're going to do is jump into the Python shell. So we'll do python manage.py shell, and we're actually going to get this information based off of the user. So as we've done before, I'm going to go ahead and do from django.contrib.auth import get user model, and the user of course is get user model. User.objects.all. This gives me all of these different users, of course. So I'll just say ABC equals to that last user. So user.objects.last, and that's going to be, of course, our random test user. So if I do ABC.profile, I'll actually get the instance of this profile. If I did ABC.restaurant.location.set.all, what should I get? Well, I just created this user, and all I did was check their profile. So I didn't really create any restaurant locations. So I get an empty query set. Now, is this user actually, or does this user have followers, and are they following people? So to get that information, we go to abc.profile.followers and .all. So it says a mini related manager, so we can actually treat it as a query set and do .all. And as we see, it comes back as a query set of users. So this is those followers right there. And then following, all we have to do is just change that to following, and then .all. These are the users that are following this particular user. Okay, cool. So that is showing me my profile followers as well as the ones that I'm following. Now, what if I went to and created another user? So I'm going to go ahead and go to CFE, and I'll create a user followers being jmitchell3 and random test. And then following just random test, I'll activate them, hit save and continue, and now I've got this profile. Now, of course, if I try to create another profile for any user that already has one, it's going to give me this error. That's a big part of the one-to-one field validation testing. So now what I'm going to show you is, since I have this user profile, what I want to do is get the reverse relationship. That is, I want to see what this user is inside of followers and what they are inside of following. So what I'm saying is I want to get the reverse relationship. I want to get this stuff. So user.followers.all, which is ABC user followers.all. So ABC being the user, and then followers.all. Now this is where this user ABC is inside of the followers portion, right? So that means that ABC actually follows CFE, right? So and another way to think about this is, if ABC was the request user, this is going to give an error, but if the ABC was the request user and we wanted to know everyone they were following, we would say request.user.followers.all. So this is who they are following. So the related name of followers is actually not that good. So let's change it to something different and say is following. We'll save that. We're going to close out of this shell, and we'll do Python manage.py make migrations, and then Python manage.py migrate. And now I'm actually going to go ahead and write some of these shell commands in here. I'll just come in and do shell commands.py just so you guys can see them, and we'll do from Django.contrib.auth import get user model. We'll say user equals to get user model, and from here I'll say the random equals to user.objects.last. And now I want to see the my followers are random.profile.followers.all. Who I follow equals to random.isFollower. I think that's what we called it. Or sorry, it says is following .all. So who I follow is this, right? So these are my followers because it's associated to my profile. Who I follow as in the reverse relationship, as in I am one of the followers of other users. That's how you do it, right? So technically we don't actually want this following portion, or we don't necessarily need to have it, because this command is the same. Well, if we saved it correctly, it would be is the same as random.profile.following.all. Those would be the same. Again, if you saved this correctly. Now you might not save it correctly, so they might not be the same. So really that field itself, I don't actually need. This is the following field. This is who I follow. These are the ones I'm following. And then this is who's following me. So back on my model, I don't even need that field anymore. And that is the related name. So my following, or who I'm following, this is how you get it. Hopefully that makes sense. It's going to make a lot more sense once we actually put it into action. And this is where the foreign keys start getting a little bit complicated. And this is where you'll need to practice it both in the shell as well as inside of views and in models. So what I recommend you do is play around with different many-to-many fields as well as one-to-one. I think one-to-one's fairly straightforward. It's many-to-many that gets a little murky. And the reason that it gets murky is because many-to-many means many users can have many followers, and many followers can have many users. So it's many-to-many, where one user can only have one profile, and then that means one profile can only have one user. That's kind of how it works. Okay, so that's it for the model portion. Let's go ahead and make those migrations again with getting rid of the actual following model, or rather the following field. And that's where we're going to go ahead and leave it off. With one exception, I will come back in here and make a profile for my jmitchell3 user, and the followers I'm just going to say is everyone. And I'll just say activated. And there we go. So I now have a bunch of different profiles that I'm following. Very good. Okay, and I will say just one more little default thing that I might end up doing is when my user's created, maybe I want by default to have them following some sort of like user that I want them to follow. So just a default user, or I could have multiple users. But basically what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say the default user profile equals to profile.objects.get, and it's going to be user underscore underscore ID equals to some ID. So in this case, I'm saying 1, as in that first user, that main user I created. Of course, you could use user underscore underscore username as well and set some username. Of course, you would want to have iExact and all those other things like we've already talked about, but this will get that profile. And since we're creating those profiles as default, I don't need to do get or create. I could, as a safeguard, is do get or create and then just do 0 because it actually returns back a tuple. But basically, this is the default user profile. And from here, I can just add the instance or the user that was created in this receiver function to the followers of this user. So if I do followers.add and its instance, so of course that's the user that was created because that's the sender, and this is the default user profile that I'm adding, and then I just add that to their list of followers. So that means that this newly created user is now following that default profile. That's what this does. And you might be tempted to do default user profile.save, right? So it seems like we saved or changed something to that actual instance. This is the intuitive thing to do. But with many-to-many, you don't need to do that. You just add things to many-to-many like this. You can remove things like that. So I'm not going to actually remove anything, but you don't need to do these two things. I'll go ahead and save it to test it out. We'll go into home, users, we'll add a new user, and I'll say user4 and a whatever password. I hit save. This should have created that user's profile. So I go into that profile. It is there. I click on it. Obviously, I don't have any followers yet. And if I click on my first user, or the user of ID of 1, I go ahead and click on the CFE. That user has an ID of a profile ID of 3, but the user ID of CFE is 1. So if I go back into that profile of CFE, I do see that I have user 4 in there as a follower by default. Now, the reverse might also be true too. You might actually want to have this particular user added as a follower to this new user just to give them some boost of users, right? And the easy way to do that would be profile.followers.add, and this is going to be that default user profile.user, right? So we get that default user profile, and then we can add it this way as well. So we can do that. And what if I did add and just a number? So let's say, for instance, 2, and we save that. Now, again, I'm going to create another user, add new user, user 5, whatever password, hit save. We go home, go to profiles. I didn't see any error happen. I go to user 5 now. Now I have 2 default user followers, right? So that might be a good thing to do as well. You follow someone by default, and then you have followers by default, especially if it's your service, right? You definitely might want to do that to encourage this sort of behavior so they're not just empty all around, and they have some content to look at right off the bat. So that's how we're going to leave it. We don't need this save or remove methods anymore, just something to point out. But that's essentially doing followers and following. So now what we need to do is wrap those, of course, into a view of some kind to enable that to happen even further. So now what we need to do is create a follow button. So when I click on follow, it's going to actually allow me to be one of the followers for this. In fact, it'll be a follow toggle. So first we'll just have it as a follow button, and it'll stay the same thing. And then we will adjust it as we need. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to create a template tag filter after I create this endpoint. So the endpoint is going to be called class profile follow toggle. And we want it to take in a view and just really just handle post. So it's going to take in self request, args, and keyword args. And we're going to print out request.data. And we're going to return, let's do a HTTP response or just a redirect so we can actually import from shortcuts redirect. And we're going to redirect it to user jmitchell3. Okay, so that's what we're doing first. So this is profile toggle, and I want to print out the request data, or rather print out request post as well. So now that we have this endpoint, I'm going to add it into my URLs, and I'm just going to go ahead and put it in here as follow. In fact, let's actually put it into our main site here, and we'll do main site URLs, of course. So from profiles.views, import profile follow toggle. And I'm just going to come in here and say URL r caret follow $ profile follow toggle as view. And we'll say name equals to follow. Okay, so we can also just say profile follow as our endpoint. That's fine too. But now that we've got that, I'm going to go ahead and jump into my template specifically for any given user. So here's my user template, and I'm going to make a new snippet for my profiles, and we'll just make it a new folder, snippet. And inside of that, we'll make it as our follow form.html. So in here, we'll do form class equals to form, method equals to post, action equals to, well, we want the action to go to our newly created follow URL. So back into this form, we'll say URL follow, close off that form, and we'll do input type equals to hidden, name equals to username, value equals to, well, I'll say if username, then I'll put in that username, and then else I'll just put in jmitchell3 as a default. And then close off that input, and then we'll just put a button here, and we'll put a class btn default, or let's say btn primary, and then we will say follow. Okay, so we've got our follow form, and inside of our user now, we've got our user.username here. Next to that, I'll just say follow. So we'll put a p tag in here, and we'll just do include profiles. That's snippet / follow _ form.html. And we can use an argument, and we'll say with username equals to user.username. Okay, so this will be evaluated and it will allow that form to come in. We close off that p tag, we look here. Let's go ahead and make sure our server is running. Up, we got a view is not defined. So back into profiles, we need to import view. And we refresh and there it is. So now we've got this button for follow. I hit enter. It takes me to that URL, so it's not actually going to the right place. So let's go ahead and save the profile view. Let's go back and look at that form. We got our method being post. Let's add our CSRF token here because we left that out. Click on it now and notice it's still saying that. So I want to refresh in here. I click on it and now it's saying WSGI does not have data. And that's because it's not that kind of request. So going back into that view, we'll go ahead and get rid of this. Hit cancel, refresh in here, hit follow. Now it doesn't go anywhere. It actually redirects me to that user. So if I actually went to user CFE and hit follow, it's going to take me to that other user, right? Okay, and when I print that stuff out, I see the data that's coming through. So this is actually the user that is coming through here. So what that means is I can run some toggle here. And now I'm not going to actually handle the logic in here. Instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the requested user and I'm going to allow them to actually do the request here. So a couple things that I also want to add in is that user required mix-in. So we'll go into our views for our item list, our menu items, and we'll add in that user required mix-in right below the get user model. So login required here. Since we did the login required there in our follow form, I'm going to have it there as well. So we'll do if request.user.is authenticated and if, okay. So we save that. And if we check it again on a different page, we'll see that it's no longer there. Very good. So now what I want to do is I want to check if this user it can be toggled, right? So looking back, let's close out some of these things that we don't need open right now. And we don't need to save changes to that. Okay, cool. So we've got the follow form, our models, and that's it. So what I want to do is have the ability to just check that the user is authenticated. So let's try this again. We'll say user to toggle, and it's going to be request.post.get, and this is username. So we save that again, and we'll print out just user to toggle, and I'll comment out the request post. Refresh in here, I hit follow. Terminal, it only shows me that user. I go to the other CFE user, I hit follow, and it only shows me that user. Okay, good. So it's actually showing me the correct information. But now what I need to do is I actually need to get my profile itself and handle that. So we actually haven't imported the profile because we haven't had to use it. So we'll do from.models import profile. And now I actually want to get the profile for that user. So profile.objects.get username iExact equals to user to toggle. And this should actually get it. If it doesn't get it, then we will have to raise some sort of error, but I'll worry about that in a second. So profile equals to that. And we have our requested user. So me is the request.user. And now I just need to check if, or basically just need to toggle this particular user. So one way I could do it is profile dot, we want to say followers dot all. That's going to give me all the followers. So I'll say if user in those, then we'll just go ahead and remove them. Remove that user. So this will be remove and user. Otherwise, we'll add it. So if it's in there, we'll remove it. If it's not in there, we'll add it. Okay, so now that we've got this, we have a way to actually toggle it. We will clean this up in just a moment using our model, but for now, I'm going to leave it as that. And then on that view for that particular user, I want to see if this user is actually being followed. So we'll say if user, so this is the now no longer it's the requested user, it's now the user that's actually being displayed. So this is the display user in request.user.profile.followers.all, no parentheses, we'll get rid of that, and we'll say is following. But that's not correct, right? Remember how we did that reverse relationship? So this should actually be is following dot all. So if this user is in the requested user is following, we'll say that. Refresh in here, and it doesn't seem like it is. Let's go ahead and look at that profile. So I'm actually logged in as jmitchell3, so that probably doesn't help. I'll go ahead and go to CFE. I'll hit follow, and it says cannot resolve username into field. Okay, good. So that means our view needs to be updated, and this should be user underscore underscore username. Try that again. Hit review. There we go. Go back to that CFE user, and it's still not showing it. So let's go in here. Request.user.isFollowing.all. So we'll go ahead and display what that is here. Refresh. And it's showing profiles. It's not actually showing this user. So I go ahead and follow them again. And now that user's profile is actually inside of that following. So if user.profile is in there, then it'll show up, right? That's it. So if the user profile is in the is following, because that's giving us back a user profile query set. It's not giving us back a user query set. So now that we've got that out of the way, we can actually put inside of this call here, we can do the same sort of idea as a passed argument. But of course, we won't want the logic being on the view itself. We'd want the logic coming through here, and we'll say is following equals to true. We want something more along those lines. So then in the follow form, we'll say is following. Then we'll do unfollow. Otherwise, we'll say follow. And we can also do this same idea inside of the classes. Is following, we'll say btn default and follow btn primary. Okay, so that means that inside of that view where we're rendering out user.html, we need to handle this logic for some is following variable. So we come down here, get context data. The user context, of course, is coming from the actual user itself, right? So we're actually getting the user items and all that, right? So that's the context that's getting that user object. So what that means is we can say if user.profile in self.request.user.isFollowing.all, and we'll say is following is true. Is following is false. And then in our context, is following equals to is following. Okay. Back into that user view. Now we can pass that in as an argument. Instead of saying true, we say is following is coming through there. We can get rid of this. We save it, refresh in here. Up, we got a else clause coming through. So let's go back into our form. If, else, and if. Not is, but if. There we go. Refresh, and now it says unfollow. I click on unfollow. It says that user unfollow, right? So back there, it's now working, but the redirect is not. So let's go back into this redirect, and this should go back to our particular user. So instead of username here, we'll use an F statement and just get our profile. So again, this is the user to toggle. So this is the not the requested user, but the user to toggle. And it's going to be profile.user.username. So we save that and refresh, unfollow. follow, CFE, unfollow, follow. And of course we can check to ensure that that's who they're following. So here are the users they're following. So we'll do user 5, unfollow, refresh in here. Oh, wrong user actually. Oops. We want to go into jmitchell3 because that's who I'm logged in as. 4 and 5 are not there. Follow 5, refresh in 5. Oh yeah, of course we need to actually go to that particular user. User 5, jmitchell3, that's the one I'm logged in as. So I refresh, unfollow, come back in here. It's no longer there. Refresh, follow, and there it is. Okay, so the following portion is working. This logic though should actually exist inside of the model. So let's go back into the model and we'll say class profile manager, models.manager, and we'll say define toggle user or toggle follow. And it's going to take in self, the user to toggle, and the user to add or user to follow. So the profile user and the user to toggle. Okay, so let's go back into the view because we have that logic already. And I'll go ahead and copy this. And the user to toggle. So the profile user, or let's call that actually the requested user, and user to toggle, which would be the user name to toggle in this case. So we get the profile username. The user now is requested user, and then we'll return whether or not it's been followed. So has followed equals to false, or is following rather. Is following equals to false, and then only if it's on true, then we'll say true, and we'll return back is following. And then we're going to add this into our objects. So objects equals to profile manager. Okay, so now it's all logged, locked and loaded, ready to go. So back into our view, all I need to do here now is get rid of this and say profile .objects.get, or sorry, toggle, we called it toggle follow. And this is going to be the requested user. So that's request.user, and then the user to toggle, right? So the user name to toggle actually. So let's call it user name to toggle. And what I actually want to do back here is I'll return back also the profile of that particular user. So I'm going to return back two things. So back in my view, I'll say profile underscore and is following equals to that particular call. So we can actually print out the is following, and then our redirect will still work because we are still sending back that profile instance. I can get rid of all of these comments, save it, and we'll refresh in here, unfollow this user. It says bool object is not iterable, so let's look at it. Views post line 18. And it's possible that I didn't save this side. Profile manager, we'll hit continue again, and that's what happened. So there we go. So it's now actually following these particular users or unfollowing them as needed. Okay, so to improve this, you would use something called AJAX. Or asynchronous loading. This is synchronous loading. So when I click on the button, the page actually reloads. We're not going to do that. If you're interested in doing that, check out our Tweet Me project. It shows you how to do it using jQuery. That's a fairly straightforward and easy way to do it. But now that we have this method here, we can actually change any profile at any time. And since we have this form, we can also use that anywhere that we need to pass a user ID, right? So all I did here was pass in that particular username and whether or not this particular user was following that user. So we could update this to have some more logic in here on whether or not they're following, but by default, we're just going to say that they're not. And we're actually also going to have on here, the only place we will actually follow users is right on their user profile, not anywhere else. So that's literally the only place to do it, which makes our functionality a lot easier to handle. So now that we have these following and followers, we want to change our homepage to actually show out their particular items, and that's something we'll do in the next one. If you have any questions, let us know. Let's keep going. So now what I want to do is actually show updates or any new items that are created from the people that I follow on my homepage. So that means I need to adjust or change how this portion works. So to do that, we're going to jump into our views.py here, and it's kind of like a list view, right? So it's kind of like we're actually going to be getting this. In fact, in these item list view and detail view, we actually probably want to have the login required mixins on here because again, it's about seeing what you have as a user. So it's a little bit different than what we did on our profile views for the profile detail, right? So we actually got some context data related to that particular user. And we are still doing that, but we want to do it based off of the views for my requested user, or the people I'm actually following in my requested user. So let's go ahead and write out our class here. I'll call it home view, and it's going to take in a view. So I'm just going to import view from our generic. And the first thing is we'll go ahead and get the get request is going to be the argument we're using, or excuse me, the method we're using, and it's going to return. So get also takes in request, and it's going to return render request. And we did home.html before, so we'll leave that, and we'll put empty context. And this is going to be if not request.user.is authenticated. That's what it's going to give. Otherwise, we'll do some other stuff, and we're going to return, we'll call it menus feed or home-feed, and that will actually be our user's feed. So user equals to request.user, and is following equals to, this is following profiles, not is following users. So we're going to say user.isFollowing.all. And so those are the user profiles that we're following. Now we can still get the user in there by simply grabbing out those users themselves. So instead what I'll say is following user IDs, and I'm actually going to get out the user IDs by iterating through them by simply doing for x.user.id for x in user profiles.all. If you don't know what I did here, that's just simply for x in user.isFollowing. So I'm iterating through using a variable of x, and then I'm just appending to a list x.user.id. So some list.append, and then x.user.id. So that's essentially what I'm doing right there. And the reason for this is so I can use these user IDs in a different way. And that is getting these items. So QS equals to items.objects.filter. And now I want to get these items based off of the user IDs. So if I look back at the item model, I have a user here. So that's the user. And we'll go ahead and say user underscore IDs, or ID, excuse me, N is following user IDs. So this is actually getting all of those items related to whether or not I'm following them. And then the last thing would be whether or not it's public. That was the other portion of this. So we'll just say public equals to true. So this is the query set now. And I can come in here and say QS. And these are items query sets. They're not the restaurants themselves. So we can actually copy or use from the items query set itself. So I'm going to go ahead and just copy how this works and go in here and do home, call it home-feed.html. We're going to paste in that object list here. And again, we'll extends base.html. And we'll do block content in block. Okay, so if we look back at our view, our object list is actually, we'll call this object list to fit with the variable names here. So the query set is that. We can go ahead and save it. This home feed should now actually work. We have to actually add it in to our URL. So I'm going to go ahead and grab this home view and do from menus.views import home view now. And we'll change this to home view, get rid of that, save it, and we'll refresh here. And there we go. So we actually are seeing recent items or a bunch of items. It's not necessarily recent items. So what I want to do then is I'm going to just say order by updated, and we're going to limit it out to, let's just limit it out to 3 just to illustrate the purpose here. So we've got our 3 items here, but it's not necessarily showing our user. So we're definitely going to have to kind of update and change how this looks. In fact, I'd rather this look a little bit more like our menu items or the restaurant list that we already have looked at. And that's going to be our profile detail view. So let's go back and look at that user profile detail. So we want it to look a little bit more like this. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and copy that, and going back into the home feed, we're going to adjust this a little bit. So it's going object.name. This is going to be the item name itself, right? Item name. And we don't need this for loop here because we have the actual item. But what we do need is the contents itself. So this is object.getContext because it's object name. So now we would do underneath that, I'm going to say object.rest.location. I'm actually going to get rid of the search feature on here. We don't need it on here, or we probably won't have it on here. Instead, I'll just do object.rest.title and do something a little bit more like that, where it's still showing the restaurant, but it's not necessarily allowing us to do the search quite yet. And it's showing those contents below it. But before object.name, I also might want to put object.user.username so we can actually see that. I'm going to get rid of these list items. I'm going to get rid of this empty call, save it, refresh in here, and there we go. So we're seeing our food, but we're not actually seeing the restaurant correctly. So rest should be probably restaurant. So all these should be obj.restaurant.category. There we go. Refresh, and now it's showing me the people I'm following. So let's go ahead and look for someone else. So we'll do you. I'm following myself, obviously, but I want to do other ones. User 5 is already following. So let's go back into the admin, and I'm just going to change some of these items from my user to other users. So I'll just go ahead and save it. Save it. There we go. Go back into that home page. We'll click on home, and there we go. So we actually can see the user's stuff. If I refresh in user 5, it's actually not showing me any users because I still need to add in those restaurant locations as well. So restaurant location, not actually sure if these are going to work correctly, but the point is that now we actually have a way to follow them, and we can see their recent items. So we still might want to clean this up a little bit, and that is I might want to add in some users URL stuff. So in here, let's put the user in here, and I'll just put href, and that's going to be related to that username, and that's going to be you. So object.user.username is one way to do it, or we could just use URL and then grab keyword arguments for it. So let's go ahead and cut this out. And I believe we'll say username equals to that. Let's go ahead and look at our URLs for that particular user, and it's profiles, detail. Save that, refresh, and there. Now we can click on that user. So this is actually giving us that user URL. So what that means is all of those other links can also be back to that. So instead of request.path, we can just add in that user's profile as the way to get there. And that's true pretty much with all of these. So let's go ahead and just add them back. So href, oops, not just href, and come through here on each one. We'll just have to change the query on it. A href, there we go. And change the Q item to what that item is. Restaurant.title. There we go. Object.name is the name of the item itself. So if I click on Chronic Tacos, it's going to take me to that user and look for Chronic Tacos. Again, it's not necessarily working right now because those users didn't actually add in that restaurant. So let's go ahead and do it. I'll do restaurants, add restaurant location, user 5, we'll say Chronic Tacos, and Newport Beach, category Mexican, hit save, and then go back into our items, so menu items, user 5, the new Chronic Tacos, the one right below it, we'll hit save, refresh in here, I click on Chronic Tacos, it brings me to that particular item. Cool, so I actually want it to look similar to that in the sense that when I go into my view here, I'm gonna get rid of, oh, here we go. So let's get rid of this. In fact, let's get rid of all that UL class stuff. And I'll just put bold item name still. And in this case, it's going to be object.name. Get rid of this UL class here. We save that and we go back home. And now we see carne asada bowl with here we go. So now it is actually giving us the objects specifically for this user. And then if I click on this user stuff, I can see the things that they like. So that's really all that it is. It's not a whole lot different for a lot of different types of feeds. This is essentially how it may work. Now, in this case, I'm doing it where this is searching only inside of that user, right? Instead of searching the whole site, it's searching that user in particular, which is good. So this is now it. That's our feed that's showing our followers. This is exactly the way we may want it to be. The one exception is I'm going to make it a little bit smaller and I'm going to say text center and then column small offset 3. We refresh that and that is now our feed. So above it, I'll say H1 and user following feed. And oops, let's put this in here. I'm going to take the row out actually and put it outside of the for loop. The for loop they do not need to have their own row. So there we go, user following feed. And we click on any of these users, we can unfollow them or follow them. It's completely up to you. Okay, so now that we've got this, let's go ahead and just test out a change. So I'm going to act like I'm user. Well, instead of acting like, let's go ahead and log in as. So I'm going to user 5. I'm just going to make their password something I can remember right off the top of my head to test it. So let's go ahead and open up a new page here. We're going to go ahead and go into login and user 5. We log in. It takes us to here. I actually want it to take us to the home page, but here's a user that we're following. We're following the CFE user. So what I'm going to do is menu items. I'm going to make a new restaurant here and I'll call it Blaze Pizza, location Newport Beach, category pizza. I'll leave the slug off. I'll save it. Menu items, add a new menu item, Blaze Pizza, and we'll say cheese pizza, cheese, sauce, dough. It's on public. I'll hit save. Flip back into my other user, refresh in here, and what do you know? Cheese pizza is the most recent item. Cheese pizza with cheese sauce and dough, where it is, all that stuff. I refresh in here. I'm going to go ahead and take it off from being public. I'll hit save, refresh, and it goes away. Bring it back to being public, save, comes back. Perfect. It's working. So that is our following feed. This is, it's not styled necessarily exactly how you may want, but it is at least giving us a better idea of how this portion works. The last thing we really need to do to make this functional is a registration process. And that's going to take a couple videos to actually make happen. So stay with us. It's going to show you how to do custom registration. And this will work on any Django project, not just this one, but it's kind of important to actually make this a fully functioning service itself. So we'll see you in the next one. Now we've saved the best for last. And no, I'm not talking about registration. I'm talking about learning from other people's code. Yes, we will be doing registration, but we're really doing it off of something we actually already teach as its own series. But we're not doing that to get you to watch that series, although I do recommend that you do that. We're doing it so you can take everything that you learned here and really just start to parse and understand the code better by looking at other people's code. So go ahead and jump into this URL right here. And this is going to take you to our Django User Model Unleashed course. Now, this was created using Django version 1.10, although I think I'm almost positive that everything in here will still work for Django 1.11 and beyond until major things happen or major changes happen. So definitely reference this URL to understand a little bit more about Django User Models Unleashed. And in fact, you can extend the user model, you can create custom user models, and you can do all sorts of things here. But notice we even talk about user registration in there. But again, we are here to more of just parse the code apart. So let's go ahead and click on SRC, and we're going to click on accounts, and then we're going to go into views, specifically for our register view. Notice the register view here is using a function-based view. There is actually no class-based view here. So we're going to be doing it based off of a class-based view because if we look here, it's fairly straightforward as to how this is going to work. We have a form. We've got this like form valid method. Actually, I'm going to zoom in a little bit. And we have a return request and all this stuff. So let's go ahead and jump in and look at that form. So user login form, we've already done that. We're not going to go off of that. User creation form, or the user creation form is the user registration form. This is the form I'll actually be using. So let's go ahead and jump into profiles. I'm still going to stick it in profiles because we don't have an app called accounts. Of course, you could totally do that if you wanted, but we already have something set up pretty much to handle the user registration. And also, since we have this user profile, we might want to do some stuff related to the user profile in the registration process, especially because we don't have our own custom auth, which is something that, or custom user model, which is something that this takes into account. We aren't taking that into account. Okay, so let's go ahead and go in to profiles, and we're going to make a new file called forms.py. So again, it's inside of profiles, forms.py. Go ahead and save it. And I'm going to just copy this code right here, user creation form. I'm actually going to call it, instead of user creation form, just register form, because that's really what it is. Now, a couple things that we need to import, and that's the user model here. That's for sure something we'll need to do. And then on this save portion, we will override that as well. I'll explain all that stuff once we get there. But this is the user model, so let's go ahead and import from Django. Import forms first to get that forms right here. And then from Django.contrib.auth import get user model. And we'll set our user equals to get user model. Okay, so registration form is a create view. We are actually creating our user here. So that's what this form is for. It's using model form. We're creating a brand new user. So then in our views, we are going to go ahead and import this. So from .forms, import register form. We're going to make a new class here. We're going to call it register view. What a concept. And it's going to take in a create view. We've already seen all this stuff in action. So create view, form class will be register form. Template name, I'll give my own template name here, and I'm going to do it profiles register.html. And then we are also going to do a new success URL, and I'm going to just go ahead and go into, well, let's just go to the home page, because we're going to want to send an email saying, hey, you need to verify this registration. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this and bring it into our root URLs. We're going to import it in there. Luckily, we've already imported something else. So register views here, and above login or below login, either one, we're going to go ahead and do register view as view, and register. We'll go ahead and save that. And since we have created our form as well as our view, we need to create our template now. So profiles templates, we're going to make register.html. Now, granted, we could put it in with our login stuff. Well, where was our login stuff? So if we actually look at our URLs, we've got our login view here. Our login stuff is inside of registration. So maybe that's actually where we're going to want to put it. So let's actually do that. We'll do register.html. I just want it right next to login because that makes the most sense. So I'm going to go ahead and copy all of this and paste it in here for register. And we'll leave it in as this. If the user is authenticated, we want to, well, I'll get rid of that as well. Okay. And we'll also get rid of this. So this is the register.html. I'm going to get rid of it from the profiles and then go back in here and we'll just do registration, register, and we've got a register view now. Okay, let's make sure our server's running. Looks like it is. We'll go to register. And what do you know? Our registration view is here. I hit login. It creates some stuff for me. So I want to actually make this register view a little bit better. So we'll do div class equals to column small 6, column small offset 3, just to bring it into the center. We'll also use the class text center, and then we'll put an h1 tag called register. There we go. Oh, let's put that inside of here. And then we'll put a p class. Did you need to a href URL and login? Did you need to log in? Close off that a tag. Of course, this URL action is actually going to register. The value should be register. Refresh in here, and there we go. So now we have our register. We'll put that did you need to log in below the form instead of above it. There we go. Okay. So now we're going to go ahead and create our username. So I'll just say abc123, abc123@gmail.com, new password, and I'll hit register. Passwords don't match. Okay, so where's that coming from? Let's look back at that code that we copied. So we've got a register form. I actually created my 2 custom fields here, right? So password 1 and password 2, those actually aren't fields on the user model. So I actually added some fields to my model form. That's what happened there. Obviously, you didn't see me do it if you didn't watch that other video, but that is what's going on with this code. Next thing, we have a clean password 2. So this is actually doing a method to check to make sure the passwords match. And if they don't match, we get a validation error saying passwords don't match. That's what we saw right here. And then finally, we have this method called save. So since there's a model associated and it's a model form, save on the form actually does happen. And that's what's happening here. So assuming that it was already validated and everything, it's going to go ahead and save it. And it saves the password or the provided password in a hashed format. So on the user model, there's something called set password. This is actually how you save the password to a user. You don't actually say user.password equals to password or whatever the password is. You use this method called set password with that raw password. That's how you do it. That's secure. That's what you do. And then finally, we see this user.isActive equals to false. So basically, when we register a user, we want to make sure that they confirm their email. So what I'm going to do is actually do it after this user was created. Why is that? And that has everything to do with the fact that after a user is created, we have a profile, so we can actually do send activation email on that profile. Because if you remember, the profile by default, looking in the profile model, by default, activated is false. So we actually want to do 2 levels of is active, the profile as well as the user model. So let's go back into that form, and that's what's going on here. So obviously I need to make a method called send activation email on this profile model. So we'll do define send activation email self, and we'll just say pass for now. So I actually do need to send an activation email here, and I will just go ahead and print out activating or activation email, whatever. So let's go ahead and refresh in here. Passwords still don't match, so I'll just use a whatever password here, and I'll hit register. Now, what I should see is in my terminal, I should see something saying activated. It doesn't seem like it happened, so that's probably because I didn't save everything. So let's just go ahead and try it again. Go to register, and I'll just say abc1 at gmail.com, some password, and I hit register. Okay, abc1 is in there, and now if I look in here, still not showing me the activation. So we look in here, we look at users, and these users are actually coming through. So it should actually send this activation email. So let's go ahead and print out user.profile. Make sure everything's saved on both places. User profile. Okay. And it looks like we have some syntax error here. Let's try that again. Cut down the server. And we got an unexpected indent. Up right here, this little spelling error there. Okay. Refresh, and again, we're going to register that user. And ABC12, ABC12. Notice I didn't use a proper email address. You can test it out yourself, but it would run an error. I hit register, and we look back in our terminal. Now it's showing ABC12 and activation. So it's showing the things that need to be activated. So going back into that form, it's printing user profile, and it's actually printing out the activation portion. So that means that that is going to work. And if you were using something called Celery, you could delay this. You could do a delay method on here that would actually delay this to being sent some other time, which is something that would be also very cool for you to learn about, which we do teach for sure. Anyway, so now that we've got this send activation, we will have to actually update and change it as we see fit. So the main thing here, though, is when we look at this registration form, we really just copied from another form. And that form itself goes off of the user model, so it's actually going off of some of the user defaults. So if I wanted to change any of those user defaults, I could. But one of the things that I don't have on here is if I say abc123 at Gmail again and use a different username, if I hit register with all the things, it allows me to register. But if I go in my users, I actually don't want to have the same user or the same email ever working, right? I want those to be unique. Now, without doing any huge customizations here, what I can actually do is do clean email, and it's going to be self. And what we're going to get is email equals to self.cleanedData.get email. And then we're going to get the user object. So we'll say user.objects.filter email iExact equals to email if qs.exists. Then we'll do raise forms.validation error. Cannot use this email. It's already registered. And then we'll return email. Okay, so let's try that again with register. Okay, so ABC1234, whatever. ABC123 at Gmail. Some password. And cannot use this email. It's already registered, right? So I just improved that code just a little bit to make sure that we have unique usernames and emails. And of course, we want to do this from the get-go, not allow users to have this ability at some point. So I'll go ahead and just delete those users. So we'll go ahead and save that. And the other thing that I want to do is if this user is authenticated already on that view, then I want to redirect them back to saying like, hey, you're already authenticated. So there's this override function called dispatch, and it's going to take in self args, keyword args, and we'll just do basically if self.request.user.is authenticated, then we're going to return redirect to login. Otherwise, we're going to return super register view self dispatch args, keyword args. Make sure redirect is in there. It is. So now we go to register. Oops, we have spelling error, is authenticated. There we go. Refresh, and then it'll redirect, right? So we go ahead and log in. Really, it would be a log out to do it, but we don't have a log out view. So now if I register, it takes me to admin. So I got to go to admin, log out, and we'll go back to register. And now it'll let me register. So let's actually take this to log out. Okay, so we refresh there. That's all working fine now. And since we're doing that, let's go ahead and look for a logout view. There is not a logout view on Django as a default, or at least there might be. So let's go ahead and do Django logout view. And we click on here and just search logout view again. And we do have a class-based logout view. Very good. So that means I can import that. I think it's going to be very much the same to our login view. So go into URLs. I'll go ahead and do logout view. And we'll grab this URL, paste it below. Logout view, logout, save that. Take a look at our logout view. And it's taking me here, logged out. So let's go ahead and log in, and then register. Takes me to my logout view, and it's actually logging me out. So there would be different ways on how we could go about doing this. So the logout redirect should actually take me to my login page. So let's go back into our base. So base.html. So by default, it's actually logging us out. So logout URL redirect will take it to login. And what this is going to do is when I actually go to that logout page, it's just going to redirect me there. And I can also do the same thing with when I log in, also after I log in. So after I log in, it'll take me to the home page now instead of that accounts profiles thing. So we're going to go ahead and save that. Let's go ahead and take a look. Now, if I go to log out, it takes me to the login page. So we'll go ahead and log in, log out. There we go. So register. Now it's kind of up to you if you want it to do that. That is, if you want it to redirect to log out, so you can't register as a new user. I'm just going to leave that off, but I just wanted to show you that there is a way to go about doing that. And that also provided us a way to have a logout method in here. Okay, so now what we still need to do, and this is what we'll do next, is actually come in here and make an activation email that would send out a custom activation and then set up a URL to handle it. We're still going to be copying other people's code to do this, so there's really not a whole lot we need to do, but just understanding that we still want to send it out. If you have any questions, let us know. Otherwise, let's keep going. So now we're going to send an activation email using an activation key. So what that means is when we actually do this send activation email, we're going to generate a new key and then send an email for it. So basically it's going to be a little bit different than what's on this other code, but I need to make some changes to this profile and say activation key, and we'll do equals to models dot, and I'll give it a char field, max length of 120, and blank equals to true, null equals to true. So we'll go ahead and save that, and I'm just going to run python manage.py, make migrations, and then Python manage.py migrate. Okay, so the first thing, when I do this send activation email, I want to check if self.activated, then basically what I need to do is pass. It's already activated. I don't need to do anything. Otherwise, we're going to generate the activation key. So self.activation key equals to some key. We'll have to generate it. So gen key here. And then self.save. And then finally, we're going to have to send mail, or basically send some email here. And we're going to return that object. So I'll just say sent mail, and we'll return sent mail, whatever that is. So for now, I'll just say false. Okay, so basically if not self.activated, then we'll go through and do that. So let's go ahead and generate this key. Now I could generate the key when this profile is created, like I could do a post save receiver function, or I could just do it when I need to. And that's actually what I'm going to do, is I'm going to actually create the activation when it's necessary. Although those might go in together, but in this case, I'm going to go ahead and just do it here. So to create this activation key, I'm going to make a new URL inside, or excuse me, utility function. So utils.py inside of my profiles app. And I'm going to jump back into this code, into their utils.py, or the other site's utils.py. And I'm just going to copy this in. And this is going to generate some code for us. This is just a random code generator. In fact, if you want to see this as a blog post, it is also available on our blog inside of code, let's say generator, or I think we called it short code generator. Nope, let's call it code or slug. So slug, random string generator in Python. So here is roughly the exact same thing. In fact, it is the same thing. That's the random, like if you look at it, it's exactly the same. So this random code is going to just give us some random code that we can compare against with our actual project. So when we go back in here, that's basically going to give us this random activation key, and we're going to save it to that. So let's go ahead and import that code. We'll do from.utils import, I believe it was called code generator. And we'll just say code generator equals to that. Now, I think we actually already have this as a random code generator. We do. It's actually inside of our restaurant utils. So you actually might want to create something like this unique slug generator for this random code generator, because it's roughly the same, but it's just going to be doing the random string generator process, right? So we want to make sure it's unique still, but it's not something I'm going to go into because it's not necessary now. Okay, so now I've got this random code generator, and then we'll do send mail. That's something we still have to do, but let's go ahead and try out the registration process. So I'll go to register, ABC123. I don't think this is a user anymore. And then at gmail.com. And we hit register. And now if we look at that profile, so let's log in as our user, profile, ABC123. And here's our random activation key. So this generator, this code is actually really way too short. So let's make it like 25 or 50. Let's make it 50. No, let's make it 25. Okay, 35. 35 is fine. So I'm going to get rid of this and actually delete this user altogether and re-register this user. And register ABC123, ABC123 at Gmail, whatever password. Go back into the admin, take a look at this user, and there we go. So we've got a little bit more of a unique code. I mean, it's probably a lot less likely that this code is going to be able to be copied or generated anyway. So it's most likely unique. Again, we can put in safeguards to make sure it is unique, but in this case, I'm not going to do that. The next portion is actually sending out this activation email. So this is going to have to come in, and we're going to have to set up our email. So set up email. Do a quick search for that. Nope, just email, and configure email in Django. Here's a blog post specifically for it. So I'm going to go ahead and just copy this right here. Go into our base.html, go to the top, and we'll put in our email stuff right here. So that's all of our email related things. You might also want to put your admin stuff in here. So like if there's errors on your server, that's all your stuff. So just go ahead and change these settings based off of whatever your user setting is. So like, for example, if you wanted to use Gmail, which is one of them that we also have on here, you can just use the Gmail settings and they would look something like that. Those are the Gmail settings, and that's what we'll actually stick on there. Okay, so now that we've got email set up, let's go ahead and send mail. So let's do a quick search for send mail. And we've got configure email or testing email in Django with send mail. And notice the setups already there. And then what we can do is import this send mail feature. So inside of our models here, we're going to add in send mail. So sent mail is this. So we'll do send mail and go off of these things. So I'm going to just copy this real quick. Subject equals to activate email. Or activate account rather. And then your from email, which we got from what we pasted over, default from email there. Message. So the message would actually be an F string and say activate your account here. And then we need some URL, but for now I'll just do self.activation key. So this is going here. And then we'll have our recipient list, or the recipients that we needed to go to, which is of course our user. And I'll do self.user.email, right? So that's who we're sending it to. If we want it as an HTML message, we could do that. I would just basically put it in here as this, something like a p tag type of thing. And then we use send mail with all of those things. So I can, again, copy everything from that little guide that we have, and this is how you do it. Quick little way to send our messages, and this will respond with some sort of thing. Now, I don't actually have my email set up, so I'm just going to comment this portion out and instead do print HTML message. We'll save that, and let's go ahead and register a new user and another. And one ao@gmail.com. Password, hit continue. Sent mail is not defined. Oops. That's because of that. Sent mail equals to false. But we should see the HTML message, even though that was incorrect. Here's that HTML message. Activate your account here, and that's some unique code. That's correct. So we need to take it one step further, and we'll have to give it a path equaling to the reverse call, so reverse, and then we'll have to do some stuff for that. So we'll have to actually have a URL page to handle that activation. So inside of our views, we're going to copy, again, going back to this code, we're going into views here, and we want to find the activation user or activate user view. That's this right here. So we'll go ahead and paste that in. In this case, I'm actually not going to go off of their, I'm not going to change the function-based view at all. I'll just go off of theirs, go back to being profile. Key is not key, but rather activation key. And there we go. So a couple things here. Activation profile. So is going to be this, if not activated. So activation object, remember we have this right here. So if it's not activated, then we'll go ahead and grab, first off, grab the user is going to be related to the profile. So act object or profile. This should just say profile. and we'll just call this QS, just changing things around a little bit. QuerySet exists, and the count is equal to 1. The profile equals to that single one. User is equal to profile.user. And now user.isActive equals to true. And user save. And then finally profile.activated equals to true. Profile.activation key equals to false. Profile.save, or equals to none rather. And this should be right here. This should be profile. Okay, I'll go through step by step on this in just a moment. We'll put in we'll just use redirect instead of HTTP response redirect. Okay, so here we go. What's happening is a code is passed through an argument. We look for the query set with that code from our profile objects, because that's where we set it. And then we look to see if it exists. If it does, and it's only one item, meaning we don't have multiple, then it's going to go ahead and grab that first profile, and it's going to assume that it's not activated. Assuming that it's not activated, it's going to go through and activate the user, and then make sure the profile is done also, and then it redirects it to our login. Okay, so now that we have got that, let's go ahead and look at their URLs into their actual user account and URLs. They have this activate here, so I'm going to go ahead and copy this. And we're going to bring this into our URLs and register. I'm just going to pop it in right there. And this is activate code, activate user view. We'll have to bring that in, but I'll go ahead and just say activate user, or rather just activate. Let's bring in that view. And that is from our profiles again. Activate user view. We got some regular expression. We're going to just assume that that works. So I'm going to go ahead and save it. Now back into my model, I'm going to go ahead and import something called reverse, which we've seen before with the get absolute URL method. So Django.core.url resolvers import reverse. And now the path is going to be equal to reverse of activate, and keyword args equals to code and self.activation key. Okay, there's the path. So now these are going to be path instead. And we're going to go ahead and print out that HTML message. I think everything should be working fine. I don't have any errors here. And I'm going to go back in and register a new user, new user at gmail.com, some password. I hit register. Look at my terminal, and here's activate your account. Obviously, this would have our entire URL there. We would want to put the entire one. But basically, let's go ahead and paste it in here. I'll hit enter. And it looks like it took me back to login. Let's go to profiles, into that new user, activated, activation key, user, and new user active. Whereas the AO user is not active. So if I tried to log in as AO user, let's go ahead and just log out real quick here. And we'll do AO. It's going to say you're not active, right? Or wait, AO. Well, maybe I have the password incorrect. So let's just change it real quick. Okay, let's try that again. And it's still not letting me log in, and it's probably because that user is not active. So let's change them to being active. I'll hit save. And there, now it actually logs in. So it's actually working. We have registration done. We have it done from using other code. So here's what I challenge you to do is actually go through this Django User Models Unleashed without watching the series and see if you can change everything we've done so far to the code that's here and even make sense of it. So that's it for this one. If you have any questions, let us know. Otherwise, we have one more step that we're going to do, and that is getting this actually online. Thanks for watching. So now it's time to bring our project live. Now, when I say live, I mean literally making it a real project, much like what you see on mooeypicky.com. In fact, that's what we've been building, right? But what you'll see here too is some changes that we didn't actually make in the video. I actually talk about this a little bit more in the next one, but really it's our last final challenge to you. And that is not only to watch it and to go live, and using Heroku, you can actually go live for free, assuming you have an account with them. And here's the little guide that we actually go through, and the video that is associated on our YouTube channel, as well as this guide. So if you click on watch the video, there it is right there. So that is something that you're definitely going to want to do. But that little challenge that I left you is actually getting and learning more about the code that we wrote to make it look like this. So we purposely left out a bunch of this stuff, so you'll have to go back to GitHub and learn more. So that's what the last video or the last assignment is, to go live. And once you do, please leave a comment on our YouTube channel, whether it's in the discussion area itself or on the video itself, or yeah, even if you're watching on codingforentrepreneurs.com, leave it here somewhere. Just leave it somewhere that we can see it. You can tweet us, you can put it on Instagram, whatever you want to do. We would just love to take a look at your project. Thanks so much for watching, and I can't wait to see you in the next one.
All right, good job. You did it. You are now at the end. So I still have a challenge left for you. We left it looking a certain way, but online on our GitHub, it's brand new code. There's a ton of different code that's on there that we did not on the video. And the reason is I want you guys to get in the habit of reading other people's code. So I left it without any comments. I left it with a bunch of new upgrades that you can pull, and I want you to try and make sense of what it is and what's going on. I think we gave you enough tools to really know the things that are going on. So I really think that you'll be able to do that. And that's my last challenge for you here in Try Django 1.11. Now, the next thing, what you're going to want to do after this is check out joincfe.com/projects and check out any of our other Django projects there so you can build on your knowledge here. That is a way so you can learn more, but you're going to learn the most by actually putting this into action and then maybe even helping somebody else go through this series, right? So one of the biggest advantages to watching things on videos, you can share with a friend and be like, hey, go through this, I'll help you through it because I'm a little bit further on. That is a really good way for you to get much better at Django. And of course, reading the documentation is also recommended. Even if it can be dry at times, there is a lot of really, really good information in there. Thanks again for watching, and I hope to see you in the next one.